Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, a soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. What is poppin', people? Welcome back to the Ill Cartel. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building. Salutes to you. I appreciate y'all for joining me on this lovely Saturday evening, right, on this weekend. Salutes to everybody out there getting that money. Salutes to everybody that already got their money. I wish all
abundance on your pockets.
Millions.
What is popping, y'all? What's good? We are back at it. Right? Another night in a row. I don't know, we've had what? 36 live streams this week. It'd be like that. Stuff to talk about. All right, hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Salutes to the chat. Chat's already jumping. All right. I am looking into the future to be starting our live streams at 7 p.m. Central Time to be a little bit more fair to the East Coast. So we'll see how that works. Hopefully it works well. All right, salutes. All right, shout out to y'all. Shout out Shannon in the building. Salute Shy in chat. First, numero uno. Hit that like button on the way in. I agree. All right, shout out Kenny. About time. About time what? Did you miss me? Huh? I've been in y'all face every day this week. Some way, shape, form, or fashion. All right, salute Kenny. You the man. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. All right, shout out Zoraida. Like number one. I don't know. That's what it said. Yeah, YouTube, you know, El Tubo be lying. They be lying to me. They be, you know. Right now it says 13 likes. That would mean we got 14 because I'm one behind on my reading. All right, salute Zoraida. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We had a good time last night. All right, very fun live stream last night. Well, shout out Cheryl. Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting to know the live criteria. Such an early notification. Hope y'all are doing well. All right, likewise. Shout out Adrian Torres on the check-in. Salute Shy and everyone in the chat. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way in. Hit that like button on the way in, all right? Shout out Kenny, Jason, the man. And just like Shy, he'll see through the bullshit. Salutes to Jason. Oh, that's about time. That we get on with Jason. Salutes. It's going to be a good day, all right? We got a couple of things to cover before they come on. One thing, really. One important development, but we'll talk about it. All right, shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Salutes. All right, shout out Velez. Salutes to Velez. All right, where's the dog? How's the dog feel? Dog get some sleep? Or dog didn't get to get no sleep last night? All right. Shout out Glory Days. Salutes to Glory Days. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. All right, shout out Sylvain K. Salutes from Dallas. Salutes to Dallas, Texas. Right. Speaking of Texas, shout out Young Jizzle, wherever you are. Holla at your boys. Shout out 298 Sosa in the building. Salutes to you, sir. Thank you for being here. Shout out Ish. Ish is ready.
Don Giulini Setentini te pone hasta el culini. Un shot, due shot.
Shots. Shot shit. All right. Shout out Mr. Joshua. Scotiael, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. All right. Shout out Christian from London. Salutes to London. Salutes Judy. Thank you for being here. All right, bang. We are in the building. Honey's up in the chat for y'all. Let me let the Discord know that we're here. Let me drop the TTS and we gonna get on about our business. All right, because the work ain't over this weekend. There's more work to do. All right, let me hit this live notification. We are live at everyone. All right, shout out to Pete Never. Salutes to Pete Never for the $10 Cash App. All right, he dropped the Cash App and he said, where it says for, he said, because fuck YouTube ain't getting none of this money. Salutes to Pete Never, our head of marketing. All right. Let's see. At everyone. Let's get this popping over here. We are live. Bow. Let me see. We are live. I'm trying to give them a GIF. Let me see what we got here. Put them in the fucking bathroom. Right? Boom. Let's get it. Drop the TTS in here and pin that. Adrian talking about tapatio popcorn. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
All right, shout out JP, wherever he's at. Just drove past Wrigley Field. It's bussing. Trash team. Come on, man. That Chicago division we were talking about last night. All right, shout out Picket Tricks. Checked in for the class. Salutes. Shout out Cheryl Shaw. That color is nice. Pops. Go Sox. My kind of town and old neighborhood. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out Kenny. You ain't lying. The AI song about Mayo's fire. Yeah, that Rocha Moya joint is crazy. Pete Flores said that shit's trash. Get that shit out of here. Hey, man, for a robot to do a little history lesson in 3 minutes was pretty damn good as far as I'm concerned. But let me pin that. Also, I'm going to drop the Discord link. For those that would like to join our Discord link is in the chat. All right? Let me give JP his personal, notification. Because, JP like that exclusive shit. Young Jizzle, mi amigo, I hope you're doing good. Hopefully your leg is fully recovered. Blessings. Yeah, I hope you got that big ass boot off your shit. The Nike boot. All right. Boom. Couple of things that are going to change tonight during the panel. Usually the power chat and the super chat and stuff, it usually interrupts and it jumps right in on us. That's good for a regular live stream. But when we have guests on that are speaking, it's intrusive and it hurts me on the editing because I have to stop them. They can't hear it. They're on StreamYard talking to me. They can't hear when the notification comes, so they keep talking. So it makes it rough for me to edit, and I still make magic because I'm a bad motherfucker. But I want to make that a little easier today. So during the panel discussion, I will keep the volume all the way down on the power chats and super chats, and they will pile up. And when there's a break in the conversation, I will come back to them, play them, all that good stuff. All right, and we'll go from there. You know what I mean? Shout out 8UpJ. Hope you're ready at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is a given. I was ready at 6:30. I'm ready at 7. I'm here right now. Salutes to Jason. We're going to get into it, all right? Jay's going to be backstage too. So we'll get into it. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on. They are excited about it. Let's get it. All right. First thing we're going to talk about tonight, before the boys come on for the panel. Oh, also, the panel text will only be in my window. So the text for the super chats, text for the... I want to keep the editing as clean as possible on the guys, so when it's ready for me to cut it down later, we're good. But yeah, I'm going to let those pile up. I'm going to lower the volume on those and let those pile up. What else? What we're going to talk about tonight is... we're going to talk about what we've been talking about, all right? We've been talking about Rocha Moya being indicted, the governor of Sinaloa being indicted by the United States of America for connections to the cartel and machine guns and all kind of shit. We have wondered and questioned if the current administration in Mexico is going to protect him. And a lot of people say, yeah, they're never going to give him up. They're going to protect him. He's part of their team. And my argument is they separate themselves from parts of their team all the time. They're politicians. It's what they do. They cut your throat politically and keep it moving. We saw him. We talked about last night. We talked about him rolling around with 17 trucks worth of security with mounted guns and everything. Okay? This morning, the report is that he has stepped down, quote unquote, temporarily from the office of governor. When I saw that this morning, the first thought in my head is that those are the first steps of that separation that they need, right? Supposedly, it's a temporary resignation or temporary stepping down to handle this. To me, it's a soft reset. He knows where he's going. Like the song said, estás embarrado. He is soiled, right? He is politically soiled, and he took a break. He took a break. But to me, that's the first step in them separating themselves from him, and eventually him being in the United States, facing his time. We'll see. All right. As far as Jay Flores, his prediction is he'll be in an American jail, in a U.S. jail within 30 days, or they'll take him out. We also just got word about something that might go along the lines of that second part right there. We'll see. We'll talk about it. First things first, we'll talk about his resignation and what this means going forward for Sinaloa. Let's get it. OBS, you're trash. All right, we're back. OBS got a new update and it's trash, so I don't know if it's going to make y'all reset. I don't know if it's going to make y'all reset your reset your YouTube app. Shout out Tricks. Ain't nothing temporary. That man gone. You know how it be. They trying to save face somehow. Yeah. It's a soft, a soft reset. Shout out to Pooh on the check-in. Shout out to that. He smeared in rooster shit. All right. For those that know our popular soundbite, right? It's a girl's trying to make a TikTok video and the rooster interrupts. Little girl said the rooster done shit the bed. Well, that's where Rocha's at. He's smeared. Look at him. He looks like a character out of Despicable Me or some shit. He looks like an avocado with some jeans and a button up on and shit. Yeah. It kicked me out, but it was for a second only. Yeah, I saw that. All right, hit that like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Let's get it. Mexican governor and mayor indicted by the U.S. on drug trafficking charges steps down. Mexico City, 2 members of Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum party in northwestern Sinaloa state said they would temporarily step down from their posts after the United States charged them and 8 other officials with drug trafficking in a bombshell indictment that has shaken the political establishment. In a short video announcement posted at midnight Friday, Governor Rubén Rocha Moya, the highest-ranking official named in the indictment, denied accusations that he protected the powerful Sinaloa cartel and helped it smuggle drugs into the United States in exchange for millions of dollars in bribes. Now, he did this at a midnight live stream. Who the fuck does a live stream or a video post in the middle of the night like that? He don't want nobody to hear about this. What you thought, nobody was watching? We were the only ones not watching because I was drunk. Hit that like button. My conscience is clear, he said. To my people and to my family, I can look you in the eye because I have never betrayed you and I never will.
Shit.
But he said he would take a temporary leave of absence to defend himself against what he called the false and malicious allegations and cooperate with the Mexican government's investigation to determine whether he should be arrested or extradited to the U.S. Juan de Dios James Mendivil, mayor of the Sinaloa state capital Culiacan, also said he would step down, and the city's comptroller was appointed interim mayor on Saturday. James Mendivil has denied the charges against himself. President Sheinbaum, who has struggled to strike a balance between the interests of her progressive Morena party and pressure from President Trump to step up the fight against cartels, says she hasn't seen credible evidence against Rocha Moya, but vowed that the Mexican authorities would investigate the case or cases and gather their own information. She declared that the officials would be tried in Mexico, not the U.S., if there's credible evidence against them. We will never subordinate ourselves because this is a matter of dignity of the Mexican people, she said Friday. Pending investigation, the Mexican Attorney General's office said it would not arrest Rocha Moya or other indicted officials as requested by the U.S. So these free men are, considered U.S. fugitives under the watchful eye of the Mexican government. Right? Shout out Zoraida. Hit that like button. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. Rocha Moya, a staunch ally of Sarabam's mentor, former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has insisted the indictment against him and other members of the Morena party amount to an attack on the dominant left-leaning political movement. It's all an attack all the time. I will not allow myself to be used to harm the movement to which I belong, one that has improved the lives of millions of Mexican men and women. He said in the video, as Governor Rocha Moya has immunity from criminal prosecution, Mexico's Congress must first impeach him if he is to face charges. So he don't have to go do the job, but he keeps the protections. He's not a civilian. He just stepped down. No mommy's way.
No mommy's way.
The indictment of Rocha Moya, who was born in the same town as the notorious Mexican drug kingpin El Chapo, was notable because the governor was embroiled in a scandal in 2024 involving the Sinaloa cartel. His name was published in a letter written by a then Sinaloa cartel capo who was kidnapped by leaders of a rival faction and handed off to law enforcement in the U.S. In the letter, the capo said that when he was kidnapped, he was on his way to meet with Rocha Moya. Why didn't they say Mayo's name right there? Why didn't they say his name right there? First of all, that would have been good search. It's the LA Times. LA Times did the Twins too, no? The Twins, the last thing that we covered on the Twins. And they were very good to work their way around Sammy the Bull's name too and mention John Gotti, but not Sammy. But why would they not mention Ismael El Mayo Zambada in this article? That's a question. Anybody got any logical explanations? Somebody explain it to me. All right. Listen, the kicker there is that Buddy gets to keep his immunity. Meaning they can't just arrest him. They got to impeach him first. I wonder if it's like that for the rest of those guys. Definitely not for the cops. The cops are cooked. The mayor probably gets the same kind of love, but I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. I got a poll. Is this temporary resignation the beginning of Rocha? We gotta put our roach emoji in here. Being turned in by Mexico. Yes or no? Is this temporary resignation the beginning of the roach being turned in by Mexico? Yes or no? Let's get it. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. All right, get your votes in. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. To all the ghost watchers, if you vote, it does not tell us who voted. So you could continue. You could be a ghost voter. No worries. I also think from now on we're going to do it this way. Whenever there's a guest that is pre-promoted, we'll make sure that we start the stream earlier than they'll be on. That way we can get through housekeeping and, doing hood rat stuff with our friends.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Before they jump in, we already in full swing. All right, shout out Oso for popping up on the surprise last night to celebrate 13K with your boy. All right, salute to y'all for coming through. All right, so far it's a close poll. 44% say no. This is not the beginning of him being turned in. 56% say yes. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Is this his Christy Nome Pambandi moment? Huh? Is this his kick rocks, old man? You done shit the bed. We got to get you out of here.
Your services are no longer needed in the community.
Who the bomber clot?
Thank you, but no thank you. All right, get your votes in. We at 50-50 right now. Get your votes in. I thought it was hilarious when I saw this, because it's just indicative of what happens in these situations, man. That little bit of separation is all we needed. You know what I'm saying? That little bit of separation did it for me. Oh, you going to step down temporarily after we've been talking about whether they're going to protect you or not? Oh, and you get to keep your immunity in Mexico? That's cool. You got immunity in Mexico, but you're a fugitive of the United States. Another corrupt regime. All right, boom. We are stuck in a dead heat at 50% apiece. Does anybody have any theory in the chat why they would not mention Miles' name in this article? That is strange to me. You think they'd be able to get that name in there, that SEO out of it? Let me clear this. Ghost Watchers, we can't see who voted. Just vote. Salutes. Cannot see who voted. We cannot see who voted. Now, what did we see of him over this week? We saw him sitting in the car. Let's go pull up that video. Looking small, answering for himself. Didn't have much to say, said he expected the people. Damn, he got a YouTube channel? What's up? We're going to sub up to his YouTube channel? I see enough of his stupid face covering him. Straight. Where's this poll at? All right, the poll is changing. 54% say no, this is not the beginning of him being turned in by Mexico. 57% say no, and 43% say yes. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. One sec, trying to find a video, a specific joint. It's crazy. It's too much information on the internet, man. Can't find
too much information and shit.
Yeah, I also saw him walking around. He was in the car. We saw him walking around, doing interviews. Got a sad look upon his face, like the shit's gonna go left. And boom, the next morning, he stepped down for a temporary resignation. I said, okay, that sounds like the normal modus operandi, the normal way of doing things, the structure of how shit is done. That's the first step as far as I'm concerned. Now, again, we had predictions long ago where people, I believe we asked Jay Flores, and he thought he would get caught up in the war and get his top knocked back and be killed in the war. And as of recent, he said he'll be in prison in 30 days or they'll get him. Well, right before we get on here, shout out to Pickatrix. He dropped an image of Oakland Leaks speaking about Rocha's house being attacked. I don't know much about it. I'm going to look at the image that Pickatrix sent, show it to y'all, and see what we gather from it. Shout out Ish. I don't think so. If a governor could be turned in, they can all be turned in. No one wants to be extradited to a U.S. prison. They probably smoke them. With the government's blessing, they're like, hey, man, you got immunity, but immunity don't stop a bullet. Or just hide, fade into obscurity. No one is going to remember this guy with all the news that pops up every day. I would honor that if we didn't have a crazy man in charge of all the militaries and the CIAs and the clandestine operations. I would feel the same way. But a kid could, if Trompito wants a kid that stole a candy bar, he'll spend a nuke on it. You know what I'm saying? He'll spend a nuke on that shit. Shout out Sam. I think it could be because El Mayo's not as well known as someone like El Chapo. Also, politicians are the same everywhere. They all protect one another. Yeah, I just don't. I don't buy the Mayo thing. Like, after his kidnapping, his name rang bells, and even if it don't ring bells enough, it rings more bells than not being mentioned. If that makes sense. It's just strange that they wouldn't mention it. I'm with you though. Politicians are the same everywhere. They all protect one another. But do they? They do, to an extent. And then when you're smeared, it got to get you the fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Your services are no longer needed in the community.
Who the bomber clot?
All right, we're going to end this poll shortly, so get your votes in. So far, people think, no, this is not the beginning of him being turned in. Okay, then I got another question to pose. Matter of fact, we're going to end this poll. Poll ended. Let's try this one. If Mexico does not turn in the roach, will Trompito go get him? Yes or no? Get your votes in. We got another poll. We got a fresh poll going. All right? If Mexico does not turn in Rocha Moya, will Trompito go get him? All right, first vote is already a no. Already a no. That politician shit is funny. Be dirt bags, shaking hands and kissing babies, shaking babies and kissing hands. This fucking guy. All right, so far we got 62% say no. Trompito will not go get him. 38% say yes. He's going to run up in there and turn on the vomit machine. You know, the one that blows your ears out, makes your guts flip upside down. He's going to hit you with one of those. All right, let's take a look at this image. I think I got it here. Boom. Make sure Pickatrix ain't got nothing sensitive up here on his computer. All right, boom. All right, Pickatrix gets these summaries This is, I guess, 1 hour ago from the time where he took the screenshot. Rocha's house attacked amidst indictment. Destruction. Gates and entrances were rammed or knocked down by armed groups. Arson. Properties were intentionally set on fire to cause chaos and distraction. Validation. The Mexican FGR is investigating these incidents alongside the U.S. indictment. All right. Can I get a source on this? Is there a way for me to go? Well, let me go see if there's a article about it. Ruben Rocha Moya home attacked. Yeah, Gennaro Garcia Luna, no? Shout out Sam. I honestly think Rocha's probably more scared of getting killed. Yeah, I think that's what them 17 trucks is for. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what that's for. That ain't for no keep Trompitos men off of me. That's keep them boys off of me. If you look at a lot of the people that were indicted with the Chapitos have been killed over the past year. Indeed. Where'd Jay go? He loves polls. Shout out Michael. No, Trump will not go get him. But I think Maito Flaco will smoke Rocha anyways. That might be why he's trying to keep them 17 trucks between him and everybody else. No, this was the last attack. I don't see no other reports of that. Picatrix. So if you could find okay, I don't understand why he took a leave and then he needs 17 trucks. Like, come on. So I don't know, it doesn't make sense. I don't see the attack anywhere else though. The attack on his home. Point me in the right direction if you can. Would he still have the government resources with this temporary leave? I don't know who's gonna pay those people. I don't know. He still got his immunity, right? I think he's still gonna cash a check. Who knows what's happening? Is there a world where making a deal with the United States government and calling them and saying, "Come and get me, bro," saves his life? Or is that off the table? Shout out Pete. He lives in a military zone. Oh, shit. It's in the lower. The whole thing. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Let's see. Check the Discord again. I sent a link from a news source. It came from Bet. Shout out Ish. Just seen a few have been sent to U.S. jails for similar charges. Yes, he's going to be in jail for a couple of years. You going to call for help? That's a question. You going to call for help? Hey, man. All right, let's see what this article is. This is from Noticieristas.
La noche de
Noticierista. Yeah, this ain't it though. This 2 weeks ago. This can't be it. No, shoot that down. Are you saying, here's my question, Picatrix. Are you saying that the attack on Rocha's house happened 2 weeks ago? Or did it happen last night? That's what got me confused. That's what I'm looking for. Upper Echelon said for a lot of years.
Millions.
He's being charged with kidnapping. I didn't see, well, does it matter that wasn't in his list of charges? That was only in the list of charges of one person. If it's a conspiracy, is that all together or what? Because everybody except for that Milan guy. Milan is the one that had the kidnapping charges on it. He's popped. He's definitely popped. Look, I go to He's definitely popped. There's no getting around that part. There's no getting around that part. right? 15 votes, 47% say yes. Trompito is going to get him. 53% say hell no.
Shit.
He's part of the conspiracy. It's all together. Oh, well then if that's the case.
Sí la cagó, mira, hizo.
Yeah, la cagó. That's it. Flag on the play. It's crazy. That's crazy. For taking part of the Mayo kidnapping. Okay, I just didn't see any of that in that paperwork. I didn't know if they were going to officially, get on him about the whole Mayo shit. And if they didn't, you basically say it's not over. This is just the beginning of what's coming for him. All right, where we at? Time check. Boom. We got 18 minutes. We gravy, baby. That boy might take himself out. El traición de los chamoya. No, I put the wrong melody. I put the Gemelos de Sinaloa melody to Traición de Rochamoya. All right, get your votes in. I'm about to end this poll. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. At the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 9 in the East, we are going to have a panel conversation with Jay Flores and Jason Votrobek. My apologies. All right. Shout out 3232. Salutes. They said when you commit several crimes, do they usually do the trial for everything at once? I think it depends on a list of different factors. Shout out Velez. If they're calling it kidnapping, is it still legal to keep Mayo in the U.S.? That's my thing. They didn't call it anything in the paperwork we read. In the paperwork we read, he had machine gun shit. Dangerous, devices. I didn't see nothing about kidnapping in his. What I did see was the kidnapping in the Millán arrest, and it was the Nini situation where they kidnapped these people and they kidnapped a woman and her nephew, and then they smoked the nephew. They smoked everybody, really. I saw that in the paperwork. I saw him getting charged for that personally, but I didn't see that anything that had to do with Mayo, anything that had any of that. Shout out Ish. Shout out Pete. Shout out Pete Never. Hope Quinn gets justice. You and JP and JP be like hashtag justice for Quinn because there was a whole lot of unfortunate shit that happened to Buddy. Now we don't know Buddy's story. We don't know what he has to do with everything. We don't know what kind of man he was. So I'll save my I want to see what's happening though. I want the truth. Shout out 3232. Where Flores and 6ix9ine at? Don't trip, man. We're gonna campaign. Remember, the unsealed part is only a small part. Okay. Coño, man. He's fucked. That boy's eyes are red. He been crying. He been in tears all week. Shout out Velez. Yeah, that's all I seen too. The CI and the 13-year-old. Michael said, Juan Orlando Hernandez was released and pardoned by Trompito. Maybe Rocha can buy his freedom by buying some Trump coin. He got to make a call right now. He'd be like, look, man, these people are about to railroad me. That's why I said it that way. Here's the thing. We don't know. Or I don't know. So justice for dude. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing for me. Here's the justice. The justice is, or part of the justice is, the prosecutors put out a fake video and try to lie to everybody about his death. That shit is, crazy. So that's part of it. But yeah, I don't know that he was an angel. Maybe he was one of the good guys. Who knows? All right, I'm ending this poll. 47% say yes, Trompito's gonna get him. 53% say no. Poll is over. He gotta get, Rocha gotta buy a pair of them Trump sneakers, Trompito sneakers, them big golden shits, and some Trump coin. Archiraldo's gonna be in trouble from the Sinaloa. Huh? You lost me with that one, Pete. I tried. Salutes. But that explains it, Velez. That's all I seen too, the CI and the 13-year-old. Like Jay said, there could be more that's not unsealed in that, in that department. How's the hangover? Good, man. I feel great. Salutes to you. Thank you for being here. I highly doubt Quinn was squeaky clean. Yeah. Anybody over there, man, was not squeaky clean, man. But, until we know the difference. Oh, the general, but she quit. A general quit. The Attorney General of Sinaloa quit already. Her too. We got images. You guys want to see pictures? We seen them, but we got better pictures now of the mother jerk offs that got popped off. Let me make sure we got time. I know I dropped them in the Discord, but I know Dada dropped them in the inbox. It's probably easy to find. Yeah, here it goes. Narcopolíticos. Is this it? Yeah. So here we go. This is, we already know this jerk off. This is Palpatine. Right? Sith Lord. And this is an admin at the Attorney General's office. He got popped off. Administrator of Finances, Secretary of the Administration of Finances for Sinaloa. I remember this guy. Yeah. He was the one that was over there and he was answering all the questions for Rocha recent after the war started. So I remember this guy right here. We were talking about him. We were like, look at dude calling the shots in the background and shit. Jerk offs. And this fucking guy right here, he was investigative police. He was the chief of the investigative police. This guy's the senator. That's the senator. Damn. This is the mayor. This is the mayor. And this right here is Milan, the one that got the kidnapping and the bodies on his charge. We'll see what happens, man. It's looking like Sinaloa is left without a government right now. These guys are going straight to jail.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. Shut up, Velez. I was born at night, but not last night. Hold on, where am I lost here? Shout out HG on the check-in, salutes. Pete never said the Attorney General. Yes, right away. They got the fuck out of there, huh? Yeah, they got rid of his body quick. They got rid of his body quick. No investigation. They didn't want no investigation. Shout out Big June on the check-in. Shy, salutes, bro, and the usual suspects. Appreciate you. I was born at night, but not last night, Zoraida. If you're in those positions of power, estás embarrado, right?
Sí la cagó, mira, hizo...
Let's see. I have a question for you guys. Do you think some Mexican politicians are corrupt because they are bad people? Or because they fear for their lives? I feel like they are often in a tough situation. It's been going on for a long time. I think it's a mixture. I'm sure there's a little bit of everything in there. But why are politicians corrupt here? You know? Shout out Big June. I can't believe I didn't get the notification. El tubo, it's el tubo, man. We tripping. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Salutes. Shout out Raven on the check-in. Hope everyone's good. Having a good weekend. Last night was a great show as well. Thank you, Raven. We had a good time. Salutes to you. Salutes to DeAndre. We appreciate you, Raven. We had a good time last night. I was good. We do 3 beers, 6 shots. It was nice. It was respectable. Should be out of pocket around here sometime. That was a good song at the end last night. That's that AI fucking history lesson on El Rocha Moya. Shout out Shannon. I agree. The whole government is corrupt. Shout out Big June. Make sure you please tap that like button. The green talk. Money talk. Bullshit walks. Millions. Right. We're closing in on our 8 o'clock appointment with the boys. All right, we're going to have a conversation tonight. We're going to talk to Jason Votrobek. For those that don't know, he served some time. He sold some dope. He did some smuggling. He got a very interesting story. He got into, some clinics and some pill mill situations. And then after it all, he came to the internet and he started hearing a bunch of bullshit.
Bullshit.
And now he's out there, confronting the bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that was AI. I'm impressed. Yeah, it was AI. This shit's crazy. Just like our government, Republicans and Democrats, dirtbags. Yeah, like, they ain't in fear of shit. They in fear of the power toppling and crumbling. That's it. They ain't really worried about the rest. Wow. All right, give me 1 second. Shout out. Salutes Jay Flores in the building. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. What's up, bro? How you doing?
What is popping?
Another day, bro. I'm glad I'm joining everyone today too. I've been listening to the chat. I have to just jump out there. I don't think anyone's surprised that the whole government of Sinaloa is corrupt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just coming to light.
Right. We get to see it now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about that question that Sam asked? Sam asked, are all of these politicians just corrupt because they're corrupt and they're greedy, or are some of them in fear for their lives and this becomes some pressure on them?
Well, it depends on how many years they've been there, right?
Mm.
It starts off where they're fearful, but they also know what they're getting themselves into. Even the ones that start off just wanting change, then they fall into the system. That's the only way you survive it, sadly. But it's like you could love your country and you want to do the right thing, but then you fall into, what probably got them there in the first place, right? Trying to be different. And then you fall into the system of the criminals. What I'm seeing is from Mexico, from journalists, it's like, it's almost like they're shocked, but in reality, they shouldn't be shocked. It's just now, they're going to have ramifications for all that corruption, right? Mm-hmm. And even for the president of Mexico to act like, she's surprised or act like it doesn't happen, it's crazy,
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, nothing to see, And again, of course, I'm not saying she was involved with him, but she's she's a politician herself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think she really has a choice but to defend, right?
Yeah, I feel like the last 40 years of shit landed in her lap.
Right, just a bad timing, I guess.
Yeah, real bad
But
time.
it's like it's the world you get into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people get lucky, get away. Look at President Felipe. No, no, what was the other one? Vicente Fox, and then uh, he's living in another country, and as well as what was the president before Calderon?
You asking the
Um,
wrong dude.
yeah, I can't even think of his name, but yeah, I'm not surprised that even just looking at how everything's unfolding, it's like yeah, it's probably going to be even worse than that. The government, I think we talked about it here on the live, saying like once that White House started saying the government of Mexico has been corrupt, a corrupt government,
Mm-hmm.
the same rules apply, that apply for street people. When them feds come, they come because they know, right?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't coming to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Right, they got their ducks in a row.
Absolutely.
Um, how do you feel about do you think if they protect them to that level, do you think Tropito go get him?
Yeah, absolutely. Um, listen, they announced the indictment, right? They unsealed it. It's there. They're not, they're gonna look at everyone as a criminal. They're not gonna make you no special, right?
Right.
Um, they're not gonna treat them any special. It's just a matter of time.
Or put the pressure on them to get him themselves to get him for him. You know what I'm saying? Because the thought that people are having is if he is gonna go get him, is he gonna go Maduro style or send a team in there to go snatch him out of there, or are you just gonna pressure Mexico to turn his ass over?
Well, today I wouldn't know, but there's steps to it. Just because he has an indictment in the U.S., it doesn't mean that they could arrest him, right? But they're called provisional arrest warrants, so they have to be issued. They have to be accepted. Then they turn them into the Mexican government, and it's the Mexican government's job. Well, the Mexican government will they ignore it? Who knows, right?
Right.
But the fact that he's still, walking around, and stuff like that, maybe makes him feel that he's gonna be okay. Or you never know. My first instinct is that he has attorneys, and they reached out to the government, and he's probably saying, "Hey, I'll cooperate. I'll do something."
Mm-hmm.
You never know. Why not, right?
All right, give me 1 sec.
Hey,
Boom.
big shout out to everyone in the chat too. Everyone who's tuning in, man. Happy Saturday. Big what's up to the usual suspects and everyone tuning in.
Shout out Jason Votrobek. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
How we
sir.
doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you sound good. Chat, we all good? We 5x5 over there? Jay, can you hear him?
Oh,
yes, I can hear him. I can hear him clearly.
How about us? Can you hear us, Jason? We good?
Oh, I'm good.
Hey,
Right.
what's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
How we doing, Jay, man? It's a privilege, bro.
No, it's a pleasure, man. Thank you for being on. I've been following you for quite some time, ever since you started giving interviews.
Yeah, so you know what the thing is, your story's been very intriguing. I've known about your story since 2014. I did time with somebody on your case.
Oh, okay. I'm sure.
One of the heads of the GDs out of Chicago. Big call him Big Rob.
Okay, Big Rob. Yeah. I know Big Rob.
Oh, you do know Big Rob?
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Fire, good dude. Listen, dude. So, hey, the dude took me under his wing. Cool. I'm talking about straight up, dude. And I was like, hey, bro, we got really close talking about the cases, and then he started
Jason,
talking.
I apologize. He was there for that mortgage fraud, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So you know exactly who he is.
Yeah, I know who he is.
For money laundering is what he was in for.
Yeah, big money too, though. Big money, dude.
Yeah, so he talked highly about you, and that's when I first started hearing about your story and everything else, because I was just talking to a smuggler today. I did an interview with a guy back from the 80s, and I do a lot of stuff. I started doing things calling people out because a lot of people's stories just fall apart. They're bullshit, and that's what I loved about yours. I started following all your content, in all the interviews, and I'm like, damn, dude, him and Peter are straight up. Like, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people can call bullshit, but how many people in the United States can actually talk about meeting and eating at the table of the heads of the cartels?
Yeah, you know, just I would tell you, when I see that your platform that you were kind of calling people out and stuff like that, and I would tell you something. Look, Shai's here. Shai and I became friends because he called us out, and he has the same, feelings or thoughts of people who cooperate, and I always say, look, I respect that, but that's not going to change, history. That's not going to change who I am as a person. It is what it is. And the reason why we even started having these conversations, calling people out, is because there's a lot of platforms, right? And it seems like the platforms that promote bullshit and bullshit stories and all these different people who come on that were like these huge kingpins, right? And then they'll be like, well, I didn't rat, or I didn't do this, or I'm not that way, or whatever the case is. I feel like, okay, if you're gonna say your story, geez, just me, I'm not, you called me a gatekeeper, right? I'm not being a gatekeeper of the game. I'm being like, if you don't have nothing positive to say after the fact, after you got caught, after you were this kingpin, right? It's bullshit that you ain't lived that life, right?
Well, the thing is, Jay, though, you are the gatekeeper. You and 6ix9ine are the gate. He's the gatekeeper of the rappers. And the reason why I say that is think about this. They label you as the rat, the enemy, public enemy number one. Am I correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
What has every one of those guys that labeled you that done since then?
You know what? They haven't done it since then. They've been doing it before me.
Well, no, I agree. So this is why I wanted to come on, and I want a lot of people to be educated in this. So what does the drug cartels call it when they're leaking information to the DEA and to the other government agencies?
They call it business, right?
They call it business.
Yeah.
Okay, but when they come to federal prison, what happens in federal prison?
You know what? They don't have trouble like that. They have to pay or whatever, but
nah.
They act like look, you even when you told me about Barbie,
Barbie can't walk no prison yard.
You know what? But he's not in Woodseck, right?
Huh?
He's not in Woodseck, right?
No, he's at Coleman too, at the dropout yard.
Yeah, well, Jay, listen, I know, but I'm gonna tell you something. One of the biggest cooperators was Ociel Cardenas, all right?
Uh-huh.
He cooperated, and he did the step down program in ADX, and guess what? He was walking the yard. As a matter of fact, he was getting extorted, $10,000 a month. He even got beat up because of it, but he was able to walk. But I will tell you, look,
what yard was he walking at though?
All of them after he stepped on the ADX.
Really?
Yeah. So here's the thing. Prison politics, like it depends on where they're in prison, right? But you know this, right? Everyone's for sale, bro. You have the
money. No, you're correct.
So these people have money. So I would tell you something. I don't care where I was at. My situation could have been a little bit different just because, seriously, it's like, it's the American culture, right? The American like gangbanging culture, especially. They can't take someone like me. They don't like that. I don't look like them, think like them, and it's hate. But in reality, I could have paid anyone at any prison yards I would have been, gone to, and I would have been okay.
I agree to a certain extent, and I'm going to tell you this from the prison politics I've been around. The American gangs, you would have to be on a Paisa yard because you wouldn't be able to walk no American gang yard, like the TSs, Texas Syndicates, Mexican Mafia. If they can't walk on a Paisa, like the Paisas are going to extort you. You're just going to pay for protection to walk the yard and stuff. But El Barbie, he's not walking. They sent him to Big Sandy. He spent 2 years in the shoe.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, dude. He went straight to the shoe. They're going to unalive his ass.
What's that Coleman? What is it, a dropout yard?
Yeah, it's a dropout. Coleman 2 is a dropout yard. So that's where all the rats go. But there's a lot of politics there. And they're probably still extorting him there. But I don't think he has money anymore because when I was with him, dude, like, supposedly, I read his paperwork and read a lot of stuff. He killed over 150 people himself. He was a killer. Am I right or wrong? I don't know.
No, he probably killed more than that. That's what he probably admitted to. Yeah.
But that's what I'm getting at. But what I'm trying to say is this dude is in federal prison. So my case is in Atlanta. He's being held in Atlanta. So me and him are in the same unit because I would go back on appeals and fight my case. So I'd be in the same dorm with him. He's literally going prayer meeting. I'm like, bro, dude, God's not going to save you, dude. Like, you done did too much. And people are like, you didn't talk to him that way. I'm like, yeah, dude, he has no pull in prison. Like, you have to realize his power's over with. He's just like me and you, but on the outside, the dude was a killer. Am I right or wrong?
No, absolutely. He's practically the one that almost like created this whole social media like videos and killing on videos and stuff like that. And
Really?
he was a real like that's why I try to explain. Even when people ask me about him, like he started off as a drug trafficker, but he got famous because he was a killer and that's what he did. He was more of a like
What
the arm wing of the cartel for Arturo Beltran Leyva.
what made him
Um,
do that? Do you know? Because when I met him, he was not. He had to be a cold person because when I met him, dude, he was the most laid back, God forgiving, crazy. I'm like, there is no way this dude's a killer.
No, Che, but he was always like that. Even back in
Really?
Mexico. Yeah, he was laid back. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are. Even there's killers like that here in the US, right? That
I already know,
that
dude. The killers in
eh,
prison are using the most
the
calmest
killers,
ones.
yeah, the calmest ones. That's why, once you've been to prison, you've been in these environments, you kind of know who's who, right? And I tell Shy all this time, right? Especially the ones that talk a lot and do that. There's a lot of people that will do it just because you call them out and then they can't go back, right? Those are probably the scariest ones because they're reacting out of they have to, right? And then they become these killers, right? But most of the people who are serious, you've been in prison, and it doesn't matter where you are in Mexico or in America, they're going to be the calm ones, they're going to be the quiet ones. And he, I'm not sure why he started, killing and stuff, but he was known as a killer more, before he was a drug trafficker.
Here's my question though: is like I really want people to understand the consequences doing what you did and what I did on a small level. Um, because the difference between me and you is I'm not a gangster. I love your quote. You can only be a gangster or a hustler or a gangster. You can't be both.
Hmm.
And a lot of people don't understand that. Like you can be an L Barbie, be a hustler and a gangster. But would you agree to me you can only get so big and like you get the target put on you too fast? See, like you, how in the world did you get so big without the feds being on you?
Yeah, a misconception. The feds were on us. That's the reason why we got so big was because we were trying to beat them each and every day, right? Working harder than them. So we were hot, from a very, after like what 8 months into us starting to drug trafficking, but we were just
Really?
good at what we did, and we just, outworked them basically. But I would tell you, look, I've been around, I grew up and I was born into to the drug trafficking world, to cartel world. When people come out and reach out to me, be like, oh, you shouldn't have got in the game, or they try to talk to me about drug trafficking or Mexican cartel, it's laughable. Um, but I've never seen it. I've seen them try it, and most of them don't make it. They end up in prison or end up dead. Um, and there's very few. On the other side of it, when it comes to like large scale drug trafficking, right? Some of the biggest drug traffickers you probably never would have heard of. My brother and I probably the most well known because we cooperated, right? They know us as that.
Nah, I don't think you're as well known as you think you are because when I talk to people, nobody knows who you are really because y'all story's been suppressed so much. But it's so big and so crazy that the El Chapos and everybody else take the energy out of the room on you.
Yeah, when we talk about that with certain people, it's like, especially here in the comments or when we do, lives with Shy, it's like they always try to compare us, like to, for example, to a Big Meech, right? And here's the thing: look, Big Meech got famous for
Yeah.
putting billboards up, for throwing money, for making that noise, right? That's what he's famous for. People could think, well, he had money, so that makes him a hustler, but he's not famous for being a hustler. He's famous for being
Being
probably
loud.
being loud, like extremely loud, and probably being one of the first ones that did it at that level, right?
Well, the
Um,
thing is that you say it the best. He had a middleman and I did it.
yeah,
Um,
exactly. And you being in prison, look, you've been in prison, you've been around drug traffickers, you've been around,
well, I've been
Mexican
around the
cartel members.
Meaches. The
Yeah,
Meaches are the ones that connected me to 50 and Kirkland Morrison, Big Mike, and everybody else. So they're the ones that plugged me in, and I've been, like you. I was one of the questions I was going to ask you later about like the deal with 50 and stuff. I don't know if you want to talk about it publicly, but
uh,
um, that whole industry is real small. Everybody knows each other, especially when you go to the feds and you get around people.
uh,
It gets intertwined, but everybody knows like the documentary put Big Meech up there, but when you dig into his stuff, he wasn't as big as they made him out to be.
Yeah, you know what? I say that all the time, but this is the hardest part. Look, we come on here, we have this little videos that we put out called Kingpin Reacts, right?
Yeah.
And I take it that people, oh, you're hating on them, and like, look, I think it's great when people are doing positive things. We talked about Owen Hansen recently, right? He's pushing a product. But here's what I again, because he says, "Well, I didn't cooperate or I didn't tell the Jefe." Like, bro, you grab 10, 20 keys, and maybe you think in your mind you're a big drug trafficker, right? But he sells a story. But to me, it's like, look, there's a bunch of young kids out there, young youth, or whatever, people who are in drug trafficking that think that it's cool. They're making it cool because he doesn't talk about, you know what, I cried, I did this, I did everything I had to do to get out, and that's the part that bothers me, right? Even
That
when,
why you think I do my videos though, Jay? Because I get tired of these guys going out here making these young kids like rappers. So you know why I got in the drug gang? So I'm a clean cut white boy, right? I don't have no tattoos. I've been to prison twice. It started out at 15 years old. I didn't fit in prison. Everybody's like, you don't belong here. You don't belong here, right? So you got to realize when I first started, everybody that I grew up around, all my dad's friends were all drug smugglers from the 80s. They all flew planes. My mom's high school sweetheart died in an airplane crash smuggling drugs. I mean, like, I grew up around smuggling. Like, my dad's friends got paperwork tied to Pablo Escobar.
Okay.
So the thing is I grew up around it. But you know what, nobody told me how much time you get. You know what everybody told me? Oh, your first offense, you'll get 5 years. Your first offense, you get 5 years. And I'm like, shit, 5 years for a couple million? Sign me the fuck up. Let me tell you something. It got real when I went to trial on a life sentence. And if anybody don't believe me, go look up my paperwork. Both my trials were life sentences they wanted to give me, and I refused to cooperate. And my story's different than yours, and that's why I was going to come on and talk to you about that. Because Cha 69 says it the best. I'm not going to be loyal to people that wasn't loyal to me, and you fall under that same
Yeah,
category.
you know what? What I don't like to do is make excuses, right? Look,
Yeah, but it's
I
not
did,
excuses,
yeah,
Jay.
yeah,
I
I
want
did
people
know
to
the drug
understand the game.
trafficking. Yeah, I did know drug trafficking, right? Look, I was around drug trafficking before I even understood what it was. My dad was, and my dad hated snitches, and I knew the sentencing guidelines before I even ever even picked up a key, right? I
Yeah.
knew what I was getting myself into, and my whole thing was beat them. But I will tell you something: there's a lot of very big drug traffickers, gangsters, even shot callers for big American gangs. I'm talking about GDs, BDs, all of them cooperated as soon as they got caught. Okay, against me and my brother.
Yep.
That's how I got indicted. That's what made me to get to allow me to get to Mexico. And some of the biggest gangsters, right? And I have this thing where my brother would be like, look, the more gangster you are, the more you show me that you don't give a fuck, the more you're not gonna give a fuck when you're sitting looking at a life sentence. You don't respect anyone. What makes you think that you're gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna do that, right? We've never been wrong about that. But once I was involved and I thought it was a business, right? Because we were in it for the business, right? Again, we're hustlers, we're not gangsters. I always say you could keep that, I've
Yeah, because
never
I never
seen.
read nothing of y'all doing anything violent.
Yeah, we're a nonviolent organization, right? And even then, if you look at the comments, you look at the story, people get upset, like, no, you have to have bodies. Like, first I'm soft, but now you want me to have violence, right? And I will tell you something. People ask me all the time, like, how'd you do it? I said, look, man, someone like Big Rob would know, or people in the street. A lot of times, people don't understand. Like I don't come from the suburbs. Like, I don't come. I come from the hood, like Southwest Side, little village. Like I grew up in the South Side. I hustled, in the hoods, right? We're nothing but gangsters, and in Chicago, Milwaukee, Columbus, Cleveland, Philly, New York. Like I wasn't, people one time I heard, a podcaster say that 50 tried to give us street cred, and that's laughable to me. Like him give us street cred, not because of a gangster, but because we were hustlers. We were the ones in the
Yeah,
street.
but didn't he come to you to get his necklace back?
Nah, I did him a favor, and I personally made sure, I sent it to him as a gift before I even met him.
Yeah, but that
Um,
just goes to show you who had the streets.
yeah, but people, it's hard for some people to believe that, right? It's hard for people to think that, oh, someone like, with my background couldn't have the streets unlocked, or we couldn't, be the ones that were running it. I will tell you something. Look, you get it right. I always say, look, I didn't need a gun. But I will tell you something. All my customers and all their guys, they were my soldiers, right? When I'm feeding, all the city, or I'm feeding people who are, on the streets, they're gonna do everything to make sure nothing happens to me and my brother, right? I had to stop people from, doing stuff, just because, I was their plug, right? And then we get to Mexico, and it's funny to me that they tell me that I was scared or we couldn't handle life. I was in that life before you've seen it on social media, right? I had the biggest jugglers in the world that would have done anything, to protect us, or anything just to make sure that ain't nobody was ever messing
Listen,
with us.
I talked to some big people in prison about y'all, and let me tell you something. I was told that y'all were some of the most protected kids in the United States, the most protected. Every cartel was fighting over you. This is coming straight from cartel people I did time with when we got to talking about it, and they were like, "Listen, at the time they were untouchable. Anybody, anything, at any time would have been taken care of because y'all are such an asset." That goes to tell me when I started following your story and getting into it, I was so intrigued in prison. I'm like, dude, how the fuck did these young kids make it to the top, dude? Because I kept doing time with people that knew you, that dealt with you in the streets, and I'm like, damn, dude, and like,
Yeah. So Jay, I will tell you. Look, I'm confident. And Shy knows this. Shy said there. Look, people have reached out to me. All my guys that were on my case, I'm good with them. We speak to them all the time. A lot of times, I don't like talking about those things, like, because it's almost like I'm trying to justify my background. But I will say, when it comes to the cartels, I'm talking about Chapo, Mayo, Arturo Bertrand Leyva, Barbie. There's some big bosses still there now. El Mencho, those were the people that would protect us. What else do I have to say? One thing they can never say about my brother and I is that we're full of shit, that we're liars. Okay, the
nah,
people that know
nobody's ever
know.
said that I know of.
And it's funny because when people drop in the comments, they'll be like, "Oh, you're full of shit. You're cap. You're a rat." Listen, I agree. I'm not gonna. My brother doesn't like it. My brother feels like, look, I'm more than a rat, right? Before I'm a rat, I'm a man. But it just, you have to understand the politics of that world, and I got to see it firsthand. And I will tell you something. I had to do that selfish, decision. I did it for me. Me and my brother did it for ourselves, for our family, because I looked at there's no winning. When things get a
Well,
little hard.
that's the part that I wanted to come see, Jay. The reason why I've never done a piece on you, and I tell people all the time, I don't target people, right? It comes to me because they're full of shit. Like the Owen Hansen, I went hard on him because I actually had personal, like, everybody answers me in the DMs. Jake
Hmm.
1090, everybody answers me when I come at them like, "Hey, what's up, bro? Like, listen,
Hmm.
here's my deal. Owen wants to lie. His story's full of shit. I know people he did time with. You know what you need to do is just come out and say, "Hey, bro, listen, I did X, Y, and Z, and this is what I did. But I cooperated because it got real when the handcuffs came on." These kids and people out here need to know how real it is. You need to quit giving them false hope and be like, "Bro, I'm out here, woo, 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 I'm a gangster. I did this and did that." I love when your wife says, like, "Hey, babe, he was making more money than you were," and
Hmm.
starts laughing at you. And I was like, holy shit, I need that piece so bad. I want to
So,
do it because here you are, 10 times bigger than anybody, and your wife is clowning you because this kid that's moving like maybe a couple hundred is making more than somebody that moves 70 tons. Does that make
yeah,
sense?
yeah. You know what? So I would tell you something, like, yeah, there's a lot of holes to his story, right? And it sounds like a movie, and that's what he's kind of going for. He's a narcissist, obviously, right? And I said, look, there's a way to do it. Like, I do like that he's doing his talks. And just to let you know, he did answer me. I did invite him to one of my seminars, but I wanted, because I felt like, okay, look, Jay, I want to tell you something. Maybe you haven't gone through this, but the fact that I'm Mexican, the fact that maybe I was good at what I did, and everything happened with the feds. A lot of times, like, I don't have, I might not sound as articulate as Owen, right? But he plays a part. He's a good speaker. He's articulate. He knows how to sell himself. And I figured, okay, let me bring him onto one of my
Yeah,
seminars,
but
right?
Jay, everywhere I go, everybody talks shit about him. I just did something really big in New York, and Owen's been there before and everything else. Nobody talks good about him. He rubs everybody wrong. He's very cocky. I about got into it with his boy. I did a podcast that big I heard. His boy walks in, and I'm like, oh shit, the police is in here. because these dudes are going around talking crazy, and he wanted to act like he's putting stuff down, like he was going to run up on me, and I was just like, "What? Like, bro, your boy's a rat, dude. Like, fuck you. Like, like
Yeah,
I don't like people that lie. I don't. Nelson Rodriguez is honor among thieves, right?
yeah. A big
And
shout out to Nelson. I see him on the chat. Big shout out to Nelson Rodriguez. I
I
follow
fuck
his
with
channel.
Nelson. Like Nelson's my boy. Nelson cooperated, okay? But Nelson doesn't lie, Jay. He
Mm.
says, like, when I confront him, he's like, "Yeah, I did, Jay. I didn't live in the streets. They all told on me, man, and they already knew everything. So fuck it. Why am I gonna do all the time when they already fucking told everything?" And I'm like, I understand. If you're straight up with me, I don't care, but I can't stand being around fake people that are lying and putting false shit out there. I didn't want my reason why I didn't tell Jay is because all my connects out of the country never did me wrong, never
Mhm.
did me dirty. I fucked up by getting into the pain clinics because the Zopound, the Haitians were trying to kill me. Okay.
Mhm.
They were trying to get me. I just scored with the Cali cartel. I went down there. And it's so funny about how your wife is like, "Oh, baby, he had six bodyguards and this and that." Woo woo. Listen, I would go to Columbia, and I would fly in, and two vehicles would pick me up with one a guard in each one on bulletproof vehicles. Okay, and the only reason why the guards were in the vehicles is because of kidnappings, nothing else.
Yeah.
Because when the two sons were in the vehicles, they had to be protected all times because of kidnappings. That's the only reason why, nothing else. And the thing is we had guards everywhere we went just because they were protecting us from the gangs in the streets, from kidnappings, because we were gringos and they would like to kidnap us for ransoms. And but I
Yeah, but
can
I
tell
think
you that,
I think he watches too much movies. Like, look, like you can imagine if how guarded we were, and we had real people. Like it's different when you owe the cartel, $250 million at a time. You can imagine what's gonna happen. But again, the city he's talking about is one of the safest cities, one of the richest cities. That's where everyone goes, and we are talking about the stronghold for the CJ&G, right? You don't go there from another cartel and disrespect the way your man. You'd be picked up, in an
yeah.
hour, right? And they don't care how many men you got. They pick people up by the dozen. So it's just that. But here's the side that bothers me, right? You're going on national TV and you're saying these things, right? For what? To sell yourself. And I feel like you're selling bullshit. And not only that, you're talking about stuff that you don't even know. And there's a lot of those people, right? And again, I'm gonna sound like I'm a hater, but when it comes to okay, experts or people that have some sort of knowledge there, then yeah, it would be me being that person. Like, listen, I don't have that same experience in Colombia, so you'd be the person to tell me that. I know about your story as well and your background. Um, and again, right? It's just like I think that when I hear these stories, I also feel like I have a duty to be like, look, man, don't believe this shit. Because my brother always says that, he doesn't like
Bro,
that when
Jay,
I
that's why
talk.
I call you, dude. You're the only one that can speak on it. You and Peter, dude. I've never heard nobody ever break anything down like you two do. I swear to you, when you two talk, it's like something I've never seen before. How you sell it and how real you sound. And I try, and people are like, "Oh, you're trying to blow him." No, I'm not, dude. The difference is when you listen to Owen Hanson's, like it's great entertainment. Okay. A lot of these dudes have great entertainment. But at the end of the day, it's like I lived it. I've been there. I've been kidnapped in another country. I've been shot at. I've been chased around. I dealt with the Cali cartel. I got pictures in Colombia with predominant people.
Mm,
um, I have evidence to back it up, and I don't talk about them. My plug still talks to me. My girl is right here. She'll tell you. Like she didn't even know that I pretty much, I thought he was the one who's trying to take me out. So we snuck over there and took him.
mhm.
And, I don't talk about it on stuff because, they didn't do me dirty. They still, they could have did me dirty. They could have sold me out. They could have did a lot of things. I mean, they did. And I left the game because I had my daughter, just like you. You say you had your kids and that shit changed your life and you had a family.
I, I I think you know what a lot of it had a lot of there's so much going on, so many things, but it's called growing and maturing. And maybe I just got smarter, and I used to pray every day, like, man, get me out of this. Because here's the issue: it wasn't me and my brother's issues, right? It was other people's issues. Other people were making decisions for us, and it's like I could say all day I was a boss, but you're only a boss to you're to a certain extent when you're around those people, right? And I just didn't want another man to make the decision of what was my life going to be like for me, right? As a man, as a father, I feel like you know what? I have to just make my own decisions, right? And you know, I took the loophole that hundreds of thousands of drug traffickers and criminals have taken before me, right? I didn't invent this stuff. Um, and and it's like, you know, I'm not you know, I'm not ashamed of it. You know, I talked to a few of my guys, and since then I said, look, do I feel bad? Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell you sorry, because truthfully I'm not. I'm free. I got a second chance of life, right? And
Yeah, but
and
didn't
I
they all cooperate on you too?
so here's the thing. Most of them, you know, most of them did. Most of them took a plea, but some of them didn't. And the ones that didn't are, you know, well, at least one individual was not, you know, he was upset until we spoke, right? Because look, I'm gonna tell you, and this is the first time I'm gonna share this, and Shy knows this because Shy was involved in connecting us. And when he said, "Look, man, I love y'all like you know, y'all were my family. Y'all could have just told me." And I'm like, "No, I could have just told you, you know, what I was doing." And he's like, "Look, I just wanted you to see that I was a real one.
You
I had
can't trust
told you
somebody.
I would never snitch, you know." And I had sent lawyers to him and telling him to cooperate, and he didn't want to. And he's like, you know, there's some people that were not like that. And he kind of, you know, we talked about the code, right? And I basically told him, I said, if we were living by the code, you know, you and everyone else that talked shit about me would have been dead, because I didn't say that shit when you owe me money, you know, and couldn't pay me, you know.
So my
Uh,
question to you is, Jay, is how serious with El Chapo gone is it really that you still have to be in hiding?
well, look, you know, that's another thing that we always talk about, Jason. It's like when you said, look, you know, what's gonna back me up of where I was, you know, or back our story with me and my brother. We're the only people that testified against Chapo, right, at his
Huh?
trial. You Google, there's conversation I had with Chapo's sons, you know, and so many other people that are on the road. So it's not necessarily, you know, like I don't. Since then, you know, there's big important people that reached out to me, you know, for help, for advice. You know, me and Chapo have the same lawyer, you know, just to let you know, and that's not, those people are not the problem, right? The people is you know, here, America, right? These little dudes that, you know, think they're gonna
Want to
make a
make a
name
name
for
for
themselves,
themselves?
yeah, and make a name for themselves because they're so young and delusional, right, of what it is. Um, and those are the people that, you know, I have to worry about, right? But regardless, I'm not gonna take my, you know, I made it this far, and I've never took it, you know, my life, you know, for granted, and I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to make sure that I stay safe, you know.
No. I understand
You
that,
know,
but I just figured with all them dropping and because I mean, let's just be honest with you. You think El Chapo's not cooperating?
no,
You lost your mind when he got his
so
life sentence. That dude was cooperating to
let me tell
protect
you
his family.
something, Jason. You remember the saying goes, right, in federal prison, there's those who told, those who wish were told, right?
Yeah, but I never wish I told. That's the thing about it is that I'm one of the few that
Mhm.
took it to trial. I beat the feds, and then I lost, and I was looking at life, and I still didn't want to ask to cooperate. And when I was in there the whole time, I knew, and I'm going to tell you what it did to my family and what it did to my daughter. It absolutely destroyed me. And the guys that I had connects with, they had families too, and I couldn't put it on them and destroy their families. I was going to let somebody else live with that the rest of their life. I couldn't do it. They never put me in a bad situation. They didn't put hits on my head like the cartels did you by saying you got to pick. I don't know if I'm right, but from what I understood is they pretty much when the war broke out, they told you you had to pick. If not, you were going to get
Well,
taken out.
Jason, you listen. There's exceptions, right? I respect that. You know, the fact that you took a trial, you didn't do it, right? And with us, it's like, you know, just to go back to the Chopper point, he's tried. The government don't want to, you know, don't have nothing to talk to him about, you know. He wasn't one, you know, he tried. Just so you know, the biggest druggies in the world have tried. Some of the biggest killers, El Barbie, Chino Anthrax, and so forth. There's so many, you know, some of the
Well,
big, biggest drug lords.
Barbie was cooperating. So I'm going to give you a little thing because Matt Cox leaked it. It was off the record conversation. It was not supposed to be in there. And the reason why is because you know there's certain things about federal prison. You know, you just don't whatever. And so Barbie had two cell phones in prison. We're in
Hmm.
Atlanta USP,
Hmm.
and he was making deals and setting people up from a prison cell, like straight up. Like I'm not bullshitting. Pretty
Hmm.
much working and cooperating. He kept telling everybody, I'll be home in this many years. I'll be home. I'm going home. I'm going home. Literally ask my celly, ask your celly, which is me, hey, give me an address and I'll ship as much as you want. 500 keys, what you want, I'll ship it. I was like, bro, dude, like, you don't think I know what he's doing in that room? Like, the COs don't shake him down. They don't touch him. And it ended up coming out later that he was setting people up. Like, he was making steal drug deals from a prison cell, setting people up. How he was doing it, I don't know. But you don't get that kind of freedom where you just sit in there and move drugs around without the feds knowing.
Yeah, I'm sure I wouldn't put it past, people doing like that. Like again, like even saying just from inside knowledge of top of trying to cooperate, just but the government doesn't care. But there's been so many big cartel figures that have cooperated. But again, you know what? Even I wouldn't compare myself to them doing it, right? Because me and my brother were probably some of the first most known ones in the Mexican drug cartel, at those levels to do it. And we had pressure. Here's the thing that we haven't spoke about is that they started giving us a list on both sides of people they wanted to get rid of. And some of them were really good friends of mine. And me and my brother were like, man, if I have to kill my guys just, to be in good standing, when I never been involved, and they were, they were really good friends. They were close to my family. I felt like, look, that was a decision I couldn't do. So I said, look, I would rather snitch on them, let them decide if they're gonna, hopefully they get away and let them make their own decision if they want to spend the rest of their life in prison or they want to do the same thing. But I just couldn't. I couldn't. Me and my brother didn't want to be the ones
No,
that
I
did it.
agree with that. And I
You
understand that. And
know.
that's why listen, Jay, I wanted to come on to explain people there's not levels of cooperation. But 6ix9ine, I call him the gatekeeper of the rappers because they all bashed him, right? But at the end of the day, you can't commit crimes with somebody and then when they go to prison, when everybody gets locked up, put a hit on him before he cooperates, go fuck his old lady, and then turn around and shoot his mom's house up and expect him to what? Be loyal? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that. And then the dude is out here running the streets, dogging them out, blasting everybody, and nobody's doing nothing to him. So it just goes to show people where the power is ended at in like retaliation. Like, nobody's even tried to take him out.
But also, Jason, it's like it's also on them. 6ix9ine wasn't a thug to begin with. He was putting on persona of who he was, and they made him that way. So
Yeah.
they have to take responsibility for that as well. Look, I'm not gonna compare myself to a damn street gang, to some little, what I'm saying, gangsters out there. Like, and big shouts out to like 6ix9ine that he was able to survive that. But once just imagine they're trying to put him in the trunk, right? They rob him. They're trying to put him in the trunk, just basically, extorting him and doing a lot. Like he was backed up against the wall and he did what he had to do. But he has taken responsibility for it, right? And at the end of the day, when you try to sell the criminal world, right, to your regular public, when you have more people who are go to work every day, they'll drop me a line and say rat or call 6ix9ine a rat. It's like they're not even about that life. They don't understand it. And they're sure not going to understand the Mexican drug cartel world, right? They're far removed by that. This ain't Narcos. This ain't Netflix. This is real life. Um, so for him, it's like, yeah, what do you expect from anyone, right? What do you expect anyone to do? But to survive, right? It's called survival. Um, and they put him in that situation, right? They put him in a lose lose. So even when you ask me, how did we do it? To survive. How did we do it to get so big? Look, I stood away from violence. I didn't mind when people call me out my name. I didn't. I wasn't gonna kill someone for stepping on my shoes or even running off with $500,000, right?
Listen, bro, the guys that dealt with you, the guys I did, it blew my mind how well they spoke about you. And they told me the demeanor about you because you're the one in the streets dealing with everybody, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, that was me.
So
I was on the streets all the
you're
time.
the one that they were talking about. I don't ever remember them talking about Peter, your brother, but they would talk about you. And when they would talk about you, they talked about you like some stand-up dude. And like I said, I've never heard your story, never knew anything about you. I had to read up on you. And there still wasn't a lot back then about you at all, about you or your brother. And I'm like, how the fuck did these boys get so big so fast? When I didn't realize that you've been in it your whole life and your older brother and
Yeah.
everything else. But you know, explain to people, you know, this is like, because these clips are going to get put out there and stuff. I tell people all the time, it was the lifestyle that was my addiction. I didn't do drugs. First, it was the money, then it turned into the lifestyle. That shit will grab anybody. And once it got so big, and next thing you know, I'm getting drug in a car by the Haitians, and then they're chasing me around a car trying to kill me. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit got real, real quick. Was it worth it? I just had a daughter. I'm just now starting to get where I can move hundreds of kilos. I could get way more if I wanted to, but I was making sure that I had the port on lock, that I could trust the people. So, you know, I started moving like 25, 50 in the shipment just to try it out because I didn't want to send a lot. So then we did 100, then we did another 100, and then we were going to start bumping up to like 500 plus kilos at a time. And, you know, but here we go again. I didn't have protection like you did with the cartels. The Colombians are not going to protect you. They don't have pool like the Mexicans do. I don't have no, we don't have I have the port unlocked, but I don't have the islands unlocked. I'm just this white boy. You know what I'm saying? And everybody knows black dudes are way more vicious. They're not loyal in the game like that in other countries. You know, it's like, who's this white boy over here trying to take us out? And you know, the shit got real quick for me, and I got out of it, and I became one of the biggest pill mill guys in the United States, and they wanted to put me away for life for it. And you know,
You dealt with the twins too, right? In Florida.
yes, George, yeah, Chris and Jeff George are ones that started my whole case. I put a gun to Chris's head, or Derek Nolan actually goes on Matt Cox. I put a gun to his head, and they called the cops on me.
Yeah, I see that documentary. I'm good friends with the producers, but the producer knows you. American
Yeah,
Train,
I
right?
had to sue his ass almost. I had to get an attorney to get all my stuff back. So I was gonna be in that, but once I found out he was like making all the guys that told on me like these, like he American Pain got a lot of bad reviews because he like idolized them and like put them on a pedestal instead of just telling the story. He kind of like idolized them. Everybody, you know, I read the reviews and stuff, and Darren Foster, um, he um he kind of rubbed me the wrong way. He refused to give me all my stuff back or whatever. Like he was trying to hold on to all my discovery and stuff. So all the pictures and videos in there almost all come from me because I was the only one that went to trial.
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about Darren, and I saw the documentary. I don't know the twins. It was just ironic, that's how I actually years ago, that's how I started following you and stuff. But look, for me, my brother, being in the States, growing up in Chicago, like, all our customers, we only dealt with African Americans. Those are like, all my guys were family to me. And they didn't have nothing bad to say because we've never changed. It's been, the only thing we don't do now is you took away, the business is not there. And it goes the same, like, I tell Shy all the time that there's not one cartel member, there's not a real dude that could say anything else other than damn, they cooperated, right? Um, and we were businessmen, we were about the money, right? But when gangster shit gets in the cross, and it gets in the way of us making money, then we had to we had to make that decision, right? Um, of what we were gonna do. And I will tell you something. Look, in order for me to change my life, I had to, we had to risk our life undercover in Mexico, cooperating, against the most deadliest drug cartels in the world. Okay,
Yeah, but
I
how were
had
you
to.
able to do that to get away? Like, tell me, like, how they
That
didn't pat you down and do scannings and stuff when you met with El Chapo, or he was so comfortable with you?
well, that's gonna be a long story, but that's the difference. I wasn't, we were them, Jason.
I
Does that
know.
make
That's what
sense?
I said. You were part of them.
Yeah, so they're not looking at me, and there's a bunch of individuals that are free that know that I took them to go see some of these people, and they didn't question me, There's no question. I never had to worry about that. We were the last people that they ever probably considered that would do something like that. Everything was happening at the right time, right? um I had gone through where we were arrested, kidnapped by the Mexican government, and a mentor had to come break us out in the most violent way, right? And all of these things were happening that I felt like, what the hell am I doing? At the end of the day, the money was nice, and I will tell you something. uh I People ask us all the time how much money we made, and just to correct you, like, even the conspiracy was, from 2005 to the end of 2008, December 1st, right? In total for both organizations, we accepted responsibility for over 100 tons of cocaine. But that was just in the course of the conspiracy. Okay, we started trafficking in '98. You
God
know,
damn. How much
all
money do you
right.
think you made over the whole time?
I would, a lot. And I would tell you something. It's a different world, right? And probably your father and people that were raw, in the Pablo Escobar, they could understand that we're at a different, our business was at a different level than most, people that you hear, and me and my brother used to joke and say, some of these guys, they didn't make the money that we lost, including Big Beach. How about that? Just think about what I say about that. You
Listen,
know,
Jay, the reason why I understand this is because I grew up around a lot of guys that made hundreds of millions. This is in the 80s. So what's 100 million in the 80s to work today? $1 billion?
$1 billion, easy,
You
easy.
see what I'm saying? Like, so it's actually crazy because the two twins that are the two brothers down here, the race boats from the 80s,
Yeah, yeah.
Falcons. So well,
Falcon.
one
Yeah,
of the Falcon brothers follows me and talks, and I'm supposed to meet up with them and stuff. And they smuggled over $1 billion back in the day. So imagine what that is today.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
like them boys did on hold that level. But here's my question to you: from what I know back in the day, what do you do with all that cash?
Well, I learned. Everyone taught us not to make the mistake of try to put it anywhere in any bank or and we kept it. A lot of the money we just kept in the business, and we spent money. Um, that's just for another story, right? But it's just like what we didn't do was invest it in legit, because we knew the feds were going to come and going to take everything from us.
Yeah.
And then we basically, we did do what every Mexican drug cartel member does, or Colombian cartel member would do, right?
Yeah,
You
but you
put
can't
that.
keep it in cash. I had so much cash at times I was buying gold and burying fucking gold because the money does it.
It just,
What was Escobar saying? He was losing $1 million a week or some shit to rats eating it.
yeah, you have to have experience with that. So that's for another story, Jason. Right? That's for another story. But just how when people always ask for the number or whatever. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. We were importing sometimes. In my cases, that we're bringing up dope in submergibles. Right? I could make $10,000 a key from LA to DC. Okay, just think about that. Uh, it's a lot of money, right?
What do you mean
Uh,
you bring? Were you bringing it around to LA a submersible like a sub
from
thing? Oh,
No,
into
what I'm saying,
America?
we would bring up drug. We would bring in from Colombia and Panama into Mexico, and then LA over, right? But just as an example, from even at LA price, from LA to DC, we can make 10 grand a key.
Yeah.
You know, uh,
What were
on
you? What
average.
would you be your cost once you got it across? Before you got it, say you got it to Mexico. What was your cost per key once you got it to Mexico?
It landed in Mexico at that time, right? Because I know the numbers are really low right now, but landed
Yeah.
in Mexico City, right? We're like at 4,800, 5,000, 5,500 depending.
I was getting out of Mexico, out of Colombia for 3,000 on a boat.
Yeah, and landed where?
Bahamas. I had the port on lock in
Okay,
Bahamas.
and then Bahamas to Miami. What was your overall cost?
I would have around 7 to 8,000, no, 8 to 9,000 per brick. Time I got it to United States by paying everybody off, I'd have around 8, 9 grand per brick. Um, and that was
Oh, that's right. I landed for us, and landed from source to LA, we'd be around, probably like 80 something, 109,000.
I was between 8 and 9,000 is where I was
Yeah,
at, and
yeah.
I wasn't doing on the level as you, but luckily the Cali cartel seen that I had the port on lock, that I had a
Hmm.
plug, and they were so excited to have a route to the Bahamas.
Yeah,
So they were like coaching me, like, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna set off slow. I don't know. People ask me all the time, like, how'd they get it in? I don't know. They would never tell me because the one thing they told me was we can get it in any boat and any port out of the ports, but it's up to you to get it off the boat. We can
yeah,
get it
yeah. That's the
anywhere we
hardest
want.
thing.
You'll never know, but this is the deal. You'll get a container. You'll get the information we want to give you. You give it to your people, and we communicated mostly through emails, through a draft.
Yeah, we used to use that all the time. We used to just use drafts.
Yeah.
Depending, right? Depending on the circumstance, but drafts were always a great way to communicate. But you know what? Here's the advantage that me and my brother had. We didn't have no middleman. Some of our guys, we could give them 300-400 kilos. You get me? Our guys, were 200 kilos at a time, and so they were able to make money with us. So there's a lot of our guys, made a lot of money. Uh, and that's what we were about, us making money together, and just at a different level. Okay, I will tell you something. I always laugh and joke. I said sometimes, a lot of these drug traffickers or so-called drug traffickers out there, they were not as big as my girl. Just to think about that. So so
So,
this,
God damn, you just made a bunch of people look like a little bitch.
but here's the thing. We're
But
talking about the
Jay,
past. We're talking about the past,
I
right?
get it, but think about this, Jay. Hold on. Think about this. Look at the numbers that you were pushing. There's just as much drug in the streets, if not more, today because the numbers are lower. That means it's flooded. That means somebody's doing what you're doing on the same scale or bigger, or there's 10 of you making, and you knew what kind of profits you were making. So it's like there's 10 of you out there.
You know what? No, right now I would tell you something. There's probably what, maybe 30 times the amount of dope out there compared to when we were around. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there. It's just broken down. Maybe it's not as organized or by one person, but for the Midwest, and some of the eastern cities, we did have it, on lockdown. And I will tell you something. Um, all that money, and I will tell you something. All that, everything we've been through, people will talk about. Oh, somebody got us. Somebody robbed us, or somebody. It happens. I would tell you. Me and Shai talked about it the other day. Like just Chapo gets robbed. For all those people who think that. But when you're in that world and you're selling
Who
those
would
amount of
rob him?
drugs, other cartels.
Other cartels would like jack their shipments.
Yeah, you know what? If you don't get a chance, you want to know like a lot of insights about the cartel. Uh, there's a book called The Trader. Shai broke it down. He could put it on the link. It's Mayo Zambada's son, who I consider to be the third in command. Very smart guy. You know, uh, he was the cartel. He basically breaks down, his story, his father's story, and all the shit they used to go through, right? And Shai translated. He read it as a series on his own channel, so you could check it out.
So here's another question I want to ask you. I want you people to understand because they get this messed up a lot. You had made a statement saying that there was times El Chapo was broke.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. When you take money out the business and broke and liquid broke, like broke drug trafficking,
Yeah, no,
Chapo,
that's what I want you to explain. Because when you get a big load of fucking 200,000 kilos or whatever the hell them shipments are getting hit, that hits you.
yeah. So remember, it in order for you to be Chapo, it takes a lot of money, right? Because you got to pay government. You're paying, personnel. Your overhead, is a lot, and they spend a lot. So investing in loads, it's supply chain, right? Investing in loads. If you're bringing in 20, 30 tons, you better have the money for 60, 90 tons. The same way it went for us. In order for us to be able to sell, 25, 3,000 keys, we had to, have 6, 9,000 keys in motion, right? All the time. And for them, they reinvest their money, what you count the losses and stuff. He had to be, selling 30, 40,000 keys, you get me? At a time, just to be able to stay afloat and make a profit. And when
So,
you there's hits and stuff, you have to pay for them.
so they allowed you to move to work around them and move keys from Colombia up?
Oh, together collectively, remember, we know the big names, but there's a lot of people that work with them. But
Listen, I already trust me. I did time, and
yeah,
I hung out
yeah,
down there. I
yeah.
listen.
So it was worth it for just say that, they put a bunch of different loads together, just say submergibles, whatever, right? But let's just stick to submergibles. They could put 6, 8 of them, 10 of them, and put together, they might fit anywhere from 6 to, just say 10, 11 tons, but they're not investing in all of them. They might put 2 tons of their own on each submergible and look for a bunch of people like me and invite us up. Hey, invest, and we have to, produce the dope on our own, and then they'll take 20% at
Gotcha.
cost. Uh, so it's good. Just imagine, you're bringing a sub, you're bringing 10 tons. They invest in two tons, and then they allow a bunch of other people to bring 8 tons. They keep 20% of that and charge $1,000 for the ride. You know,
Okay.
um, so it was beneficial for anyone, right?
No, that's
Because
actually kind of smart. I've never heard nobody say that because when I did all, so it's funny was when I was ranking runs back from Bahamas, everybody kept telling me, "Oh, you can't do that. Them days are over with." And when I got my plug over there, it was so funny that so many people like his people be like, "Hey, can we throw some shit on your boat? Hey, can we pay you? Can we do this? Can we do that?" And I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, no, I don't want nothing to do with this." But now I understand that they were doing it to a lot of people, and I think it's just like what you're saying. They were splitting their loads up.
yeah, you split it low, so it could be anything. So just they're not gonna put all their money in, right? And for us, look, we're there's a lot of there was dozens of people like us, Mexican people that were distributing, but for us, since they love the fact that we could pay for those loads, once it hit Chicago, once it hit a city in the U.S. and and you need money, so they wanted us, at the same time they want us to make money, but it's a good business for them for any load. It doesn't matter if it's a container or any route, right? If they allow other people to invest and they're taking a percentage, it just gives them, the ability to make more money, and for their people to, for us to make more money. In turn, it goes back to them some way, somehow.
How nervous were you? Like, how was the money counting situation going when you're counting that kind of money, hundreds of millions?
Me and my brother never counted our own money, so I don't know. We just collected it.
What do you mean? So
Right?
how'd you know? How you know it was on point?
We have workers, we
Yeah,
have
but how do you
workers.
trust them? That's my problem.
I'm gonna tell you something. The same way I could
See,
trust a customer by giving them 400 keys. Look, at the end of the day, we're talking about the deadliest organization, right? We, it's a business. It's based on trust. We didn't, carry any guns to any damn, a business deal. Our workers work for us. That's what they did, count money, and basically, just imagine they know what time it is, right? Everyone's life is on the line, literally, So we never had issues.
my nervous thing was I shipped my money down there through shrimp boats to Panama, and
Oh, well, we
so
use we use a lot of time. We use it, like to go down to Colombia. We use a lot of the Colombians, on money laundering operation. The what they would call was currency exchanges, or people that would charge us a fee, and we always went to pay the bigger fee and get the money right away. We didn't um we were making enough in the money that we let someone else have that money.
yeah, that shit's crazy because that
So
was
we
moving money was my most nerve wracking. Drugs wasn't so bad, but the money's what scared me because that was my one hit.
so
I'd be hit.
So we have an advantage. Like, just say like in New York, we could deposit $5-6 million, and pay the percentage, and they give it to us in Colombia, in our hand, guaranteed. It's guaranteed. Other than that, we transport it in tractor trailers down to Mexico.
So down there, you could just put it in any bank or do whatever you wanted.
Um, it's easier. There's
Well, I
someone for
seen all the
everyone.
houses. I seen the big houses you paid or you had. So apparently, you had to pay them somehow.
Yeah, that's a lot easier. There's somebody that when you have that type of money, you're in that world. There's someone that helps you. For the right price, they help you take care of that. So once
Yeah.
the money's there, it's the least of the world. Least of the worries. Um, yeah, it just what I would tell you. I don't miss it. I love that I'm able to have a nice good night's sleep, and be
That
able to
that makes two of
be a
us.
and be a father, and all that shit that comes with it. When I was in prison, I used to be like, look, me and my brother, climbed the biggest mountain that was unclimbable, right? And for American in my world, right, in the Mexican cartel, we made it to the top, and guess what? It wasn't what it was, made out to be, you know.
Mhm.
And it's crazy because me and my brother be like, we're running back down the mountain, and people are asking us, or saying that we're stupid, Well, we got to see what was up there, right? And I guess that's what we're trying to push is like, look, I wish I would have made the decision, um, and just chose another route because when it comes to putting your life and obviously I was doing it for such selfish reasons with the money, but at the end it takes everything away from you, right? The government hates to see anyone with money, especially legal money, right? And everything my brother and I used to be like, wow, we took so much time, building something up, but
For
when
it
it
to
comes
just disappear.
when it comes crashing down, it leaves it leaves a big gap, a big hole, right? That you're trying
Well,
to get get it out of. So
let's take it a step further. And this is what I explain people, and this is why I get into talking and people bring me on and stuff, is because I explain to people I wasn't on your level, but I did
mhm.
have ties at the top. I did meet big families of the Cali cartel. I did move stuff from Bahamas. I did do a lot of stuff. I worked my way to the top of the biggest pill mills, the Sackler family with Purdue and all that stuff. But I will tell you one thing. I don't miss it. It was stressful. Every time I turned around, I had to worry about who was going to take me out, who was going to rob me because I couldn't trust nobody. I didn't know who was who because you hear all the stories of what they're doing. If I had to put all that energy into a legit business, dude, I would have watched my daughter grow up, not in pictures and visits, but actual in life. And I'd be worth millions of dollars because people ask me all the time, what happened to the money, Jason? You didn't cooperate and turn it over. And I'm like, I didn't. They put a it was 8.8 million, but it's a $4.3 million fine on me. Um, because they took what the feds don't take, your attorneys are going to take. What attorneys don't take, your family, friends, and business partners are going to take the rest. And you better hope you got some hidden somewhere else.
Yeah.
Um,
But
and
even that comes with crime, right? Even that comes with more time.
you
Um,
know how many people
I
owe me money?
so
Ah,
so so but in saying that, that's I think all the time and energy we spent, it like for sure. Look at I would tell you, I envy the guy that go into work, that had a 9 to 5. He goes to work, he's worried about paying the bills, but those little bit, those little worries are great because guess what? They have a family, they get to be a father, they get
yep.
to enjoy birthdays and make love to their family and have their wife, and people take that shit for granted. Like I couldn't wait to take my kids to school, you know. Like I won't
Listen,
miss taking my kids to school. It's like whatever I need. I sometimes I might not be, I'll be out and because I coming back from a trip without sleeping, I'm still gonna drive my kids to school because I know what it is to sit in prison and look at those walls and just say, I wish I could do this, I wish I could do that. And I remember I used to tell all the guys like, man, I could have been a doctor twice,
it's
being in
funny you say that
prison.
because, I mean, I don't know what prison. What prisons did you go to?
I was in a few different prisons around the
I
city.
know
I did,
you were
I yeah.
you were the two special ones. There's two of them.
I
One
did
in
do my time.
Arizona.
Yeah. No, there's more than that, but I did do my time in. I did MCC Chicago. I did MCC New York, and then a few different federal prisons.
So the
Across the
thing is
country.
with me is I know you can't talk about it. I just wanted to see if you went to a normal one. The reason why I say this is that I did a lot of time in the shoe. And when
Mhm.
you do a lot of time in the shoe for fighting, checking paperwork, because I didn't run with a gang, I wasn't your typical white boy. I wasn't putting up with shit. Um, my paperwork was good and I can't take orders from nobody else. Like you're not gonna press me or you're not gonna try to tell me how to do my time and then I go look at your paperwork and you're no good. And when everybody else overlooked it, whatever the reason, I don't know. But I will tell you this: when you're sitting in that shoe and you're sitting in that segregation for 6, 8 months at a time, you learn who you are. You figure it
Yeah.
out. You
Uh,
become headstrong. You start realizing what matters in life and what doesn't. I will tell you that.
yeah. You know what? Well, I did a little bit more than 3 years total in the shoe of my time. I the most I did was 10 months. Straight. And I'm gonna tell you something. It used to drive me crazy, especially I'd be around some like real prison dudes. Uh, I was with this a Mexican mafia member who did 24 years in
Ooh,
solitary, and he always be like, man, youngster, you crying about that little time, and I used to get pissed off. He used to be like, you think that's like you think when you say that you sound cool, bro? Like there has to be something wrong with you if you think that I'm gonna give you credit or accolades because you did 24 years in solitary confinement and like something to be proud of, like you know what kind of burnt out dudes they are, right? Um,
yeah, but let's go back and take it a step further. So I was well respected between all the gangs. Okay, my paperwork is good, and a lot of the heads would bring me in the rooms and like feed, and like I'd hang out with them. They give me a drink, and you never tell them no because I didn't drink. So you don't ever say no to one of the heads, right? You always go have a drink or two with them. You get talking to them, the people get jealous. But I had this old Muslim guy. I'll never forget. My girl left me. I ain't got to see my daughter. My world's falling apart. I'm about, I don't know, 5 years in, and just my whole world is falling apart. I'm walking with my head down everywhere, dude. I'm just like, man, this sucks, dude. I'll never forget. He was one of the most like racist Muslim black dudes that was on the compound. And he walks up to me and puts his hand on my shoulder and he says, he told me, he says, don't ever let another man see you hold your head down like that. Pick that fucking thing up and walk like a man. And I looked at him and I seen who it was, and he just kept walking. And I was like, damn, dude. And let me tell you something, dude. That moves me. That changed my whole everything. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I can't show weakness in here. I need to hold my head up. I need to be a man. I need to move on. Don't let nothing like this hold you down. Life is gonna go on. You're gonna live. You're not gonna die. And it took this guy that like I thought hated all white people to the fullest come up to me and tell me that when my own people didn't, tell me to pick my head
I
up.
think you know what? I think we're all gonna have different experiences, right? But I'm gonna tell you something. I was in prison with a bunch of killers, right? It doesn't matter. Don't think because we're in one of those prisons that they're in gangsters, okay, and
Oh
fights
no,
and
trust me.
um. But I will tell you something. I think I was hated on a lot, but for sure I felt like I was respected because I always kept it real. But you know what I used to be, say I used to tell all the time, like, look, man, I'm not gonna hide being down. It's okay to cry, bro. It's okay to be sad. Your mom died, your girl left you, your daughter, was going through something. It's okay. It's okay. And especially when it came to relationships, right? You used to hear people, banging on the phone, fighting on the phone with their girls or stuff. Um, and try to act like they were a big player. I used to always, sometimes I'd get in trouble. You know how it is, especially when they were crying on the phone or calling the woman out their name or whatever. And I used to be like, "Damn, what happened, player? You a player in the street. You were a player today, but you crying on the phone about your girl. And I was, all that stuff. I'm gonna tell you the biggest dude, the most gangster dude, they were always on some bull. Oh, let them go. It was time to go to the shoe. They're crying about everything.
No, you're right about that. I will tell you one thing though. I- It was always the short timers. Anybody been down for a long time, dude? I'd rather be around guys that been down. I'd rather be
They
around
have
killers and guys that been down a long time.
Yeah, but I think the whole thing comes about the gangster culture, right? And I get it in prison where they're like, oh, they're gonna prey on you if you get sad. Bro, how many of your guys weren't sad? Will lock themselves in the room and be like in the cell and be like, I need a moment. You get me? What do you think they're
Oh,
doing in there?
every one of them.
Everyone. That was my
Every one
point
of
to be
them.
like, look, all of you guys are gonna go in the cell and start crying like little bitches. But you guys like all that tough. It's like people are. I guess the criminal element, you have to hide your feelings. You have to act like this tough guy. That's why myself, it's hard for me to meet someone and be like, oh, you're the biggest gangster ever.
See, I don't take it as like the gangster part, Jay. You there? I think we lost him.
Heartless. I'm sorry. So
But the
there.
thing
I
is,
can't say, oh, you're just heartless.
I didn't deal with that part of them. See, my thing is like you can't like these guys when they would see me have my head down for a couple of days at a time, they knew something was going on. They had enough respect to come over to me and tell me like, man, pick your fucking head up. You're gonna make it. Like, don't let something crash you out. Don't let something drag you down. Like, life moves on. You got to pick your head up. You got to go. And the lifers and the killers that I was around, they gave the best advice of just like, hey man, like yeah, it's all right to like go through your grievance, but bro, like end of the day, you still got to pick your head up, move on. Don't let it crush you, because a lot of guys would crash out and do dumb shit.
No, yeah, absolutely. You know what? Yeah, that was important for us. Like, especially, you know how it is. You're a family. You try to take care of the people that are around you, right? And that was our biggest thing. If someone was down, like, look, man, stay out the way, because we know what happens already. But I just think that it's the culture. I think that it has a lot to do with this culture of like, people not, hiding their feelings or not being able to, just be human beings, right? Because this culture has told you how to act or, what you could say, what you could do. I never been one of those persons. I've always been myself, no matter what.
No, I'm the same way. That's why in prison I ran by myself, and I got in a lot of fights and stuff because I didn't take orders very well, and you know, I've held my own. That's why you don't see. You notice nobody comes in my comments in any of my videos and calls me bullshit, and I can't control what people say on Johnny Mitchell's and Matthew Cox and all them. You know what I'm saying? Because I try to be who I am. And everybody will tell you in prison, I was a prankster. I fucked with everybody because I wanted to laugh. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to laugh. I've done dumbass shit in there, dude, to the point where you're not allowed to play with people too much because you don't know what kind of day they're having. I didn't really give a shit because I actually had did that one day to somebody that I was pretty close with and he wanted to fight me. And I'm like, bro, I'm not fighting you. I fucked up, pushed your buttons because I didn't realize you were having a bad day. I'm not going to let you crash out. People are like, man, that's you a bitch. I'm like, I'm not a bitch. He's my boy. He had a bad day. I'm not doing that to him.
Yeah, and that happens a lot. You know, especially you're a family, right? You know how it is. That's when you're in there, man. You try to just take care of each other, and I always been a person that my intuition and understanding that I'm a good reader of someone, especially if they're going through the hardships of being away from your family, and that stress. So I was always the one that people came to talk to just for advice, right? And people would tell me all the time. I say all the time that people would be like, man, I want a girl like you, or how'd you do it? I'm like, look, man, it takes effort outside of that world, right? I put the effort in before I got here. What you're seeing is the seeds I planted growing, right? Um, but it's again, right? It's just part of the culture, and the prison politics, and even right now with the culture of everything, that people go on these channels and these paint this picture where they never took
Yeah, but
losses, everything was
look at
perfect.
Chicago, your hometown, dude. Look at all the rappers getting killed there. Like, what's up with that shit? Like, I
Well,
mean, I feel
it's
like
not
Chicago.
rappers. It's every day. It's life in Chicago.
Like that
It's
shit. My question is, how did you make it in Chicago with how violent it is with who you were?
you know, look, if you go looking for it, you know, if you go looking for that, you might find it. Sometimes it tries to find you,
Yeah,
but
but Big Rob said he can't even live in Chicago because he said some young guppy in his own gang is wants to move up the rank and take a head out.
yeah, you know what? But again, a lot of those. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna say. Like, for people like Rob and stuff, sometimes the culture doesn't let you be, doesn't let you be the person that me and my brother were, right? I didn't ask for permission. I was just gonna be like, look, man, I'm just trying to stay out the way. You want to make some money? Yes or no? We squashed a lot of beef. I mean, a lot of the guys that we work with, like, either we're gonna work, hustle, or you're gonna gangbang. If they didn't like each other, I'd, set up meetings to be like, look, we can't be, I can't have you guys going at each other in the street, killing each other, because I got money on the table. Um, but thank God, I think that for my brother not being those violent guys, right? For it being about money, when we talk to to dudes that were like that, they understood it. There's nothing to say. Like, look, I'm gonna stay out the way. That's your thing. Even for when it comes to the gangs, the gang culture is a little bit different because they don't care about money. They don't care about what they care about gangbanging. And the fact that we weren't gangbangers, right, helped out a lot.
I want to ask you a question. How did you know that the feds were on you at the beginning?
And we were trained. They were following us around.
So
Um,
they were
uh,
following you around and they didn't. That's crazy. So you were able to stay ahead of them, moving that kind of stuff while they're following you.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I talked to a DA agent earlier, today. We're working on a few different things, and he comes back and he's telling me stories about back in the day, like, oh, we almost had one of your guys here, and I listen to him and I laugh because I'm like, yeah, right, you know. Um,
My girl will tell you, she's sitting right here. She'll tell you. So the DEA agents on my case talk to me all the time. They bump into me. One of them knows my family real well. And the day that I got off, I got my clemency. They were waiting on me. The two heads of the Southern District were waiting on me, and they shook my hand. They jumped out of a vehicle on me. And were like, we want to introduce ourselves. Like, you'll go down in the top 3 of all times. One of the funnest. They were like, it was a privilege chasing you. We were able. They were never able to get me, and they've raided my offshore boat with me on it. They've done everything. I clowned on them, and They keep saying like we tried our damnedest and we couldn't get nobody to turn on you, wear a wire on you. We heard all kinds of stuff about you. We had everything going on. We surveillance you, everything, and they were like, we couldn't catch
Mm.
you. And I for the longest time I didn't know. I had a lot of law enforcement on payroll, and it's not a secret. FBI has been to me multiple times trying to get me to flip on them, and I refused to. Um, the DEA's tried to hire me since I've been home to come and help them with all the logistics stuffs down this way, but I got other stuff going on in life and I don't want that in my resume. Um I
Ye-
don't I just don't trust them in the long run.
Yeah, well, me and my brother didn't need any cops on our payroll or anything like that. We just, we just stood out the way. We try to just, what we would say, be little, right? Get little and be secretive. But we spent a lot of time making sure that we always were, ahead of them. And again, at that time, their focus was on me and my brother, and that's how our network actually grew. While they were focused on us, we had, a big team. And I will tell you something, I don't say it enough, but if it wasn't for the team that we built, the team that were, the guys that were, and girls that were a part of our team, we wouldn't have ever been able to make a dollar.
What
We
have they said anything to you about any incidents where you're like, damn, they were close?
Oh yeah, I have a lot of those stories. I have a lot of those stories, but there's been more of those things where me and my brother always thought like, damn, uh, we thought they were close, but once we sat down, they're like, damn, they weren't close.
No, they wouldn't.
But,
Same thing here.
but also it just again it depends on one person waking up and saying, you know what, I'm gonna take you right to them, right? And that would have been over, it would have been over with. But big shouts out to the team, man, to the whole team that helped us, from Chicago all the way to Mexico, down south, New York. There's a bunch of people that we don't talk about that were loyal to us, that were good to us, that some of the time some of them didn't, but if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have ever been able to move around.
What was
Yeah.
what was some of like when you most remember like money making routes? Like one of the ones that was just absolutely probably your most profitable one. Like how you
Um.
got it into the country.
Well. I mean, we had an advantage. We were working with you know the biggest jugglers in the world, so we used tunnels but I think that like our route from from Mexico to Chicago being our stronghold was our prized possession, right? We could sell anywhere from 1,500 to 1,800 kilos, um, you know without a problem in Chicago, right? Um, we started to kind of scale back there just because we were going to so many other different cities, right? Like I said, like we could literally, make an extra, $10,000 from LA going to DC, going to, Columbus, Minneapolis, Detroit. But the most profitable one was for sure going into Canada, you know. Um, when we're selling, keys in Chicago, and I think we were probably wholesale keys probably for 17.5, and we were selling them in Columbus for like 20, and in Cincinnati, Cleveland. Um, but we could go up to Toronto, Vancouver. In Vancouver, we were selling them for 40,000 Canadian, and Toronto 45,000.
Well,
Um,
did you ever have a problem getting rid of it? Because my whole thing was is I get 100 would be gone. I could get 200, they'd be gone if I wanted to. Once I got into around the car racing, all the black dudes in the car industry, like in the street racing,
mhm.
it was just like they networked and they know everybody. Because like the New Jersey boys come down to Carolina to race, the Detroit boys come down to race, and it's like once you plug into one of them dudes and they find out you got the shit, dude, it's over with. So like in the street racing was like my biggest plug. I could get 1,000 probably, and the shit would be gone. Them boys would have that stuff gone in no time.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I had a lot of my guys that were into street racing. You know what? Obviously there's always the market, but it's like you choosing the right people to deal with, because we were trying to stay, ahead of it. So there's a lot of guys we didn't mess with because they were hot, or we felt they were too risky for us to, get involved with.
Yeah,
Um,
but how would you know that when you're dealing with somebody in a different state? Because like I would have to rely on people that knew them, but then sometimes they didn't even know. They were just saying that because they wanted to make money.
yeah, well, you know what? It was trial and error too. It was trial and error. But
Y'all
we
got love.
always,
That's all I can
yeah,
say. Wow,
yeah,
damn, y'all boys.
trial and error. But a lot of our guys, especially from out of town, man, thank God they were a lot older, older guys. You get me? And we were basically giving the spill. You want to make money? We can help you. Sometimes we have to teach them how to hustle, right? Teach them what not to do. So we used to always tell them like, look, don't chase the money. You're getting them at a good, price. Just there's no rush. Be easy, right? Just let it come to you because when you go looking for it, it's when the Fed find you.
Yeah, no,
Um,
that's the truth.
but you know what? The product sold itself basically, right? If we went out of town, just say, and I always be like, look, man, the numbers going for, just say the numbers going, wholesale for 24. Me or be like, look, I'm gonna give them to you for 21. That's enough money for you not to have to work hard, right? Don't work hard. Don't go out of your circle, right? And make money, and it worked out.
Hell yeah. So what? So you do like speaking stuff with people these days?
Right now, I do law enforcement consulting. I do a lot of keynotes. I do universities, prisons. I'm just breaking into doing some corporate speaking about like leadership. But I
Yeah,
do I
I
do a
got
lot of law
invited on
enforcement
the
consulting.
international money laundering board. They wanted me to come speak over in Europe.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So I do those type of events right now. It's kept me busy, right? Um, it's kept me busy because I'm just trying to move on and for real, like um, now that I'm a new person. I'm at a different point in my life, and people always be like, "Damn, you're really trying to be a police." I think that at the end of the day, that life is behind me, and I want to be able to make a positive use for it with my background. But more importantly, look, my message is to anyone, right? If I could go, from being at the top of the drug trafficking world, right, and top of the Mexican drug cartel, and doing business with Chapo Mayo and all these people, and be able to change my life, and now be go in front of Congress and work, and be able to go and get paid to present at federal agencies. This it's been the hard route. You get me? You know what? We could do anything for all those people who doing time that feel like they only have that one option to do the same thing. That's crazy. That's bullshit. But more importantly, when I talk to the youths, right, I always tell them, I like, look, man, the money wasn't worth it.
It's
We could have
not.
done so much, so many things. This was gonna come with the life. You're
Tell
not.
people how fast the money gets boring. How many years it take you for the money got boring?
You know what? Here's I think that I don't know if the money gets boring. I'm gonna tell you, we were so much into like making it, but you realize that the money wasn't making you happy. It's like it's great to have it, right?
That's what I mean, Jay. Because I tell
Yeah,
people all the time. The first year, I was just like, when I really started making big money, I was like, dog, like this should get second year, kind of whatever. By the third or fourth year, dude, like me, I just got to be where I lost almost so many close people to me because they were jealous and they wanted a free handout, and it was just always something, and it just I felt like I was never happy because if I wanted something, I just swiped the card. If I wanted something, I just go get it. I didn't have to work nothing. I didn't have to. It was just anything I fucking wanted. And I'm
yeah,
gonna be honest with you, I lost respect for $100 bill and everything else.
yeah. You do. I would say like maybe that word is respect. You kind of lose respect for, but you know, it's crazy because later on, once we were like when we were in Mexico, like our biggest assets are, what we felt well, made us wealthy was, our business partners, right? The cartel, these individuals that be like, we'll never be broke, I got the biggest drugglers in the world who love us, right? These are business people, and I'm not counting money. I'm basically focusing my riches come in relationships, right? Um, but I would tell you something. Look, today we're in a situation that we had, thank God we're working hard in our business. My brother, shouts out to my brother Peter, if he's listening. He works hard in his business. I'm working hard, but we're in one of those situations where, if we had illegal money, we'd do more time than if we were selling drugs again. Okay, our wife are still on probation for very large, they got charged for money laundering, but really they just got charged for spending money. That's it. And people, they don't even, when people drop comments about that, like, hey, bro, like it's just a different level of criminality. You know what I'm saying? When people say, well, damn, you got screwed, you got 14 years. It's not that I got screwed. It's just that's we
You
got
got
what we
blessed. What are
deserve.
you talking about? I got blessed to
We,
get 15 years.
yeah, the way we look at it, look, I had to tell, but imagine if I did it, don't, when we're talking about years, and it's like we got what we earned, you know what I mean? Thank God we had a, second chance at life, but it's just different levels to this shit. And I'll tell you something, our wives went to, our wives didn't cooperate, and, the government was trying to get my wife 12 years just for spending money, and trying to give my brother's wife 9 years, just for spending money. And when you think about it, it's like it doesn't go back to, it's what the life gave us. Okay, you're making decisions for your family, you're making decisions for people around you that you love, that never asked for it. You know what I mean? And our environment, like, just sucked the life out of everyone involved. My father, just everyone, it took everything from us. um and people don't talk about that, right? People always talk about the money, and there's no, like, there's never a trade-off. If you're a real human being with any type of compassion, empathy, right, and feelings, that then you would know that, the last thing you ever want to see is your kids, without a mom, because some, they decided to go
Jay,
on fucking
so
vacation,
to touch on that, I got out of the dope game for the sole purpose because my daughter was born and shit was getting real, right? How many people walk away from a multi-million-dollar operation and just walk away because they have a new kid?
uh
And
I didn't know that your story was like that, but me and Shay talk about it all the time. The only other person I knew that did it was my brother and
so
me. you
I
know
walked away. So if you hear my story, I just got connected with the Colombians, the head of the Cali cartel. I just get plugged in with the nephew. He was kidnapped in El Salvador. I think they paid like $6 million ransom. The day he got released, I'm meeting with him that same day. Like, he flies back to Colombia. I'm there and I'm meeting with him. And I'm like, bro, you just released from kidnapping. He's like, oh yeah, that's nothing. We got to get the business. And I'm just like, what? Because I know the cousins, okay?
hmm
And so I get connected. I get my best plug ever. I cut the Bahamians out. I'm getting the best prices. Shit's going good. I've got my best connects in the United States. I can push as much as I wanted to. And the Zopound, like on Gangland, the Zopound. Um,
Yeah, I know
so
Zopan.
so the Haitians are trying to take me. So they're here that I got the port on lock, that I'm moving large shipments in. So the Haitians are trying to rob my shipments and are trying to take me out. They're notorious for doing that stuff. And I just had my daughter, and I was just like, man, I've made millions of dollars. I've made a lot of money. I'm like, I'm done with this. Like, I can't do it anymore. I'm just done. So I walk away. And that's when I got in pretty much Zach Rose came to me and was like, let's invest into these pain clinics. And that money was like no money like I'd never seen before, because you could put it all in the bank. It was all legit. We were making $4 million profit a month. Like, where can you go legitly and make $4 million a month right out the gate? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
it
have a
wasn't
license to
legit.
do it.
They said, oh, it was like, it wasn't legit at the end, right?
No, it was legit the whole time. But the problem of it is Sackler family, they lobbied to get Congress exempt. So what happened is the DEA, we got our license from the DEA. I was found not guilty in my first trial, my
hmm
worst one. I was found not guilty on the same charges as Georgia, and I had Brian Steele. I had the best attorneys. And Brian, he got the feds went to him and threatened him with money laundering. It's the only reason why I lost my second case. I had 7 people cooperate against me in Florida, and I was found not guilty. Tell me how many stories you've ever heard where somebody had 7 people cooperate in a Fed conspiracy case and they were found not guilty.
Yeah, you're
You're
just
not going
that.
to hear it.
You're that real, what, 2% that beat the Fed. So congratulations
Well,
to you.
no, 2% take it to trial. Only less than
hmm
it's what 0.2% win.
hmm
So
hmm
it's less than a quarter of 1% wins in trial in the feds. Only 2% take it to trial. 98 take a plea deal. 87 cooperate, I think, is what the percentage is. So I took him to trial twice, back to back. My prosecutors begged me to take a plea deal. They're like, Jason, they're going to give you life. They're going to make an example out of you, because what happened was they allowed us to do what we did. There's no such thing as running a pain clinic legally. It's just impossible, because the rules were written to fail. And it
hmm
was written for the Sackler family to push their products like a drug kingpin, because they lobbied Congress and they had you know as well as I know, and you're probably going to argue with me, the CIA and the government controls a lot about what the drug people do. They allow a lot of it to go on. They could put a bigger dent in it if they wanted to, but they choose not to. And we know that the CIA funds a lot of their operations through the drug cartels, Barry Seals, Rick Ross's story, a lot of them. I'm not saying they do it with everybody, but they do have their finger on their part of the cut. The Bush family is notorious. The plane's gone down with tons of coke on it. They allowed the Sackler family to do what they did, and you can research it, look into it, and they used us as pawns, and we didn't know it.
Yeah,
And
I've seen that recently. I think that they're dissolving, right? Purdue, right? I
yeah,
just saw that.
but here we go again. How do we prove that they're paying the fines? If they only got fined, why don't they? I do the time, they pay the fines. That's my saying.
Yeah.
And it's like, Jay, come on, dude. Like, so if it wasn't for the jury, you know what, the jury, my attorney, so I paid all these big attorneys, right? Spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars just to give the attorneys money to go talk to the feds to take my case on. I want $150,000 just to go talk to the feds. Here you go talk to them, see what's going on, right? Because they raided our clinics, but we weren't indicted. So they want 150 grand just to go meet with the feds. I'm like, okay, fill them off 150 grand. They go meet with the feds. They come back and they're like, you're going to life. Going away for life. If you don't take a plea deal, you're going away for 20 years with a plea deal. And I'm like, what? So I'm complaining. My hometown attorney, she's 32 years old. Her name is Brooke Butler, the baddest bitch you'll ever meet. Gangsters can be. She's the one that I had on payroll. All my guys had on payroll around here. She's just absolutely the biggest bulldog gangster around here, beats everything. And so I had all my guys, had her on payroll. Like literally, if you get arrested, she's at the court the next day fighting and get you the fuck out, dude. And she's bad. I don't know why she's so good, but she is. She takes my Fed case because she got tired of me complaining. I'm like, Brooke, you need to help me. Never fought a Fed case ever. She takes my Fed case. She only did one because she don't like how the Feds work. She took it to trial and won. They raided her house while we were having lunch one day. They knew she flew in from Costa Rica from vacation on a Sunday night. We had lunch Monday at, I don't know, it was probably 11:30. We met at 11:30 at this Mexican restaurant, and we were eating lunch, and her assistant come running in talking about, you need to go, the DA is raiding your house, okay? So Mike Dilks, the one that I do the podcast stuff with that went on Ian Bick talking about my case, talking about how I was a huge drug trafficker. He's a multitask agent, worked for the DEA and all this stuff. I do a podcast called me and him are teaming up together, next agent on my case. It's going to be called The Pig and the Plug. And, you know, I do a lot of work with law enforcement now because I don't want kids to go down the road that I went down. Okay. I don't cooperate. I don't do it. So I don't tell people, but I want people to understand. I want to give my side of the story with the cops. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never had a problem with cops. I get along with them. Majority of the cops that gave me information, I didn't have to pay. They liked me so much that they would give me intel just because they liked who I was. So Brooke took my case after house getting raided. Mike was there that day they raided it. After they threatened her, I don't know how many times, she took it to trial and won. So her first Fed case ever, she takes it to trial and wins the fucking thing. Wow. And when I tell you, if Brian Steele, they threat Brian Steele with money laundering. I was beating my second Fed case. The jury, after I got found not guilty in Florida, they went interviewed the jury. The jury told the prosecutors, if you didn't like what he did, change the laws. Don't make us do the dirty work for you. That was the words that came out the jury's mouth.
Well, I mean, that, man, God bless you. You, I'm gonna tell you, you got lucky because a lot of times, the feds, once they indict you, it's hard. It doesn't matter if they're wrong or if they don't have a strong case. It's hard
100
to get out of there. So God, thank God that you were able to get out of it. And you're very lucky. You're, like you said,
here's the thing about it.
0.2% of people who beat the feds.
I was willing to do a life sentence. And I know it sounds stupid looking at it now, okay? And I'm not saying I regret it and I would change. But you have to realize I did a lot of bad, Jay. And if God wanted me to do a life sentence, he was going to give it to me regardless. Because I wasn't the best of person. I didn't do drugs. I didn't rob people. I didn't do none of that. But I traffic a lot of drugs. I did a lot of stuff, put a lot of pills, one of the biggest pill distributors in America. Out of the 10 top prescribing doctors, I had 7 of the top 10 prescribing doctors in the nation. Me and Zach Rose did. We were at the top of the pinnacle. We were doing a lot of bad things. Okay. And the thing you got to realize is I wasn't going to take a plea deal because they wanted me to give up my Colombia, my Bahamas, and my California connect. Because we were moving about 1,000 pounds of marijuana from California to Florida also a month. And so they wanted me to give up everybody. And I'm like, this case has to do with pills, not my past history. They want me to set all them up. And I'm like, no. And they still want to give me 15 years. And I'm like, so you're wanting me to give up all these people for 15 years. So I'm like, fuck that. Let's ride. Let's do this thing. And I told him, I said, God wants to give it to me. He's going to give it to me because I did a lot of wrong in my life. And I guess it's time for me to pay. And that's how I looked at it. I couldn't ruin somebody else's family that didn't betray me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think, that's one of the things that my brother and I always talk about. Like, look, we got away with a lot of shit too as well. At the end of the day, we have to admit that we're being greedy and we're thinking about the money, and we're not thinking about how many people's lives were affected by our wrongdoing, right? Just the
Ah, it's
drugs, just
100.
not only just the drugs, just everything, right? And just being in that life, the people going to jail, the people that don't survive,
Yeah, but you're
the
giving it back now, though, Jay. Look what you're doing. It's like me. I work with Mike. I work with these retired cops that have a podcast, and I give my side of the story, and I help. We want to start working with law enforcement, teaching them different ways to handle situations, not bust crime up, but how to handle. They have this thing called Antihero podcast, this streaming thing they do, and they break down like intercounter, like where cops like take down people and they're like, is it wrong? And we break it down like that's fucked up. They didn't have to do to that person. This is how I would handle it. They need to quit being assholes and blah blah blah.
yeah.
And we break that stuff down to teach, like, because a lot of these young
There's a
cops are just they're
I
assholes.
will tell you. So I challenge cops all the time. Every time I go to a conference, I say, look, you want to think about the next cop. Like, go and try to mentor one kid, just one kid, 1 hour a week. 1 hour every 2 weeks. Just mentor them, talk to them, right? Understand what they're like looking at. It's gonna help change your perspective. But
Yep.
sadly, you know what? I will tell you something. Look, big shouts out to you. We're shy with his platform. His platform has turned out to be like a realist platform, right? That's why you don't have so many subscribers. That's why you don't have so many views because sadly, you know,
100.
the culture, they like the bullshit. They
They
like to
don't
hear.
honor. They don't honor. Why do you think I was so attracted to his page, dude? I was like, holy fuck, dude. And then when I started following you and your brother shit, I was like, dude. I told my girl, I said, I don't think I've ever heard two people talk so truthful. And I said, I believe almost. I'm like, it doesn't sound like bullshit.
uh,
And
Well, I appreciate that, and say hello to your girl. We have a podcast called Surviving Chapo. I covered it as well. Surviving Chapo is produced by 50 Cent.
I've
And
watched
produced
a
and
lot of
hosted.
it. I've watched a lot of it, or
So
listened to it because it's only audio.
yeah, it's only audio. So when people to be like, oh, there's a lot of crying, and that's what we wanted to do. We didn't want to glamorize the life. We wanted to just to kind of talk about the hardships that come with the life, right? And I think for here you see, and Shai's channel has basically turned into the cartel, like tell Teetell, because we're trying to say, look, a lot of these kids, a lot of the culture glamorizes these guys. You know, um, Shai always says, look, people put Pablo Escobar on a T-shirt, but he was a pedophile. People don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Most of these Mexican, cartel people were pedophiles. Here's the thing: when you're in that life, you're zoomed in, right? You're living in this bubble. I was able to bust the bubble, and that's what I want to share is like the real insight of how it is, and we share all these stories about. It doesn't matter what you were doing for them. It just depending on how you woke up. The game is not fair. It's never been fair. The game is set for us to lose because we're not supposed to win
Jay,
to
you have
begin
to go to
with.
prison. People see. Here's the problem of it is you have to go to prison to see that most 99% of the time. One question nobody asked me: who was loyal to me? I went to trial. You think anybody rode with me?
Yeah, sadly, that's what it is. I'm gonna tell you.
Listen, I
Um,
was loyal to everybody. You know what everybody told me? You know what somebody close to me said? I had to think about my family and my kids. I said, "Oh, you weren't thinking about them when you committed the crimes, were you?" I said, "You only thought about it when the handcuffs come on, right?"
it, it,
And I'm
it
like,
in
that's
hindsight,
fucked up.
in hindsight, look, people always say that, oh, you should have thought about that. I will tell you something. Look, when we set out to when me and my brother got into the game, we were just trying to make some money. We were not thinking we are gonna be these big old drug kingpins and do all that. You don't think about those things until you're in it, you're living it. And then
How fast did you get big?
I got big the first deal I made.
You see what I'm saying though? That's what I'm getting. Mine was timing. I ended up getting plugged in with a Mexican dude that I didn't realize how easy drug dealing was. I got the best prices, best dope, everything, dude. Until a whole family got killed down here. They killed a husband, wife, and the two kids, and they all disappeared. And I didn't realize how hard drug dealing was. But
Yeah, it's not. My brother really hates that. Peter hates that. He is always pushing back. There's no such thing as easy money. That's bullshit. All
it's
right,
bullshit.
and people, online trying to make it seem like it's this big old party, and it's a fucking lie. To me, it's like I'll tell you again. Um, if we give a good message, they're gonna say, for me, and I'm glad that you're on this. Okay, you said you didn't tell, you got lucky. Look, it doesn't matter. I did cooperate. You didn't, but we both have the same thought process of the life of jail, of what we regret, what it's the same
Our
thing.
message is the same. We just went two different routes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But you know
And
what?
that's
The
why I
hard route
praise you,
and
though, Jay, you and Peter. That's why I wanted to come on, and that's why I wanted to talk to you because I told my girl, I was like, damn, dude, I'm like, you know the difference between them? I said, they're not out here lying like fucking, what's his name, Hanson and the rest of them and glorifying it. I'm like, dude, these boys, I feel like every word comes out of their mouth is just like straight up real shit. And I said, and I love the fact that they're telling the other side of the story. I'm like, people need to realize like what I went through. And dude, I just got my daughter back in my life, Jay. Like a lot of people don't know, dude.
right.
I went with 6 years not seeing my daughter, 7 years not speaking to my daughter and seeing her. 7 fucking years, Jay. 7 years because of
The
this. It
man,
destroyed her.
congratulations to you. I'm gonna tell you, you know what, fighting for your for your kids. That's the fight that you should be proud of. That's what you should be into. Devoting, to everyone, devoting themselves as husbands, as parents. Because guess what? We're gonna get old one day, right? And we can't buy back time. That's for sure.
Can't. Can't.
So many things that we miss. And I'll tell you something. It's hard because as much as you try, like I'm blessed that I have my kids in my life, but I still could see it that I missed a lot, and I wish
Right?
that
How
I
many
would.
years did you do?
I did solid 12.
You did 12. I did 8 because I got a clemency. But I went 7 years not seeing my daughter one time or talking to her, dude. And I'll tell you, you want to talk about an angry person? You want to talk about somebody who didn't care if they died? I mean, like it was it was tense. Like you couldn't say one word about her, and I'd lose it, lose it.
Yeah.
Um,
Um. Well, thank God, my wife, through, my wife, my brother's
dude,
wife, through our whole bid, we got to see our kids mostly every weekend.
I give it to both of you and Peter's wives, dude. Like, you know the percentage of women that ride with their men, right? Like,
Yeah, you know what? I would tell you it's very low, but again, Jason, it goes
but that
back to this.
shows your character, Jay.
It tells you, look, everyone knows in the street, look, we weren't chasing girls, right? We weren't, it's who we were. We've always been, dedicated to our wives and to our families. It's always who we've been. So, like, look, I 100%, I think we've been blessed to have women like that. But also it's that we put in the work. It's earned, you know what I mean? And,
Yeah,
and, and,
I was with
and
my girl for 16 years, 16 to 32, and she left because somebody I was close to me and grew up with me since I was 5 years old and got her on drugs.
man, sorry to hear that, I'm sorry to hear that. And it's crazy. Remember, look, we're selling drugs, and who's gonna be affected by it? Our own family, right? A lot of times people don't know this, but I lost my older brother to a heroin overdose.
Oh, so your
Um,
oldest brother? There was three of y'all, right?
there's four of us.
Oh,
Four.
four. Okay, so so I thought there was only three.
Yeah, there's four of us, and my older brother passed away from a heroin overdose. And not only that, later on, my nephew, his son,
But you
being
lost your father though too, didn't you? Because of
yeah,
all this.
yeah, I lost my dad too. The losses are immense. Okay, the losses are gonna outweigh anything good about this life, and and also is losing your family in many ways, right? Like I, as a father today, I could never, now today I'm so proud that me and my brother made the decision because I'm going to choose my family and I'm choosing them the right way. But sadly, look, there's two sides of it. When my father made that decision, I don't, I hold myself responsible to an extent, but he chose that life instead of his own family. Okay, that's what happens when someone is devoted to that life, and that's a hard pill for me to swallow, right? And
Yeah,
everything
but
that
but
he
what
was.
but Jay, but go think of it this way. At what point did you realize that that was going to become part of you if you kept going down that road?
No, well, I think throughout my relationship with my dad, I got to see it, and that was a big help. So there's so many things that were helping us, build the path that we were going to take. But it was taking ourselves out of it and saying, "Wow, is that who we want? Do we want to, Chapo, the Chapillos right now, they didn't grow up with their dad. I got to see them. I got to see them before they were in the game. And that's not what I wanted for my kids. We had to break the cycle, right? But I also got to be like, people would be like, "Oh, well, your dad and your older brother taught you the game, right? You guys learned the game from like." You think that was a good thing? Think about that. You think it was good that they gifted me with hood knowledge and drug trafficking, and they introduced me to a bunch of killers and drug traffickers? That's more of a curse. That's not a gift, you know.
Yeah, but here's the thing about it is we both know every one of them would have done the same thing you would have done. What's the percentage of people you think would have took it all the way to the end?
Like in our life,
Yeah, in what you did.
I
How
would.
many people in your situation that would trade spots with you wouldn't cooperated? Be honest.
I still haven't met some. I still haven't met someone in that haven't. Look, just to give you an example. Chapo's own kids, they kidnapped the biggest drug lord in the world and brought him into U.S. custody to save their ass. Okay,
El Mayo, right?
yeah, and
Yeah,
and
but the
Miles,
Suns are
all of
still going to
my.
get a lot of time, though, right?
I mean, they got good attorneys. They were hoping now. We'll see. But let me tell you something. El Mayo's son, they
Attorneys
said,
don't mean nothing when you got a target that big on your head.
well, guess what? Their cooperation does. So just
Yeah.
think about what they're giving up, and just let you know, my sons, all his sons except for the one that's still fighting there, have cooperated. Okay, all of them. And let me tell you, so there's no bigger drug traffickers than them. Vicente Zambada was one of the biggest drug traffickers that people don't talk about. Cooperated. Right now, you have the biggest drug traffickers, bigger than Mencho, Los Queenies, and everyone that created CJ&G all cooperating. Okay, it doesn't matter. And I will tell you something. They're all going to make the decision, but I will tell you something. Like, look, real men are going to take care of their family. Real men are going to be able to say no to that shit and do the right thing. Go to fucking work every day. Go to school. Learn a trade. Be a hustler. The positive way, right? But man, when I see these comments be like, "Oh, I folded," like we folded. We were soft. Like, bro, you live the life that you see in the movies and you see in damn television, right? And I'm not proud of that. Like,
Yeah, but hear me out on this, Jay. Though I don't I might be wrong, but didn't they tell you you had to choose, and if you made the wrong decision, that they were going to unalive
yeah,
you?
you know what? Yes, they did. The reason why I don't emphasize that, you know what, Jason, because I don't try to use it as an excuse.
Yeah, but hold on though. But people need to know that in a way because it's like, bro, there was no out. You were running in Mexico because what? United States indicted you. They wanted you, right? So you were hiding in Mexico, right?
Yeah.
So you couldn't come back to America. You had two cartels, multiple cartels talking about they're going to unalive you. Like, what the fuck did everybody
Let me
want
tell
you to
you.
do?
So
I
let me
don't
tell you.
cooperate. I'm against it in a way because I feel like we signed up for something. But I understand you can't you can't go and put somebody in a corner and then expect them to be loyal to you. I know that for a fact. Okay, when my guys got
So,
hit, they got lawyered up, they got money, they were taken care of, and hoping they didn't fucking
uh,
cooperate against me.
okay, let's talk about this because you've been around enough drug traffickers and gangsters and criminals in prison and in different areas. We were told that not just by somebody, we were told that by the two biggest, most dangerous drug cartels at that time. Okay, and not just by anybody, by Chapo, Mayo, and Arturo Beltran themselves, like personally. Like, look, we're gonna give you, we're gonna give you one chance for you to, to cut off everything. And I'm gonna tell you, we find out, we're that you talk to them, that you grab one fucking kilo from them, right? You know what the fuck's gonna happen. Let
Yeah,
this be the last time. And now, at that situation, if you say no to one, that means you're saying yes to the other one, right?
And then the other
Say
one's
that
gonna kill
again,
you
Jay.
anyways.
You fell out right there. Say that again.
So,
We didn't get the second one.
okay, so if you say yes, you say no to one, you're saying yes to the other one, right? And, the other one's gonna say, "Oh, I know what he's doing." You can't tell him, "Hey, boss, I'm gonna take a break," because they're gonna be like, "Oh, really?" They're gonna think that you're fucking with the other guy, right? And that's it. You're done. There's no second chances.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Um,
So, but Jay, I want you to realize.
in all honesty, me and my brother talked about it, and we're like, "Look, we know who we're gonna choose to go with, right? And the person we're gonna choose to go with, the people we're gonna choose to go with, we're gonna be the people that were integrated in our life, that we felt we would have a harder part, harder, like it was gonna be harder for us to hide from, because there were, we had their people were part of our organization. There were, they're the ones that were with us all the time, and it was
Which
gonna be
group was
Chapo,
that?
Chapo and Miles' organization. I had their people, and we were business partners with one of their, main lieutenants, and our families and our business was intertwined. I couldn't not be with them, because the first thing you're gonna do is go after my family, right? And these people are taking care of my family, in different areas. I just didn't like the sitting of, like, okay, if I choose them, I also have to get rid of some of my friends in order for me to be okay with them. Don't think it was gonna be like, you choose me, you're only gonna do business with me. You're gonna say okay. The other people are gonna be like, oh, really? They're gonna come attack you the second they think you flipped on them. And me and my brother looked at it like, you know what? We're gonna let somebody else make a decision for us and for our family, and basically even heighten our chances
How
of
did these
dying.
talks go down? I mean, Jay, explain to people about when it got real serious and you and your brother started having these talks, because I'm curious about that. Like, at what point did you and your brother were like, we need to talk, and y'all were like trying
Well,
to come together what you're gonna do?
just because our relationship with some of the big druggers, some of the people, before the actual fighting started, we already knew it was going to start. We already were having these conversations. So it's a long story, Jason, but I was really good friends with, with Chapo, Mayo, and their sons. And I will get, I would be sitting there in meetings and start hearing some of the stuff that was going on. And so I already knew it was coming, prior to even them telling me that. And it was already not sitting well with me, because I figured, like, you're seeing parents go through a divorce, right? You're seeing little arguments, because of the business, and it's like, I'm putting two and two together, like, okay, how's this gonna work with me being in the middle, Um, my brother, for my brother and I, it was like, I think once they, we started coming, once they, me sitting down with them, and me and my brother will always play like the dumb card, like I didn't know what was going on. They basically said, "Look, man, that's enough. You guys know exactly what the fuck's going on. You know that we're having issues with them. That's it. You know." And they started trying to ask me for information, about each other as well.
Oh
There's
boy,
one
that's
story that
dangerous.
I'm gonna talk later on. Again, I'm thinking it's a big happy, family, and one stupid, and this I'm going to talk about my book. One stupid incident, I decided to tell a person I thought was my friend that I ran into one of the big drug lords that was part of the Federation at the time. That he had a girlfriend and a baby in this condominium building that we owned a condo in, and I ran into him in the elevator with a couple of men, and I ended up telling this other individual, like, man, I ran into, dude, and he came back to me 2 days later, like, I need you to move, don't bring your family back here no more. We're gonna take your condo. It was worth like 1.5. It wasn't that it was worth that. He just basically, we're gonna use it and we're gonna kill this motherfucker. And I was like, what? Like, he knows I know that, he comes here. You get me? Like he probably told other people, like, you're putting him in the middle of it, and he's like, man, it's gonna be wartime. You gotta do what you gotta do. And then I felt like it was a betrayal. Like now you're putting my family and me, and we're involved. You're involving me in some shit I didn't even mean to, to get involved in. And it was just gonna be a bunch of different of those little instances where I was always like trying to get out of it, and it gets tiring, where you're trying to, play politics. And my brother said, and I sat down and said, look, either we're gonna pick a side and go all the way, but we can't be family members no more. We can't be fathers. We can't be husbands. We can't, that's it. We're going to basically be what we never wanted to be. And their saying goes, either you stand for something or fall for anything. And now that was, that line we didn't want to cross. So we decided to basically choose to risk our lives and cooperate and be considered rats or whatever you want to call it. But at least we're not going to be men that we weren't ever, ever supposed to be, right? So I would rather be this than be fake, like some of these people out there with
Well,
their
I mean,
bullshit
at this
stories.
point, but I mean, saying that you and your brother had to come to a point where you're like, damn, dude, we want it in America. We're probably going to serve the rest of our life. Or we sit down here and get in this war, we're going to get killed.
Yeah, you know what? I think so. I would tell you something. Like for real, we were still a little bit cocky, Jason, right? Like we figured we know how to survive. The chances were there, but we figured we knew how to survive. We just didn't want to live that life,
Yeah,
I
but
didn't want to
how
live.
did, but hear me out on this. How do you think you were going to survive when you didn't have a military army behind you and these cartels could just,
That's the
I don't know.
benefit of not having those type of names, right? Meaning, we had to, do what we were good at, hiding, right? But hide at a different level. So there's a lot that comes with that. There's a lot, but we're not gonna. Here's the thing. Well, we always thought, look, we had the benefit of being who we were and still being able to have a family, still having some type of a life, right? I got to see how they live. They're some of the wealthiest people who live very fucked up way, like um, and
Yeah, not the Colombians. Them motherfuckers are living high on the dude. It's crazy how they live down there.
yeah, but again, I'm talking about these drug lords. You get me? Like who are living in the mountains and can't do much. And I just didn't want to like have a life like them. I didn't want to have a life like them, and I figured like what um my brother and I were like, I would have rather just risk my life, right? I'm gonna keep risking my life because there was a chance that we could, be killed, especially because now we're making enemies, right? And I said, man, if that's the case, I'd rather them kill me for trying to get out the life than for them to kill me because I decided to, stay in and choose someone
You just
that
said
that
the best way that I wanted you to say it. And that's
mm,
what I want people for them to understand that they're going to come after you and say this. And then people are going to come after me and say, why are you talking to Jay? He cooperated. Listen, guys, I don't have a problem. I have a problem with people lying. I don't have a problem with people doing what they do. But here's my issue, Jay. And this is what I can't stand. There's two things I can't stand: people that lie about it and guys that tell just to go back into the crime. I can't stand for somebody to like Owen, for one, he lied about it, and then two, he comes out here and he's cocky. You got to see his messages towards me, bro. Whoa,
mm,
whoa, whoa, like woofing, like bitch. I'm like, what you gonna do? Call the cops? I mean, come back and meet me. Come to L.A. I'm like, bitch, I've been to L.A. twice recently, and I was like, I just seen your homeboy and called your homeboy out about you, dude. And he's
yeah,
like. And he's woofing all this crazy shit, trying to be a gangster still and act like whatever. I'm like, bro, you told once, you'll tell again. Like, quit trying to act tough. Like you told.
Jason, but I think that like look for real, I have a problem with you calling him a gangster, right? One thing I do know about him that I would say is that he's not a gangster. He grabs some keys, okay?
No, no, no. He's trying to be a gangster
Yeah,
with his mouth. I'm talking about a
yeah,
mouth gangster. I'm not
yeah.
talking about a
Okay.
gangster like that. I'm talking Jay like he's popping out the mouth like he's a gangster, like he's trying to be cocky, like he's running shit. You know what kind of gangster he is? He painted somebody's tombstone.
Yeah,
Like
no,
like
yeah,
who the
I
fuck
see
does
that.
that?
Yeah, I see that. You know what? I think like for me, I don't to each its own, right? He could do whatever he wants. I'm gonna tell you, I call him out and the bullshit he does. Spill, I'll call anyone out. But I will tell you, even some of the things that you say, like, look, people are gonna drop comments, say why you talk to him. Like, look, a lot of these people who never been in their life will not understand it. It's different levels to the shit, right? And the saying goes, I'll say a bunch of little money never told big money what to do first, right? We would never be on the level. I don't want to talk to these people that have those things. I don't care to you. We would never be in the same circle. We would never have been in the same circle if I was out there, plain and simple. I'm in the circle with if we want to talk about my prior life, I was in a circle with people that mattered. Today, I'm in a circle where I had to work hard to be, and that I'm proud of, right? And they don't have small minds. Going back to Takashi, like, man, I respect Takashi. He speaks his mind. One thing is that he's a good person. He got a good mouthpiece where no one
Dude,
could all argue facts, right? They
no,
can't argue,
no.
the game of hip hop is something that we see that turns out to be a lie. I grew up from an environment where rappers were mimicking, hustlers, right? Today, these dudes think that want to be killers and want to be street dudes. Like, that's cool. Look, I did everything I had to do to try to get out that environment. And to me, it's called growth. It's called evolving. I don't want to go back to the environment. I don't want to be the same person I used to be. We see the stuff with Gucci Man, right? It's called evolve. It's called being a mature person. You know what? Negativity, the streets, the culture, people just hate. They don't want to see you evolve. They don't want to see you grow. They want to see you in the same place suffering. Because if you were in prison still and I was in prison still, everyone would be okay with it, right? Because that's where they
Yeah.
want us. And that's the pushback I get. Look, if there's gonna, eventually, I'm gonna start doing these interviews. I am gonna start coming out. You're gonna start hearing more about us eventually, right? And one thing that they could do is like, look, they could call me rat, and then what? They ain't gonna call me, unsuccessful. They're not gonna, you can't erase factual stuff, right? And it just example, even Owen or just say
Jay,
something.
I went to trial. I stood on business. I didn't tell on nobody, and I still catch hell, Jay.
Yeah,
I
I
still
think
catch hell, Jay.
Hold on,
it's always look.
let me ask you, Jason. Do you think in what you're doing on the internet and having these conversations and putting these people on blast, I feel like we're inundated with fake news, misinformation on a regular basis in all kind of aspects of our lives. Do you think that it makes a difference in some people? Do you think there's some people in your chat or in your comments that say, you know what, I'm looking at
No,
this with a different perspective now. I'm looking at this from another angle, and I get it.
I don't try to persuade the people that are watching. I do these hit pieces to get the person that I'm shooting at to change. So I have off record conversations with majority of these people. They usually hit me up and like, man, what the fuck's your problem? I'm like, bro, dude, here's my issue. By you doing this, kids are watching you. Your story went viral. You're out here lying and manipulating. Why don't you just tell the truth so this kid that's following your shit at the end goes, wow, oh, he cooperated. He told because it was real. Like I couldn't do that time and make him think. I can't make other people what they think because they're not following me. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is get that person to be true and be real. That's why I respect Jay, and that's why I hit you up and was like, bro, I need to get on with Jay because Jay speaks from the heart. Jay's telling how it happened and like why he did it, and I respect that. Like I'm not for cooperation, but I still respect Jay because you know what? He's a man. He's coming out here talking about it, and he's getting kids that are going to follow his story because he was huge. I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. He cooperated. He took down El Chapo. I didn't look up El Chapo. He's not my like whatever. Like I don't like the Italian mob either. But I still look up to Jay. I was like, damn dog, like somebody like Jay, like dude, that's it's pretty honoring in a way. You know what I'm saying? To
Well,
to
Jason, well,
do that.
I appreciate that. But I'm gonna tell you something. Like, there's a couple people shy. I know you. I know that Whack 100, Takashi especially. Big shouts out to him. Anyone academics, that calls out the bullshit. I'm like, I love those people because I'm thinking about the culture. I'm thinking about the people who are listening because half, 90% of these stories on social media, they're as they're it's fake. It's a facade. It's you see it over and over again. So even on Jake 1090, right? That's his name. I
Yeah.
see that what he's doing. Look, it turns into a thing, and I look at it like it's good because hopefully it'll make people stop thinking that that some of these people that go on there are selling a bullshit story, and and hopefully some of these kids out there be like, you know what, it's not even like that. And sadly, I don't think they get the message. The only thing they get is the
Yeah, but
clippings.
Jay, but let's be honest. You know how Jake 1090 made it big, right? not by doing what I did, because he wasn't real at the beginning. Okay.
Mhm.
He got big, and then he realized that his gang, his group, was betraying him and extorting him or whatever. I've heard all
Mhm.
the behind the stories because I know some big boys in Florida. I talked to some of the heads of the guys that are Bloods, because one of my
Mhm.
cousins through marriage runs the biggest white supremacy gang in the state of Florida. Okay.
Mhm.
And he's in state prison, life sentence for killing
Mhm.
somebody. And so I got connects all over the place, especially in the prison systems. I got a lot of connects. And Jake was working off of them. And that's why everybody followed him, because he was this little thug kid that was just selling whatever. But now he's changed his ways because he grew up, he evolved. He's seen what's going on. Me and Jake have had words. We talk a little bit. He got me kicked off of Vlad thing and everything else because of his shit. But at the end of the day, I still want Jake to stand and explain. And I see he's doing it more, but I am going to be the gatekeeper because I'm the only one that actually was looking at life sentence. My paperwork backs it up. I put it all out there, and I went to trial. I didn't tell on nobody. So if somebody wants to sit out here and act hard and try to be tough and stuff, I don't care what I'm doing to the next person, but I'm going to hold that person accountable, and I'm going to put your business out there until you change your ways, because I feel like you're selling false hope to these young kids. And Owen he's a great storyteller. Okay, he's great, and I told him that. But the thing is, you know how many kids are following his story that want to be just like him?
Yeah, that's the sad part. That's what we talk about all the time,
Well,
and
that's
that's
the
why.
reason. That's the reason that I do it, is because, I see these kids rocking these shirts with Chapo on them, and it's like, well, he had 15-year-old girlfriends. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we honoring at this point? You know what I'm saying? And I'd rather them have the information and be able to make the decision for themselves than just to listen to a one-sided story of a bunch of motherfuckers lying to them about who they're wearing on their shirt.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about it: until the message comes from that person, you're never going to change them, Chai. Because the thing that you got to realize is that I've understood is, no matter how hard I hit them, they're like, "Bro, you're clout chasing." When I said, "I don't care about you." It gets in their head. It's an ego thing with Owen. Owen can't stand it. And Owen gets a problem with this stuff. But at the end of the day, it wasn't until I started hitting him and sending a message, and then some other people, that he went on Big Herd to talk about how he cooperated, and he danced around it the whole time. Like, bro, they didn't put you on a plane and ship you to Australia to say you're cooperating. No, you debriefed before you did that. You told them you're going to cooperate. They worked with you what you're going to say. You came to an agreement, and then they told you were leaving. Like, get the fuck out of here. Quit lying to people. Why don't you tell the truth? Like, yeah, 21 years was too much fucking time, and I couldn't do it. So I cooperated, and I debriefed, and I told them what I was going to say and what I was going to do, and they shipped me over there to do it. Like, quit lying to people how this works. I
Yeah.
know how it works. Everybody cooperated against me. I know. I talked to half of the people that cooperated against me.
Yeah, so I know how it works on both sides, and it's exactly that. You don't pick and choose who you can cooperate against. You
No.
debrief. There's a process, okay? But I will tell you, look, I when I started to do this, my brother has this problem. Like, look, he doesn't even want to get into this whole like story, even book. Sometimes he's like, we should just leave everything alone, because the game is so like messed up with lies. Everyone believes the bullshit. No one wants to hear the true story, and it's not that I wanted to be a gatekeeper, is that I felt that if people heard our story,
Jay, you
I'm
have
not
no
even
choice
talking
but to be the
about,
gatekeeper.
yeah, yeah, I'm not even talking about like people who are in the you know in drug trafficking. Now I'm thinking about, for the next generation of people who would think about it. Hopefully they'll hear our story and be like, you know what, man, there's so much suffering. There was shit. It was so much. It wasn't worth it. Even all the
Dude,
money they made, it wasn't
dude,
worth it. Look, now they're we're working hard just to have that regular like life back.
Jay, if you're wanting to make a change, okay, you have to be the gate. Let me explain something to you. The Tosh 69 is the hottest person in the rap industry right now on social media. Am I lying or not? Which am I telling the
I'm gonna
truth?
tell you, you know why he absolutely, he's probably gonna be, I told Shy this.
He's making
He
more money. Dude, he's hotter than all them. And you know why
he
he's hotter? Because he can talk on this shit. He's exposing it. He's the one's like, yeah, bitches, I'm a fucking rat, but this is why. And look, and he's putting it out there what's happened, what's going on. Like, will you mean be loyal to somebody who went loyal to me? I'm not saying he's saying that you need a rat and stuff, but way he's talking about it, he's telling a story, he's front and center. Everybody can talk shit about Tosh all they want. They can say whatever the fuck you want to say, but they're listening to him. He's got the biggest voice right now, and he's
Tekashi,
changing the game better than anybody in the industry. He's changing it.
Tekashi 69, I think, will be probably one of the biggest streamers in the world. I think it's, he just set up his channel. I seen that. Big shouts out to him too. I think he called it something Facts Media or something.
Hey,
He's gonna
listen,
start
I gotta
streaming.
get on his shit. I'm trying to get on it because I know somebody that knows him. I got a lot of connects,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to work something. But the thing about it is I get a lot of hate for saying this about him. But I don't care what anybody has to say. You cannot take it away that he is the biggest streamer right now.
Jason,
He's
look,
changing rap.
if you're a real person, you're a real person. Like me, I can't. I'm gonna call it the way it is. Like I don't care. It is, I'm one of those persons that I don't care. I never spend my time disliking someone, but for sure, Takashi speaks the truth. He's speaking the truth. He's speaking to the youth, right? And so I'm a fan of Takashi. I'm a fan of Charleston White. I'm a fan of.
I'm not a fan of Charleston White. He's a clout. I wouldn't say clout chaser. The problem is I don't have a problem. I have a problem with Charleston White. He says stuff for numbers. He's just a numbers guy. So one minute he'll say one thing like he'll be like, "I'm a Trump supporter," and the next one he's not. I'm this. I'm that. He does stuff. He plays
me
numbers.
and Shy, but there's a reason why though. Okay, there's this morning. I think today. I think me and Shy talked about it. That Whack 100 was saying that he's smart because he does shit like that to get people to listen to him.
Yeah, but he puts a lot of false shit out there to get to listen to one or two small things.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I guess maybe just I'm a fan of his just because you know what, he keeps stuff real, right? A lot of times people are gonna be like, "Well, you're gonna be fans of rats." It's like, no, I'm a fan of people who are able to be honest and have real men, honest grown up men conversations about the world that we came from, about those environments, right? Including like Whack 100. Recently, I heard him, say some of the realest stuff I've ever heard him say. And this is someone who basically spends his life calling out bullshit. Okay. Um, and look, guys, this is from my perspective. I will tell you something. Look, not from a gangster, but from if you want to talk about a drug trafficker or a real, kingpin or whatever, like there's no.
Yeah, but nobody can speak on that besides you, Jay. Chai, he's the only one who can speak on real gangster shit.
Yeah,
Who else has been big? Who else has been on? Is sat at the dinner table with them? Name one.
Yeah, no, everybody wants to argue about it, and it's like I don't even want to have the conversation with you. We're talking two different things here, and and again, there's something that Peter says all the time. He says, the fake shit is becoming so predominant that people are gonna start calling the real shit fake, and I'm seeing that shit happen. Do you think that people are gonna get so thirsty for honesty that they're gonna come looking for some real content in the near future?
Everything swings back and forth. The pinnacle swings. Okay, it's gonna go one way, always comes back the other way. It always does. I mean, you hear the new thing now is that people are putting wall phones back on their houses because they're trying to get rid of fucking cell phones. Because
that's probably best for us as a humanity, right there.
But it is though.
Hey guys, I apologize. I lost you for a second.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about like how things have changed, but. The thing is, Whack 100 is calling shit out, but guess what? He's going on Adam 22 that stirs the fucking pot. Like, I get he's using this platform, but the people that follow Adam 22 are the people you're not going to change. They're there for that reason.
Yeah, but I've started to see the other side of it. Like, I don't fault Adam 22. I don't fault Black. I don't fault, Johnny Mitchell. Like, they're earning their money. You know what I mean? It's the people that go on there that look like fools and say this stuff. Like it's them. You get me? Like no one's tricking you off the streets but yourself, right?
Hold on now. So I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna break it. I've done some videos on it. My connects with 50. Some people that are big in the industry. Have told me some things, and then on top of it, I've had since I made a couple of videos about Matthew Cox, true crime, because I know Matthew and I know a lot of people around them. I've had two wives contact me and give me proof that after going on Matthew Cox podcast, granted, you're not supposed to say what you're supposed to say, but he asked questions that he should not known to ask questions. So some of these people are getting questions from the CI or from the FBI and DEA to ask questions. So apparently some of these people are handing their list over of guests that are coming on and saying, "Hey, I'm gonna have such and such," and they're like, "Okay, get them to say this or ask them this question." And they're asking questions they're not supposed to be asking. And how do they know to ask those questions?
Yeah, but again, Jason, right? We're talking about, okay. Let's just generalize. The people that go on these chats. These are gangsters, hustlers, smart ass dudes that know everything. Man, ask the questions. It's Joe damn ass fault if you answer them. Go
Yeah.
on there and you should know. Like, for example, maybe I don't have that problem. Maybe I don't have a problem with lying or keeping it real. And maybe because all my stuff is out there, I know you asked me a question I didn't want to answer. I went around with. I didn't answer it. People ask me certain questions all the time. The same question. I don't answer it. I have nothing to say. I don't know, what you're talking about. Just it, and you can't blame them. Like, for instance, like Matthew Carter, I love that he keeps it real. I think he does give real good interviews. Ian Big, with him, he doesn't pick on no one. He just lets people talk. Um,
Yeah.
but again, it's when are we going to start putting that responsibility on the person that goes out there, and puts
No, no,
himself
no.
out
I
there?
put it on them. I put
Yeah,
it on them. Don't get me wrong. But hear me out on this though. I know people that are really good, and you get them in a good conversation. They're telling their story, and there's boom, 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 and you slide something in, and they slip. You know, and the thing about what I'm getting at is, you shouldn't. If you have skeletons in the closet, you shouldn't be going on at all. And
at all.
I told you, it's on them. It's on them. But I have agents, and you talk to a lot of agents. I talk to a lot of agents. The agents tell me that they're involved in a lot of this stuff, and I'm just like, damn,
But you
like
know what? But
they're telling me to
everyone
be
knows
careful,
this.
huh?
Everyone knows this. Hold on, is a comment is a comment a joke? You see that people laugh. They say they go on podcasts to confess their sins. They won't cooperate in front of the office, but they go into a podcast and do it. So I mean, everyone knows it. This is what I'm saying. All right, like I'm sorry, but look, either you're gonna learn to shut up, what I'm saying, and not go on these podcasts to tell your lies to begin with, and you have to be responsible. Guess what? You're being like like basically we're taking the streets and we're putting it on podcasts. And guess
Yeah.
what? You do it to yourself. The same way you
No,
do
I
it to yourself in
agree.
the street.
But
And
here we go again. Chai. Uh, here's the thing is he talks about, I heard him say, like, I'm not that big, my podcast won't grow because I'm too real and I ask the questions and I put people on blast, right? You know how many guests have declined to come on mine or canceled? I'm talking about straight gangsters because I ask certain questions and I do certain things because I've learned how to dance around calling somebody out. Like, huh? Like where people are like, damn, Jay smells the bullshit. You can read it in the comments and stuff.
Yeah,
And YouTube has banned me.
I'm rather relaxed in it too. I try not to make it a huge, brouhaha, but I kind of throw something in there and.
Yeah, just to let them know, like, yeah. I had a guy that's on today. He was a drug smuggler in the 80s and 90s. Dealt with all the big guys. He's in his paperwork's got it all. He cooperated. He was an asset for the DEA. He's going to come back on and talk about it because he had a handler and he's going to break the whole thing down of like, I'm going to have him because he's like, no, I'm wide open about it. I said, good. I want you to explain to people and these kids that are listening to me and follow me about um, how serious it got. He wasn't a gangster. He was a hustler. He was, he didn't commit no other crimes. He just he trafficked weed and everything else. And he was a smuggler back in the 80s. But the point of it is he was just like, I want people to know how real it gets when it gets real and how serious it is and how your life gets flashed in front of you and how the feds work and what they do and how they control like everything. And he was like, I had to work for years. And I had to do some serious things. I had to take people down close to me that I didn't want to do because you don't get to pick and choose. And so he said he could do it for hours. And so
well,
I
also,
cut short
just
today.
to let you know, I do consulting for cooperators. Okay.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of calls, okay, of people just wanting to have information because people are think about it all the time. And I think Shy and me covered it the United States government pays out, I think, $600 million a year to cooperating informants. All right. Listen, these are not people who are going to jail. These are people who are working, for a paycheck to put your ass in jail.
Yeah,
And
they made 10% of the conspiracy. My guy made 475,000 cooperating against me.
and again, it's part of the culture. It's just the whole environment, man. It's like, if I wish I could just tell them, like, look, man, get out every type of environment. Forget the rap game. Forget all of that. Why is it that cultures always pick the hardest thing to do? Play sports, you know, rap game. It's like they're always picking the hardest thing to get into, where it's a very small percentage of people who are going to get in, going to make it. Why not pick something a little bit more secure? Regular education, learn something, a trade, something. Look, it's good. It's okay to have a credit. It's okay to have a car note. It's okay to just have a regular life and a regular relationship. You're going to be way happier than you would have than being in jail, telling, people stories, of what you used to do. And we know the prison, we always say that, like, in jail, is you could be whatever you want most of the time,
Oh
right?
shit.
Everyone's in there is a kingpin. Everyone in there's rich, and yet they'll be like, man, I remember I used to have 5 Bentleys. Can I have a soup?
Nah, you're telling the truth. I mean, you know, I got into a lot of shit, Jay, because I didn't run with no gangs. I didn't run with nobody, and I wasn't a small kid. And I just stuck to myself, and I didn't want to deal with nobody. I didn't want to get caught up in the bullshit. And it was just like they sent me straight to a gang yard right off the rep, dude. Ran by the Texas families, and I was just like, "You got to be fucking shitting me." And I did not follow the rules. And let me tell you something. It caused me a lot of problems, but I learned how to navigate a lot better in life since I've been home because, like you're saying, you know how to dodge questions and not get into some mix and stuff. I went to juvenile prison first. I got locked up when I was 15 years old. I never went to high school. I graduated high school in juvenile prison because I was a white boy and white boys couldn't make it. And there was only like 5 white boys I was in there the whole time with, and the rest of them were weak. And let's just say I caught so many fucking battery charges in there that I just stayed in the shoe and I stayed in the county jail because I couldn't stay out of trouble. And so when I went to feds, I got in there and I thought I was going to be around like a lot of big gangsters, a lot of this. I got in there. I couldn't believe the people I was around. Same fucking thing as juvenile. A bunch of crash dummies, a bunch of idiots. They're smoking dip that a motherfucker took out of the dip. They went and got the CO's dip, dried it, and they're smoking it, huffing
Yeah.
glue. I mean, you name it.
I trust me, I've been there. It's just crazy because it's like prison in it's something that's a different world. I'm always like, look, you get people to go in there and who bullshit and outside and bullshit more. A lot of times I'd be like, I don't know how they made it in the streets. They got lucky to be in prison, right? Because where I come from, they wouldn't last. It doesn't matter what world you live in, like, especially in the cartel world, especially in the real business side of it, man. Your word, your reputation is everything. Plain and simple. That's it. If your character sucks, you're not gonna last.
My
Uh,
first fight, listen to this shit. My first fight in the feds. I was just thinking about it. So one of my cellies, there were 6 white boys in this room. I was out in Oakdale, Louisiana, and I'll never forget, big old white boy, bald head, but he was like a hood white boy. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Beard, bald head, big old swole motherfucker in a way, but a belly on him. And he had his album out, and he's like, "Bro, I was this," and all he woof about how big a dope boy he was from up your way somewhere. And he kept going through his photo album, and it's just projects, and he had like an expedition on like some 20s. And I
hmm
looked at him and I was like, "How much dope are you pushing again?" And he looked at me. I was like, "Bro, dude," I was like, "You got projects and 20s in here, man." And I was just being nice. Dude, he got so fucking mad, dude. Oh man.
yeah. I had a lot of those troubles because people always, people like to talk about what they had. I would just stay quiet. Like, you know. And they'll be like, what type of cars you have? I'll give them a DuPont registry. I don't know. I said, pick one. Like, they'll be mad. You get me?
Broke up right there again. You
Nah,
said they'd be mad?
he had all of them. Did
You
you have
know,
21 Lamborghinis at one time? They said.
no. You know what? No, you know what? I don't even like to talk about those
Fuck, you
things.
need 21 Lamborghinis for,
No,
man. You sound like my co-defendant Vinny. He had every car besides a Bugatti.
you know what? I didn't. I'm gonna tell you. After a while, we didn't care about the cars. To me, it's like when people talk about the story, I get it. You know, people have the pictures and stuff. They live, you know, with their past, and I kept thinking like I'm not living for yesterday. I'm living for what I'm gonna have tomorrow. You know, and that was important to me. So we always been that type of person. Like even when we had it, like I never prayed. Like it was fun to have all these things. You get me? But it never made me. You know, I never needed it to be me. You know. Um,
Listen, I drove around in a 2002 Hyundai Sonata most of the time, dude, because I didn't want people to know who I was. I had every car you can think about. And I drove around in a busted ass $900 car I bought from the auction because I didn't want people were trying to split up my relationship with my girl. So I would drive this car around because nobody knew who the fuck I was.
yeah, you know what? You know, me and my brother be like, look, I could roll up in a hoopty and they're gonna know who I am. I don't need the car. You know, we're past that already. You know, but yeah, we splurge on dumb things, but you know, in prison it's so crazy, right? You hear all these stories but
I
there's still a
refuse to
lot of
bring out
good
my photo
people.
album. I sent my pictures home. I quit talking about shit. It caused me so many problems because they look at me and I had more shit, bigger stuff. All my toys were all money, green $100 bills, hydro dipped on them, fast race. I mean, I had everything. We had all kinds of shit, dude. Between me and my co-defendants, there wasn't nothing besides a Bugatti we didn't have. Planes, helicopters. I can tell you about landing helicopters in our front yard at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning from the strip club. We just dropped it in the strip club parking lot. I
Yeah,
mean,
those are the time. But you know what's better? Like doing it again on the you know, on the legit way, and it's
I don't even want to do that again, Jay. I don't even give a fuck about going that big.
you know what? I don't either. You know what? I'm gonna tell you, I don't either. But just being able to buy brand new stuff, you know, like and doing it the right way. I'll tell
I
you
do,
something.
I
Look,
do, I do. Y'all speak for yourselves. I do. I'm ready.
People have already
I
been
need
when
the
you've
curse.
been
Jay
there.
used to
I'll tell
tell me.
you.
Jay used to tell me. Shy P2. Shy. And with the money comes the problems. I've had other problems. I'm looking for them problems right now. Run them problems.
Yeah, I get it. But you deserve to try it, though. You deserve
Yeah.
to try it
No,
one time.
everyone
I tell
deserves.
everybody you
Yeah.
got to go through it.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be. Like, it was never just my life. Like I just see some of these interviews where people talk about what they had. Oh, my car, and this and that. And I'd be like, bro, if that's what we're talking about. Like man, life is just it's too amazing to be dwelled on materialistic things, right? We fell into a trap of wanting these things because someone else, you know, that was insecure, you know, wanted them, and thank God, man, and thank God I was able to, you know, grow and
Jay,
and
so I'll tell you a story about a chick. So I was with my girl from high school. I thought I would be with her forever. And the only reason why we really separated was because of prison. You know what I'm saying? So much time in prison. Somebody worked on her, got her messed up on drugs, and took her. Okay.
but that was probably
Um,
the best thing that happened to you. Now you're married to your wife now,
No,
so
no, no, no. I agree. I'm not
yeah,
saying it wasn't. I'm just saying
yeah.
my what I'm getting at is I was a family man. And if you talk to anybody, my girl can tell you like all she's ever heard about, I was a family man. Like I didn't run around and cheat on my girl. Girls were trying to separate us, cause problems. And this one time, this girl, she's smoking hot. So I was at my buddy's shop right down the road from my house. I had scooters because we go down into Keys and other places, and we take the scooters when we go down there. We'd ride around on scooters because when you're in Key West, that's what you ride on, is scooters. And so I would always have it. Me and my daughter would ride around on it all the time. She was 5 years old. And I was at the shop and she's like looking at me because I'm on the scooter, like sizing me up. Like, just, I heard her whisper something to my friend's old lady, like talking shit. So I go home because my girl calls and says dinner's home. So I go home. And my boys were like, "Hey man, let's go out tonight." And I'm like, "I really don't want to go out." And they're like, "Come on, man, can you get your girl?" Because she just got a brand new S63.
Hmm.
And I was like, "I ain't my car. That's Jamie's car. You got to ask her." And they're like, "Jamie, can we take your car?" And she's like, "I don't give a shit, as long as Jason's driving or whatever." I was like, "We got to swing in somewhere." So I whipped into my fucking boy's shop, and she was there. Dude, this girl's eyes lit up, come running up, dude. I cracked the window on her ass. As soon as she got there, I rolled it up on her. And I pulled out of there. And he's like, "What is that about?" I said, "Well, that's what just goes to show you when you look at somebody on a scooter and talk shit." And, but that was the cockiness of what I was doing at 21 years old. You know what I'm saying? At
Hmm.
22, 23, whatever it was. Um, but I look at that now today, like I wouldn't even waste my fucking time.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I think I would have wasted my. The only person I wasted my time that was interested in me for the money was my wife. Um,
But you know what I'm
no,
getting
I'm
at though
kidding. I'm
is
kidding. Yeah.
when I was younger I was cocky. Like when somebody would size me up or try me or something like that, I would go and do something really stupid. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is I know people that want that and they want to go around and doing it, but I'm at the point now. My girl will tell you like she wants the new Escalade and she still has her old car and I keep telling her no and I drive it everywhere. This old bus and they're all like, Jay, why you drive that thing? And I'm like, because nobody knows me in it. Like I'm glad I pull up in this thing. Everybody looks at me like I'm broke. That's what I
Yeah.
want. You
Yeah.
know, I don't care about them things. People are like, what is wrong with you? Why do you keep driving that raggedy thing everywhere when you have a nice truck? I'm like, I don't know. It's just me. I don't care, you know? And I dress down. Nobody can tell that I have money. And it blows people's minds that I dress up for the podcast, but you see me every day, Jay, dude, you'd never even know, dude. You could never tell back in the day. Like the
Mhm.
cops, they all respect me in my hometown and I had a lot of control and they all knew what I was doing. They knew how big. I mean, what's the name went on Ian Bick talking about it. And even the DEA agents, they were like, we knew we tried to get you, but a lot of people were for you,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Like, how
Yeah.
do you
Well,
get that?
well, it's called growth too. So you know what? I will tell you something, man. With congratulations to you that you were able to have a second chance, and you know, with time comes wisdom, right? And knowing and it's what you do with it, what matters, right? At the end of the day, we have one life, you know,
Yeah.
and thank God that we got a second chance of it. There's a lot of people that never will, but um and hopefully people will hear this and understand, you know, that there's two sides of it, but there's nothing better to be able to wake up free and you know not have those issues anymore. And you know, people when they ask me or my brother what's the most expensive thing we ever bought, and we always say, well, it's our freedom, right? And we're still paying
Oof.
for it, right?
You're still
uh
paying for it.
yep, we're still paying for it each and every day, especially with our wives. But yeah, man, just like maybe we could take some questions. um Shad, we got questions?
We had some questions in the chat earlier. Let me see if I can scroll back to them. Is there anybody that we have yet to shit on or call out that deserves it at this moment? Let it be known.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
Who's in the
Derek
news
Nolan's another
cycle?
one, lying motherfucker.
Who's that?
So Derek Nolan, the other one I pulled a gun on his head.
Yeah.
I
No,
pulled a gun. These boys, I can't stand people like I listen, Jay, I'm not a gangster. Like, let's get that straight. But you know, I'm not the type of person you push in the corner.
yeah.
Like I'm
Hey,
gonna come out like somebody's gonna be in a body bag.
yeah. Hey, before we go, a big shout out to Honor Amongst Thieves podcast. A big shout out to Ian Bick's podcast too.
Yeah.
Nelson Rodriguez, Ian Bick. Big shout out to them. Matthew Cox. Uh, big shout out to him as well.
And let me take a moment to bring back these donos quickly. All right, let me throw these donos on real quick and acknowledge the people. Shout out to the usual suspects in the building. Let me get these popping. Let me replay JP's first.
Jonathan Pantria sent $2 hashtag salutes Chiel my brother hashtag Il Cartel member San chat hashtag hope you are all having a blessed and grateful hashtag hanging out doing hoodrat shit with my friends Saturday hashtag rat9 fucked around found hashtag fuck69 hashtag like and subscribe to the great quality content hashtag support the channel hashtag it's free.
Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Salute Shail, my brother Il Cartel members in chat. Hope you are having a blessed and grateful hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Saturday.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Rat9 fucked around and found out. Fuck 6ix9ine. Like and subscribe to the great quality content. Support the channel. Support the channel is free. Don't cost you a damn thing. All right. Salute JP for the $2 power chat. Let's get Zoraida in here. Shout out Zoraida for the $5 super chat. No one's giving you this kind of content. Like and subscribe. It's free. Shy with the exclusives and great content. Salute to you. I appreciate you. Who we got?
At Ish Milano 35 cent $4.99 on YouTube.
Shout out Ish for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Let's get Pete Never in here. Boom. Shout out Pete Never for the $5 super chat. Great content. Let's help out Shy. Shout out JVN JVN, shout out to the Twins and Shy, always giving great content. And another one from a $5 super chat from Pete Never. Hundreds up. Salutes to him. Shout out Ish for the $5.99. I am all caught up. All right. I'm all caught up.
Hey guys, big shout out to the chat, to Usual Suspects. Make sure you subscribe to 8UpJ channels on YouTube and Instagram. I've been following for a long time. I keep up with all your interviews too. Are you still working with Kyle?
No, I'm not working with Kyle because Kyle causes too many problems in his. So I did time with Kyle. Kyle's not a bad person, right? A lot of people judge him because of how he looks and stuff, but the problem is with Kyle keeps bringing too bad of people around him. And I kept telling him, like, Kyle, you got to get rid of these people. So they set him up and they fucked him up. They got his eye and they got everything. And soon as, Jess is right here, she'll tell you. I told him, I said, Kyle, when I walk away, they're going to get you. I'm the only thing that's keeping them from getting you. And I walked away because I can't be around those type of people. Like, I just refuse to be around people like that. And what did they wait, about a week or two? It may have been a week after they found out I left and they got him. And they set him up, fucked him up pretty good, and they've been trying to extort him and crush him.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we're talking about Kyle Sandler from
Federal Prison
Tips.
Yeah, so a lot of the fraud stuff that they're saying about him is a lie. They're trying to crush him. They're trying to take him down, steal his business because they think that somebody looks retarded like him shouldn't have made $1 million business out of Federal Prison Tips. The kid was making millions and absolutely just crushing it. And he brought some bad actors around them. And I kept telling him, I'm like, they're going to get you. They're going to get you. And he didn't want to listen. And when you start getting blind like that, I have to separate myself.
Shout out Jay. We got a couple questions here. Shout out Jason. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for your time. We dropped the 10 Toes podcast channel link, so make sure y'all sub up over there. Go hit them like buttons and hit all the didgeridoos over there on the channel. Salutes to Jason and Jay for their time. Jay, first question from Heck. Jay, Jason, how many pictures do the feds have of you posing with guns and money? I think y'all both could answer that question.
None. Zilcho. I didn't take pictures. I ran from pictures. I just did a big podcast interview with Business Insider, and they were asked me for pictures, and I was like, I really don't have none. Even my attorneys were surprised and couldn't believe. They were like, man, they thought they were going to have like this slew of stuff. I ran from a camera back then. I don't know about you, Jay. How was it done with you?
Come on, man. Look at his glasses in that picture right there, man. He was running around throwing money in motherfuckers' faces and shit. Now I'm just talking shit.
They had pictures of my toys, but they didn't have pictures with me with the toys, if that makes sense. I was very camera shy, so everybody in my circle knew you do not take a picture with me.
Yeah, if they were going to catch a shot, they were catching a shot. They weren't going to get it from something that you did.
No, yeah. So they got pictures with me. They took pictures. They were surveillancing me with helicopters. And because back then they didn't have the drones. So I have some helicopter surveillances, like places I was at and what I was doing. And so I was big in the racing. So they'd have pictures from the surveillance from above, and which was absolutely crazy because we never seen the helicopters and knew they were there. That's wild, isn't it? Because I grew up down here. I'm a white boy, country boy. So we race airboats, streetcars, swamp buggies, offshore boats. We do different types of shit. And so, my racing habit, my monthly spending just in my toys and shit like that was probably $250,000, $300,000 a month. Just my play money. That's not including strip clubs and all the other dumb shit I was doing.
Yeah. Wilding, man. Spreading the wealth, boosting the economy.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, Jay, what was your monthly spending habits on clowning?
Jay, you still there? Probably had to go get a bag of chips or some shit.
But, the thing is, you got to realize I wasn't making money on Jay's level. I was making around, I don't know, $800,000-$900,000 a month clearing, maybe. I'm going to keep it real.
Well, your hustles changed, right? Because it was at one point smuggling and trafficking, and then at the next point the clinics and stuff like that. So it was a change.
So I went.
Hey guys, Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, you know what I was gonna tell you, Shai. We didn't take pictures back then. I know it's hard for people to comprehend. In today's time, we take pictures all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But back then, that's the worst thing they would get you on, and they'll get you on that today too. Is taking pictures of anything. So we stood away from the pictures. Sadly, because we didn't like taking pictures, even the family missed out on pictures, right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
we wouldn't allow it. You know what I mean?
Same thing here, and I learned that from the old heads, all the old
Yeah.
drug smugglers that taught me everything.
Jay, we got a couple questions for you if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Jay, how many people did you control?
Oh man, at our peak, close to 200, over 200.
Sounds like
At our peak, just 200 directly, and then probably another 60, 80 indirectly. Don't forget, we had people all over the place. Um,
That's it,
um,
200. I figured it'd be more than that.
no, it seemed like a lot, but it seems like I think we did a pretty good job of keeping it. Even for that, it was like the people that were helping us made it easy to just have it at a low number, right?
Somebody like El
Like,
Chapo, what do you think his numbers were?
oh man, we're talking about the directly and indirectly. Indirectly in
they
the
got
terms
200
of,
in the White House.
yeah, indirectly. I mean, we're talking about indirectly thousands, tens of thousands, but
Woo!
directly. But again, remember, it's not what it seems, guys. It's like directly around him. It's just saying for us, right? We have mirrored, like we try to mirror their organization, except for I don't have an arm wing, right? Um, but it's basically his surrounding circle, the main important people. They're very few, and for him, they're probably like it was probably 40, 50 people, 60 people. But then they each probably have who knows how many people they have. We're talking about thousands.
Is it
So
true his bribes are around $100 million a month?
uh, just because I knew him very well, he's real tight. You know, I wouldn't think they're $100 million a month. I think they're in the tens of millions, but not 100 million.
Okay.
So just so you know, just because they bribe the government, once they bribe them, like what they don't want to be is feel like they're like paying for everything. They're nice to them until they tell them chill the fuck out.
All right. Let me see. What else we got here? Ask Jay why he did not work with the Queenies Valencias to help him with the money situation or anything similar to that, or did you not know them at that time?
Oh yeah, I worked with them, but not like at a like a lot. Uh, I want to say that we bought from them, and one time they bought from us, but not directly. We middleman the stuff because they were moving all the dope to at that time to Europe. I'm talking about they were moving so much dope, and they could move so much that they would try to buy everything, even in Mexico. Um, so they were working out of Europe. They really had stopped working to the United States at that time, because they were
Oh
building up
shit!
their money.
Europe does that much drugs?
Europe,
Yeah.
Europe probably does 2-3 times the amount of cocaine that the U.S. does.
Holy shit! Boy, they like to party.
Right now it's just a global thing.
Oh, it's global.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what they were, but at that time, a wholesale key was going for €50,000, 50,000 euros. So the Queenies were ranking it in. They were getting it.
That's what 60,000 because a euro costs more or is worth more.
Yeah, at that time it was like 1.7, $1.70 per euro.
Damn.
Shout out Primo. This one's for Jason. If he said they put him in a gang pile, what gangs was he placed in there with and where?
Okay, so I went to Oakdale, Louisiana, right out the gate. And it's ran by the Texas family. So the TS is Tango Blast, I think it was. Aztecs, and all them. So it was all ran by the white boys, ABs. And so when you get there on the compound, I'll break it down like this. So if you're black, your people don't really check you. You go to your group, whoever it is, or your state. White boys are going to run your paperwork. We're going to give you a chance. If nobody speaks on you, you're going to have to get your paperwork, get a couple weeks. We're going to put you in a white room, just like the blacks are going to do. The Mexicans are going to take you straight to a fucking room. I don't care what part Mexican you are or who you are. They're going to send you to a fucking room. You're going to get butt ass naked. They're going to check all your tattoos and make sure that you're not on the wrong compound. They're going to beat you off. White boys don't do that. So this yard was ran by the ABs, but the independent car is the biggest one, and that's who I ran with, was the independents.
Okay. Salutes. Let's see what else we got here. Shout out to Bebo. I have a question. Where you from, Junior? Little Village. That's the answer to that. Shout out Ish. How do you feel about the fake informant plugs putting clean people in bad situation, in some cases 20 plus years?
It's dirty, but it's the game.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, here I talk about that all the time. That's something that I go through in my seminars. Again, right? It's they're fishing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be smart enough not to bite. Not to bite.
Yeah,
get caught up in the fishing line.
But then here it goes again with the whole thing of like going on a podcast, telling yourself, if I say, hey man, take this across the border and you make this money, and you say yeah, and it's a setup, but you still knew it was illegal, so you knew the consequences.
Yeah.
And that's just, and they do it all the
time. And also, no excuses. Look, man, when people say that you signed up, you knew what you were signed up for. Look, bro, I knew the game, from top to bottom. I see the rules and the unspoken rules. And from, before I was born, snitching was always part of the game. You know what I mean? No matter what, it's always been there.
So that's one thing I want you to explain more, Jay. I feel like you leave this on the table, and this is why I really wanted to talk to you. Yeah. I didn't know this until I went to federal prison. In Mexico, it's the code. It's called it's a get up. Just like Owen Hansen says. In the card game, it's a get up or whatever. Dude, everybody I know that was running something in Mexico or was a part of a Mexican type cartel thing, that's what they do over there. They give up each other for territory, trying to get people out the way. They cooperate to stay out the way. It was just like they were telling me the game, and I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, it's normal over there. Like, we go to prison and we don't even get beat up for it. He's like, I don't understand, like, why I'm being held. I had one tell me, like, I can't even, like, I can't watch TV. I got to live with the sex offenders. I got to do this because I cooperated in Mexico. Politics are different over here. I think we lost Jay again. Sound like you're driving down the road or something. You know what? But here's the thing about it is, when do you get somebody on that was in the game, that was looking at a life sentence, didn't cooperate, and then you got somebody that was at the top of the game that cooperate, but still have the same, we had the same goal at the end. Like, you don't see that very often.
No, yeah, it's a. I mean, again, like he said, it's a tale of growth on both sides. Two different paths, but growing, towards the same greater goal at the end of the day.
I would have never done what I'd done if I was told the truth. Does that make sense?
If everybody lied to you about all these codes and all this street bullshit, and
I would have never got into the game.
Yeah.
I would have never got into the game if I would have been set down and was like, hey, this is what's really going to do.
Your friends are going to try to kill you.
Your friends are gonna snitch on you. They're gonna fuck your girl. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. Like I don't cooperate. I'd probably went down in the blaze of fire, unlike Jay did. It's just I'm wired different, but I understand why. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't a gangster, he wasn't a killer. So it's like, what do you expect when you put somebody in a corner like him? What do you expect him to just be like, okay, put a bullet in my head? No, he's gonna go and defend for his family.
Right.
It's just real quick, just to answer your question about like. It depends on who you are in the cartel. Remember, it's not like in the cartel. It's ran by people. It's individuals, you know, and they do it all the time. But it's like it's what they could do, right? But it's something that's not really like spoken about, you know. But you can never question the boss, right? You can never question. They're the ones with the power. They make the rules as they go. They break them whenever they want, and that's just the way it is, you know.
How do they have so much power when they break the rules? Like, how does their own people don't turn on them?
It's like, you know, it's like why the tigers, right? When you put, you know, tigers in a cage, it's just a thing where they're just brainwashed, you know, and the people who are making money off of them, and the people who are, it's like they train you to be loyal to them, you know, and the people are, and it's crazy. That's why I always say, like, you have all these people who are real, you know, trained killers, right? And who are by their sides that will get raped. You know, a killer will get raped by one of these bosses, you know, and they won't do nothing to him. So there's just so many stories that me and Shai, we have covered up all these stories about all these like hitmen and stuff being treated by some of their like, you know, bosses and stuff. And you know, they don't do shit about it, you know, because they're just so brainwashed.
Damn, that's crazy, dude. Like they talk sideways to their own hitman. I guess hitmen are scared to die
all
too.
of them, but not all of them. But look, we just talked about recently where there's like their own men are the ones snitching on them because they're scared of them. You know, I'm not talking about like just Chapo or Mayo because I never seen that, but in some cases, like with the Zetas, like the bosses, just to have fun, they would like literally rape their own hitmen or chop their you know, their dicks off, you know, and all kinds of stuff. Yep.
So they're fucking another man, the cartel leaders.
Some of them.
Just because they want to prove that the hitman ain't shit.
They just, I mean, basically, I'm not sure why they do it. Maybe because they're gay, you know.
But so does the hitman? But you chop my dick off, I'm gonna kill you. So like,
but that's our whole point about, you know, when we talk about gangsters and the myths of gangsters and killers. You know what I mean? You know, they'll say they're killers until a point where, you know, they're not. You know.
Holy shit! You just blew my mind. Like this motherfucker's running around killing people, and then he gets his ass taken, and he don't do nothing about it.
And no, he'll be like, anything else, sir? I mean, that's what you see. Those guys that you see, you know, killing people over there, they're different. It's a different world for them, you know. So
Dude, listen, I've been to a lot of third world countries. I've watched a dude get his brains blowed out. I've seen people die. I've seen it with my own eyes. I mean, I grew up hunting, so killing is a second nature to me when it comes to killing animals. So, I mean, I don't feel like animals and humans are too far apart. So, I mean, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, the point that I'm making is, here's the next thing I got a question to ask you. What's on my mind? This is a big question I wanted to ask you. I did a video on it. How does somebody like El Chapo and heads of cartels keep people loyal to them when there's a $25 million bounty on their head?
Their families are there, you know. They know what happened to their families.
Okay.
You know? But it's also the culture, right? They get caught up in the culture and you know, and they idolize these people, and then all their families are there, you know. They're not that smart to, you know, sometimes to think about that reward, you know, especially.
But wouldn't the reward remove their whole families?
They don't know that, you know. And remember, they don't know that they're brainwashed. These guys are brainwashed to kill, to be a part of them. They don't know no better, and a lot of them are just grateful that they're able to eat, right, or able to have anything. And when they do get out of a little bit of poverty, they owe it all to them, to the organization, to the culture,
So so if they're that loyal over there, how did you and your brother walk into the DEA building and contact him over in Mexico without being ousted by somebody seeing you?
Well, we didn't, we that was the part where I feel like, was the biggest blessing that we did it, and we were able to because we knew how they operated, we knew exactly how they worked.
Okay.
We did it the right way. We did it, the way that we should have, just because we know how they know everything.
And
And
understand, did it under the guise of darkness for what, 9 months? Basically undercover on their own, no help from the United States government. They said, "Hey, figure it out, bro. Go get you, go make it happen."
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. The only thing that we
Wow.
had was that they didn't tell anyone in Mexico, other than a very few group of agents.
Boy, I bet you that. I don't know. I don't know. I give it to you. I give it to you because I don't trust none of the agents really because a lot of them, I don't know. After talking to them and how many of them shake my hand for not cooperating and the things they say to me is out of the world, dude. I'm just like, I thought you liked people to cooperate, and they're like, fuck no, we don't. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's how you do all your work. You're lazy. You don't do nothing. They say, yeah, but we still don't respect them. It's it. I'm telling you, Jay, it'll blow your mind how many of them come up and shake my hand, and they want to meet me.
Shout out Jay. Jay, are you still there?
And we're losing him. You can tell when he comes go. It sound like he's in a car driving.
He in the
He's going
mountains.
through. He's going
Oh,
through
we
some bad
lost him. He
areas.
clapped
He
himself.
lost him.
He's all the way out of there.
Yeah, but you know the thing, Jay, is I don't know. I hope eventually down the road that me and Jay could possibly do some things together because you got somebody from two different walks of life. One guy that cooperated, one didn't, was willing to do life because of I looked at what I did was bad. I did a lot of bad in my life, and I felt like if God was going to give it to me, He's going to give it to me. And it gives two people two perspectives that are on the stage together, standing side by side to talk to people like, yeah, he cooperated, I didn't.
Right.
But it was this, we have the same outcome at the end, as in we feel like no matter, yeah, he cooperated, he's a rat, but we still have the same purpose of why we're doing this.
Right. You both could
You know?
attest to that the game is bullshit.
No, it is bullshit. Listen, for them boys to have as long as run as they did, it blows my mind. Well,
And think
they're
about the
gonna end-
age. This whole thing started when they're 17 years old.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to look at it this way. To get a 2 year run today, I've talked to a lot of big dope boys. To get a 2 year run today is like almost impossible. I don't know if you believe that or if you feel the same way.
I believe it. I mean, we're living in a different world, man. We talk about it sometimes and we say, man, there's always been cooperators, but when did it become like the thing when people that, that probably would have, and it came with those football numbers. It came with those big cases. It came with those new laws, and now we got cameras. You step outside your house, every camera done got your ass from here to wherever you end up. And
You heard what's going on with the vehicles on 2027.
What's that?
Where they put all the AI in the cars now, so they can shut your car down if they feel like you're intoxicated or you swerve a couple times. They
Right.
put you in car jail and they make you pull over and shut your car off.
Or they send you 200 miles an hour down Hollywood Boulevard like Michael Hastings, put you into a tree.
No, I agree with that, and that's the crazy thing about it is that we're coming to a world of robotic, but if everybody would focus on and spend the amount of time not worried about what the rappers and these people that are feeding you fake bullshit, because 99% of them are fucking fake, and that's why I gravitated towards Jay, falling down this rabbit hole with him, and I was just like, the shit that I've been through, what I've seen, not many people can speak on it and have facts to back it up. And he just, I've been around it, and you can call bullshit, and I haven't been able to call bullshit on Jay yet. I really have. And Peter, oh my God, Peter talks better.
I've been covering them for almost 3.5 years. I've been, doing shows with them about 2.5 years or 2 years, and
they've been on the level with me. That's why I take all the bullshit that comes in the comments and tell everybody that needs to be told to fuck off, and do what I gotta do, because I believe in the message. They broke a generational curse. They broke a generational curse in one generation and got their family back. So salute to them for even wanting to tell a story, because they can easily fall into obscurity and not talk about it and not be seen, but they choose to, speak on it.
But dude, the way them two talk, they talk like Tosh 6ix9ine, and they have a way of delivering the message like I've never heard before in the drug game, and they could take over the internet and change a lot by the way they talk. Like when I tell you they gravitate, like pull people in, they pull people. I'm gonna be honest with you. My girl will tell you I have a hard time following anybody. Like there's just not too many people's stories that can grab me. I've lived a life. I've done some wild shit in my days that I don't talk about. But, something I wanted to talk to Jay about before he got off was about the deal with 50 Cent. Why hasn't he got a movie deal?
Let me see if he's back. Is he back?
Because
no, he's not back.
I deal with all 50 screenwriters too. They're wanting to do a 5-season TV series deal with me, but we're running into this issues also. And I heard him talk about,
Production hell.
Yeah, do you know any of the ins and outs of it? Are you allowed to talk on it or no?
Not really. I usually let him speak on it.
Yeah.
My chat is constantly asking for an update, but I'm an actor as well. And
what's the last update? Are you allowed to talk on the last update?
I don't even remember what the last update was. That it was just still in the works. Still in the works.
Because I deal with 50 screenwriters. I talk to them quite often, and they said that 50 had the rights to it, but for some reason they haven't worked on it. I don't know. I was going to talk to him about it, but I just blows my mind why they don't have a movie yet.
Listen, I tell you what, man. A lot of people hear the story. They think they know the story. This story's stranger than fiction. You can hear about the tough guy. You can hear about the tough guy drug trafficker all day long, but to hear about two kids that whose father had them in the game at 7 years old, who got the opportunity to slang 30 keys at 17 or 19 or whatever it was, and then end up sitting at the table by the time they're 23, 24 years old. That story doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere else.
They're the only ones.
They're the only ones.
Because all the cartel guys hand it down to their sons.
And not only that, there's two of them. There's two of them. They're different. They're smart. The story's different. And they ain't got no bodies. No bodies. And people can say what they want, but can't nobody show me a piece of paper with a fucking body on it? You know what I'm saying? And
the feds would have been quick. The feds would have been quick to put it on them.
Absolutely. And then some. And here we are. That story is stranger than fiction, and it's not only a TV show. There's so many different parts of it in just a 10-year span. So many different parts of it: movie, TV show, miniseries, all of it. It's all there. It's all there.
The thing is like El Barbie. Like this dude was my next door neighbor at USP Atlanta, and to know that he was on that level, like he's the one that made killing and hanging people and cutting heads off, like that was him.
Yeah,
like he made the thing.
Putting out the videos of it online. Yeah.
Like Barbara Walters has the video of him walking down executing the 6 guys from behind and sitting into the next cartel. Like I'm like, this is dude and when I tell you that he looks soft and he acts soft, he's like Bible studies, everybody come to Bible studies, and I'm like, and then he'd be like prayer meetings. I'm like, bro, dude, God is not gonna help you.
Well, let me tell you, I caught a lot of flack because again, I didn't choose to come into this cartel internet game. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to start my channel. I decided that I was gonna do some reactions. I did a couple of reactions, and I realized I needed something that was gonna bring people back for a part 2. So their podcast had dropped, Surviving El Chapo, and I ended up reacting to that so that I can get a snowball effect, and it worked. You know what I'm saying? So I learned with everybody else, and when we started covering La Barbie, the first thing that dawned on me was, and I caught a lot of flack from it, but I didn't give a fuck, was that all this tough guy shit, because I'm a big believer that just because you do some outrageous shit when you got the power to do it, that doesn't make you a gangster. Because a person like that is going to abuse a puppy if they ain't got nobody else that they can overpower. You know what I'm saying? And I remember when they caught him, they chased him across a field, and when they caught him,
he was out of breath, and he was like, I need some water. And I thought that was ironic for somebody that tortured people. You know what I'm saying?
So here's the other thing: is his father-in-law was in the same fucking unit. So his wife's dad that took over supposedly when Barbie got indicted and kidnapped or whatever by the feds, he took over, and then they ended up getting him. I was there when fucking Barbie's father-in-law's son, his wife's brother, was hung from the power lines in front of his house when he got the message. And, you know, and it's just like, it's crazy. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. And I'm thinking to myself, like, they're all upset and shit like that. And I'm thinking, like, I get it. It's your son. Of course you can be upset. But look, like, what'd you think was going to come out of this?
Right.
Like, please tell me, like, did you just think, like, I'm going to be able to do all this and nothing's going to happen? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, there's a delusion. There's a delusion involved.
It's like Jay. People are like, "Oh, quit blowing Jay and the Flores brothers. They're rats." And I'm like, "Bro, dude, I'm like, listen, I don't cooperate. I don't believe in. I'll take a life sentence. And if I agree to do something, I'm doing it. Like I'm agreed to ride or die. It's just because I'm a true believer in. If I sign up for the crime and I do bad things, then I signed up to do the time type thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you choose not to, but the ones I don't respect is people that continue. They tell to get back out to do it again. I can't respect them. I just don't. I feel like they need to all be shot, you know, done in. I'm just going to tell you how I feel because now you're just being a straight scumbag.
And here's another thing. I look at the Twins as a different case because there's nobody that could tell me that they were in their situation. Once you reach the top, you're at the top, bro. What else is there? They had three choices, and these are the three choices that I tell everybody. I've been telling people from the beginning. They had three choices. One choice was to do nothing and get butchered. Okay?
Yep.
The second choice was to become what was threatening them and smoke everything and everybody and become something that they are absolutely not. Right? And then the third one was
but what's the chances of them taking over being able to do that? Because that means you went to war with some of the biggest cartels. Were they capable to take on them cartels? Did they have the backing?
Maybe that would have added on to the other option where they would all been dead anyway. You know what I'm saying? But there was a third option, and that third option was to do what they did, and they did it. You know, but nobody can talk from that position because they've never been they're at the ceiling. There's a roof right there. There's nothing else. There's those three things. That's what you got.
You know how I met my connect from Colombia?
How's that?
It's because Pablo Escobar went to war with the Cali cartel.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think happened? What do you think all the cartel leaders did with their families?
Tell me.
They shipped them to the United States for protection. So two of the sons of the Cali cartel, guess who went to school with them?
This fucking guy right here.
Did I even know? I had not a fucking clue. I went to school with him for a couple years.
Really?
Somebody I was close with got close to them and introduced me to them. But the sons were separated from the business and was not involved in it. The cousin was the one that was running the operations for the family. So my connect was the Cali cartel, like El Chapo,
right?
Of the Cali cartel. There was no middleman.
Right. That developed in high school?
So during school, my younger years, I went to school with the two brothers. I didn't know who they were. Nobody in town knew who they were. They moved from my hometown to down to Miami later on, right? Well, somebody I know was still close to them, and I was having problems in the drug game. I couldn't get a steady connect. I kept running into problems. I had every issue you can think about, from logistics to everything you could think of. And somebody was like, hey, somebody wants to meet you. I'm like, okay. So I went and met, and they're like, hey, you got to make a trip to Colombia. My cousin wants to talk to you. So we made a trip. And we went down there, and I met with the cousin, and he runs the Cali cartel. And was like, what you want? How much you want? And I've never been around that. I went from being around people that get 300-400 kilos to what do you want? Like the question was, what do you want? And when I heard $3,000 a brick, I'm like, what is it going to cost? And they're like, oh, it's going to be $3,000 a brick to get it on the boat. it's up to you to get it off. I'm like, well, can you teach me? Like, we don't teach you how to do nothing. Like, we have our ways, but we're not going to let other people come in that we don't trust.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, so ding, ding, ding. My guy in Bahamas runs the underground casinos. So Bahamians can't gamble in Bahamas, okay? But there's casinos over there. So he was getting all his gambling machines and all of his stuff from Canada.
Okay.
And he had the port on lock. And so he had guys in the port that controlled the ports, and he would pay them to get all his stuff out of the shipping containers.
Okay.
And clear customs, because the Bahamians are not allowed to have gambling, slot machines, and all this stuff. So he ran a bunch of underground casinos over there, gambling rooms. So I went to him and was like, hey, listen, I can get unlimited amount of dope. What is it going to cost to get it in? I need to know what, like what kind of deal we were at. So we came out that they were going to take quarter of the load. So if I got 100 keys, they get 25.
Okay.
My bricks, you heard me and Jay talking about, I was like, what did you pay? I said my prices before he said his,
Right.
and our prices were the fucking same. Like, I've never heard him talk about his prices.
Yeah, it's very rare.
So for him to have the same prices as me, I told him I was paying $3 in there. And at the time I got him here, because he asked my prices first, I said I had between 8 and 9, depending on, there was always different variables, like different people I had to pay and different things I had to do.
Right.
So I'd have sometimes $9,000, other times $8,000 a brick. And, I was thinking Jay would have cheaper prices than that, but that's absolutely fucking crazy that me and him are on the same page. He's moving tons, I'm moving hundreds,
Right.
and we got the same price. Like, that's just crazy.
Yeah, probably
But
it probably runs into a ceiling at a certain point.
But here's the problem though is he has a lot more issues getting it through. He's got to get it through like Panama or whatever, and then they have to truck it up. Mine comes from a shipping container straight from Colombia to a port, and then I boat it across. There's not all the logistics he has to do to unload it off of subs, get it in a sub, truck it across the country, get it across the border.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the whole
Like,
extra steps.
they had tons of extra steps. They had way more people to pay. I didn't. I didn't have all those issues. But
how many people did you have working with or for you at the time?
Very few. I didn't have an army. That was my issue. Why that they were trying to take me out.
Right.
Is because I didn't trust very many people. I didn't want to get too big. I didn't think I needed. I had a handful of loyal boys. One of them, he would probably died with me.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk no more. But when I tell you die, I'm talking about straight killer type. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing is I was like Jay. I didn't feel like I needed an army. I didn't feel like I needed that. Now, did I have a lot of guys in the streets over here? I did, but only 2 to 3 people were allowed to go to Bahamas with me. That's it. 2 or 3 people, because I had a problem with trust. And so I was very, I didn't trust a lot of people being my inner workings, because what's the one thing everybody does when they meet your plug?
Right.
They try to steal them.
Yeah, that's a no-no to let anybody, get that close.
And that's the problem behind it is like, as soon as somebody gets to know too much, next thing you know, my connect's telling me like, hey, your boy's fucking trying to cut you out.
Right, he's trying to moonlight over here.
And I'm like, bro, like, I couldn't stop that. Every fucking time somebody in my circle met the plug, because they had to at some point, or seen them or figured out who it is, they always try to go around you. Always. At some point, they'll do it. And so I had issues with that. And that was one of my problems with it. And once the Haitians got on me, the Zopounds, they weren't going to stop until I was dead or they stole my load. But it's just how they work. The Haitians are very vicious. They're a deadly gang. And they were choppers. I mean, you can do your history in them. Like, they show up with choppers, just like the Mexicans, and they're killing.
And was that your exit from that part of your life?
Yeah, it was my exit, because it just got to the point where it was just so much. It was just like.
So wait, you never got popped for the smuggling or the drug trafficking? It wasn't until.
No, but I never got popped for it. They were on me. There's a lot of stories about how they were surveillance. I had surveillance cameras of them wiring my offshore boat up. like shutting the whole power. Like there's that clip in my Instagram of the cop on Ian Bick. He's Mike. That's Mike. That's one of the agents that's on my case. He went on Ian Bick's to talk about other stuff. He has a big channel called Copville, and he does podcasting, all kinds of stuff. We're starting a podcast called The Pig and the Plug.
Okay.
And what we do is we break down a lot of stuff like what Jay's doing. He goes and talks to agents and does all this stuff. Well, me and Mike break down body cams. And I go on their podcast all the time and give my perspective from a criminal's point of view. And, you know, so their guests love me, and they want to hear it from both sides. But Mike will tell you, like, I was a big time coke smuggler. Like, they were on me. They were trying to bust me, and they could never catch me.
Right.
They almost had me one time, and luckily I came home empty loaded, and they never hit my boat, but I feel like they knew I didn't have nothing, that they blew their, you know, like I was not dumb enough to come home loaded down.
Right.
But it's so easy. Like, you can do it. Like, they just busted, look how many kilos they just busted. What, 2 more tons off the coast here coming in?
It's just wild to be in a situation where you're running boats from the Bahamas. You got loads in the water, and then some medical clinic shit is the shit that hits the fan.
So the reason why is because my name was on it. Because the pain clinics was supposed to be my way out. So the pain clinics were legit. I had attorneys, accountants. The DEA is the one that gave me my license. The DEA shows up because you have to get a DEA approval to own a pharmacy, right? Or a doctor's office. So they have to come and inspect it and give you the written stamp approval, like a permit to build a house.
Wow.
They allowed us to do it. You know, during my trial, my attorney looked at the prosecutor and was like, this is my client's drug dealer. Right here. These people right here was my client's plug. Call them my plug to the jury. Like, this is my client's plug. This is his drug dealers. This is his connect. This is the people that was giving my client drugs. These people right here, the people that are prosecuting him are the ones that was giving him his drugs.
Wow. Interesting story.
You know, but it goes deeper because I'm going to try to tell you, I'm not a gangster. But don't push me.
Right.
Right?
I hear you.
Like, don't fuck with me. Don't push me, because you can see in my paperwork, like, I put guns in motherfuckers' heads. There's been some other incidents that went down, and I don't talk about it publicly because I want to go back to that country. We talk. I've been told not to go back through the government and other people telling me, you know, it's not safe, don't do it. But I'm gonna go and make amends. We're gonna meet and talk. Everybody tells me I'm stupid, but I didn't tell on them. We had a falling out. Shit went down really bad, but I never told on them. And they reached out to me when I got home and thanked me for not, you know, giving them up. And my family has places over there, and I want to go back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to go back there and visit and stuff. And he keeps in contact with me, the main guy, and we talk quite a bit. He checks on me, my daughter, and, you know, checks on, you know, watches my Facebook, all my social media. And he was a little upset about one of my podcasts, but we talked about it. And but I don't drop names.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't drop names or nothing, but at the end of the day, everybody that goes over there says that they talk about, the whole island talks about me. Everybody's like, oh, because when they say tell them where they're from, what town, they're like, oh, so you know Jason? They're like, yeah. So, I mean, I'm like a celebrity. My girl's right here. She'll tell you, like, everybody goes over there. It's like, dude, like, you're a fucking, as soon as I say from Vero Beach, like, everybody talks about you.
Right.
But the thing is I want to come out and start educating people. I want to, like, the youth. I don't care about the adults. They're already going to do what they do.
Right.
But these younger kids that are following this rap industry, this music, dude. I mean, like, look at Dirk. Look at fucking, what's his name that got killed up there too, his boy. Like, straight killer, dude. And it's like, for what? They're doing it for the rap music. You know that, right? Tosh 6ix9ine, he was he came out with all the crazy colors and this and that and got that. And then he figured, damn, if I start being a part of a gang and acting like a gang member, I'll get more followers and sell more records because I'm a part of that industry.
If I start lying tomorrow, I'm 100 million views, man. I just got to start talking bullshit.
But
There
I
you
don't
go.
got it in me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out J Rock from the West Coast. He got a line that says, "If I could pretend, I wouldn't feel right."
But that's right. Like what did Jay just said? He said small money doesn't tell big money what to do.
Right.
What was his saying?
Yeah.
That's what he said. Small money doesn't tell big money what to do.
Yeah.
And that's funny because, Jay was big for United States, but he was small in Mexico. Am I right by saying that?
He'd probably have a better answer than I would, but I'd say that they were a cash cow for Mexico because they had already conquered something that Mayo and Chapo had tried to conquer, which was the United States, and they didn't. So they were.
I agree what you're saying, but
yeah,
I said he was big in the United States, but he was small in Mexico.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but what I'm getting at is the reason why I say that is because you got to realize is that he was small in Mexico. What I'm trying to say is he had pull only through the cartels. At any time that they were like, once you don't think at 1 minute they went trying to figure out his operation and who his connects and who everybody was so they can cut them out and make his profits.
Well,
you're going to think at any minute that they wasn't doing that. I think you would be blind if you would say
that's how they ended up meeting El Chapo for the first time was because of something like that. The person that they were dealing with wanted to take their entire operation. Took Peter, told Jay that Peter and him were kidnapped, which wasn't true, and then Chapo got to the bottom of that shit.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Oh, he's the upper room or the lower room, or he's somewhere else. He's no longer of this physical plane. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I assume that they did get rid of him. But my point of it is if you think at 1 minute that these people, because they're smart and all they want to do is take over, and make more and more and more money, and I get it, they cherished them and they built relationships with their kids. But what I've noticed about these people, they don't give two fucks about you at the end of the day.
Right.
Because Jay says it. He says it 20 times a night. Like, oh, they tell. Every one of them tell. Like, they don't give.
Yeah. And what happens when the shine is gone? Yeah, you make us money, but the shine is off you. Like they say, what happens when we're not pretty no more? We've seen what they do when people ain't, attractive to them anymore.
Yeah. It goes back to everybody wanting to take your plug. Okay. So listen to this. 3 or 4 people knew my plug. When I came home, he finally reached out to me. My girl didn't know half the story, and she overheard the conversation on the speaker. So these boys went over there trying to get him they tried to put a hit on me.
Mm-hmm.
So they went over there talking about, hey, Jason's doing this, Jason's doing that. You need to take him out. You need to get your people to take him out. He calls me and tells me, hey, I just want to let you know they're over here trying to put a hit on you.
Mm.
They're trying to get them to kill you. So I'm like, perfect. They've tried to take over what I had when I left, and every one of them has failed. So they say being a dope boy is easy and doing it. It's not easy.
No, it's not easy money. When they say easy money, that's false.
It is false. And every one of them has tried to take over my operation and mimic it and do it, and they all failed. But I was very successful at it. I just got out of it because it got to the point where I wanted to watch my daughter grow up, and I knew that there was no future in it. Once they chased me around that car that time, unloading that clip on me, I knew it was real.
Right.
And it just, I had money. Don't get me wrong. I was a junkie to the thrill. Like, I got off on the excitement of getting away and doing it, putting it together, getting the connects, I didn't grow up in the family like Jay and Peter did.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have no plugs and connects. Everything that I built was organic. I built it because I went and looked for it, and I built it off of who I am and my character. I earned the trust of these people just like they did once they, started making a name for themselves. But like he said, was that people were like, oh, I wish I had your connects. I wish I grew up in a family like that. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, it destroyed my fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't grow up in it. I went and found it and made it. So it was twice as hard for me. But I didn't make it as big as them. I probably could have been big. but nothing like them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And for anybody to say that Big Meech was close, or if there's any comparisons, you can listen to 5 minutes of their story and know that Big Meech was not even it shouldn't even be in the ball field.
Conversation, yeah.
On playing on the same fucking that they can't even play on the same team, not even second string.
Right.
Because you got to realize is name one other big dealer in this country that's had anything besides George Young and them that sat down with the plug.
Yeah, no.
Ever since the 80s, nobody sat down with the plug since the 80s that we know of in one story.
Right.
George Young, the two brothers I talked about, the old smugglers, a few of them did. Not everybody got to sit down with them. Like, so the Twins are, I'm gonna be honest with you, if they could get out there, they have the Peter speaks like I've never seen before. I started listening to Peter's conversations going through your thing. I was like, holy shit. And, you could tell he doesn't like to talk. What does he do for work now?
He does not like to talk. You know what I'm saying? He'll give me a holler behind the scenes, but he come on the show once a year type shit. He don't, more lately.
What's he do for work?
He sounds now like he wants to do it more. You know what I'm saying? I think at the end of the day, they don't want to leave their story in the hands of everybody out here, telling stories.
But they shouldn't. And that's the thing about it. And I understand. I get where Peter's coming from. But the last thing you want to do, you have a legacy for your kids. The last thing they want is, me personally, is want somebody betray them as their kid's father in the wrong light. I would want to try to curve the image as much as possible just for my kids and their kids. Because they're not going to be able to run from that name. And and the last thing they want is their kids to look at them in a bad light, and they're the only ones that can curve that narrative.
Well,
and they have the right to do it.
Both sides of the family, they have very well-adjusted, smart, emotionally intelligent children, and they don't really keep anything from them. You know what I'm saying? So, now are the kids fucking over it? They're over it at this point. They're living their lives. They're doing their thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that changes when they hit in their late teens, and now they're cool because they're such and such, and the witness protection part's going to wear off of them too eventually at some point, and that's going to come with time. And I feel like every 5 years, like with El Chapo gone and that's dying off, and all the cartels falling apart and stuff, and them new names are going to come out. Nobody cares about the old names. These kids. The two brothers are going to be obsolete in 5 years. Like, they're literally going to be able to be a Tosh 6ix9ine, walk around. Right. Who the fuck? Nobody going to come after them. Right. I truly believe, as long as they stay out of the major cities, I don't think nobody's going to touch them.
Yeah, I think even now they go wherever the fuck they want to go.
Yeah, they do. But they've had plastic surgery though, so I mean, they change their identities a little bit. So I wouldn't be able to tell who they are.
Which until they still go where they want to go. Like, they're not living like that, like people would think, looking through the blinds and shit. These guys are out there doing.
Oh no, I don't think he's living like that at all. Yeah. I don't think he does. But I don't think he shows. I don't think he walks downtown Chicago in his own neighborhood either. No. And he'd be an idiot to do some dumb shit like that.
And that's the thing. Yeah, it's about making the smart decisions, and that's what they were able to do. And as far as they're concerned, they've done it all along the way. They've made some mistakes. They've stumbled, but it's a cautionary tale that needs to be told.
And I know he hides his face and all, but I'm working on this TV series. It's called Life After Feds. And I need to team up with Jay and see if he wants to do something together, because I'm working on this thing called Life After Feds. And it's and the reason why I'm doing it is for the sole fact because I want to take everybody's story that was big. They have to have a decent sized story. And I want to show like a couple, like the first series or the first episode on them of their story of beforehand, and then I want to show them life after feds. Are they living in a homeless shelter? Are they living a blue collar life? Or are they fucking still driving a Ferrari? And I want to show, because majority of the people that were big and they're out after doing 20, 30 years, they live a simple life. And I want to show everybody, like, this dude was making tens of millions of dollars, and look where he's at now, and look how he's happy, and he's going to tell you a different story. And I want to get the cameras to follow him around and do a couple episodes of what life is now. So all these young people are like, oh, dog, he was a gangster. I want to follow him and see his story. And they're like, what? He lives in a fucking single wide trailer and he's happy and drives an old pickup truck?
Right.
Like, what the fuck you talking about? And he's happy as can be.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing this. We've been working on it. It's called Life After Feds. I got some pretty big people that want to pick it up.
Yeah, that's your life right there. You're in a position right now where that your life is simple. Let me enjoy my woman, let me enjoy my kid, and let me enjoy my life. And let me talk my shit on the internet, and that's it. Keep it moving.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk to him more about it, but when you get a chance, run that shit by him,
man. Maybe one day you guys could come on. He does a segment here called Former Kingpin Reacts, where we find something on the internet. That's where the Owen Hansen video came from. Maybe one day.
Anytime you need something, hit me up. I'll be more than happy.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your
time. I'm gonna send you my number. I'm gonna send you my number
sure.
in the thing too, and so you can just contact me personal. But anytime you want anything, just let me know. I'm always open to do all kinds of stuff. I hope you see that. I wanted Jay to realize he never gave me a reason to target him, because whatever, I only target people that give false shit and then giving these people. And I loved your question about, do you think it makes a difference? It's not to make a difference for everybody else. It's to corner the people and to make them tell the truth, because their followers are going to believe what they say, not what I say. No matter what I say, they're going to come in there in my comments like, you're just clout chasing, you're this and that. And I can tell them, you're just blowing him, so what does it matter?
Right.
But it's until he tells the truth, they're going to believe it. So sometimes you have to attack them to expose them to shut up or tell the truth.
Absolutely. Keep doing it. We're here for it. Salutes to you. We dropped your link in here. We'll drop it again before the stream is over. Thank you for your time. Tell your girl thank you for her patience. All right. Salutes to you, Jason. We appreciate you, and you're always welcome whenever you want to. You got something to say, you want to talk, you're more than welcome to come through.
I appreciate it. And listen, tell Jay I appreciate too for him coming on.
We lost him. We're gonna get him back. He lost his signal. He in a mountain somewhere and shit. I holler. Y'all have a great night.
Okay, later. You have a good one.
Peace.
See ya.
Let me close this. All right, y'all. Shout out Jay Flores for his time. Shout out Jason Votrobek for his time. Salutes to y'all. The chat was on fire tonight. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. If we could get to 80 before we get out of there, that would be lovely. All right, let me turn these dono sounds back up, because I had us on low just to not interrupt the conversation. It's way better for the edit. Shout out to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I tried to get your question in, but we lost Jay. Somebody clipped his signal. All right, and but I'm gonna go through the chat right now and just talk about whatever I missed in here. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Shout out to all the new people. Let me drop the 10 Toes podcast link again. What do we got in the chat? We got Chapito Lomas. People do weird shit when they got too much money. Let me see. It's 1,000 more informants now. It's been between them and Facebook social media. We got flock cameras. What else we was talking about? Heck been wilding tonight. Salutes, Heck. All right, boom. Where we at? The Twins are still in line to testify against Mexican capos and who knows who else. I asked him the question before. What happens when the feds call you and say you got to do this? He said, why would I piss them off? I made a deal with them. Don't have to walk outside to be on camera. TVs, phones, computers, we're fucked. Right? Shout out Elizabeth. Thank you. I just think if kids have Christ in their hearts, they're not going to even want to look the path of doing drugs or selling drugs or harming people. There's a lot of ways. That's one of them. There's a lot of ways to show these kids some light. Shout out Nando on the check-in. Comment section was wilding tonight. Kids in Mexico are all taught to love Jesus Christ. These dudes will do the sign of the cross before going and doing their shenanigans. Absolutely. All right, boom. Shout out to y'all. Gangster stuff. He said, you a gangster. Unfortunately, Mexico's poverty is so high. As a young kid, it seems like, young kid, this seems like the only way to help their families. Young and stupid. By the time they see how far in they are, it's too late. Yep, it's too late. And they're gone, mangled. If they get that far, yeah, mangled early. Let's see. Shy's holding his tongue. So I've been chilling. I let Jay do all the heavy lifting today, man. I sat my ass back. I should have motherfucking had me some drinks. Too much information and shit.
Too much information and shit.
What's going on, man? My shit is low? Yeah, my shit is too low. It's going to be like the mafia back in the day. Now people live out in the open. Let's see. Names and badge numbers. The Twins were an entire supply chain. Shout out Ishmael. Shots.
Don Giulini Setentini te pone hasta el culini. Un shot, due shot.
Too much information. Shout out Gahart. Later, Shy, held on as long as I could. I appreciate you. Again, we're going to be starting earlier for all the East Coasters. We're going to be starting at 7 p.m. Starting next week, Friday, our live streams will begin at 7 p.m. I'm going to try to keep that schedule. Shy, what's your assessment of this guy's intentions? He gave Adam 22 vibes in the first 30 seconds of me watching him. I think everybody has a different character. I don't think he's, I don't think he's bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's telling lies. You know, Adam 22, that's an egregious, Adam 22 is egregious, bro. Like, I can't. Shout out Bebo, peace out, have a good night. Shout out Kenny, this was a good one-off conversation. Salutes. Shout out Kenny. Shout out Luis Herrera, shout out from Phoenix, salutes to you. Salutes to all the donators, salutes to the wrenches, salutes to the members, I appreciate you all. Shout out to all the usual suspects, shout out to JP, shout out Pete Never. Salutes to Zoraida. Shout out Shannon. That it was in here earlier. Shit, let me run through the chat real quick. Boom. Let's get it. Alright, shout out Ish. Number 1, shout out Pete Never. Zoraida. Velez. Pickatrix. JVN, Shannon, Heck, Frankie, Sheldon, Big June, Kenny, Jessica, Cheryl, Honor Amongst Thieves, Gahart, The Pooh, shout out The Pooh, Sam, FJM, Chicken Knuckle came through, shout out Your Vid Sucks, Tony, Think Like a Kingpin, salutes Peter Flores, Know the Way, salutes, 3232, appreciate you, Elizabeth Marquez, thank you. Wheezy, thank you. Adrian Torres, salutes. Marty McFlizzle, appreciate you. Upper Echelon, salutes. Thank you for your time tonight, sir. It's gonna again, I'm gonna cut up this live stream and we'll be putting it out as separate videos throughout the week. Shout out Geraldo, Primo, Nando, Michael, HG, DIY Wizard, Globalized Media. Shout out Mr. Joshua. Shout out Jason, 8UpJ, appreciate his time. Shout out Luis Herrera, 298, we appreciate you, Tere. Crypto Bismarck, salute to Crypto Bismarck, dope name. Shout out Young Noble, King Deuce, Sisley, Sylvain, Yar, Christian, Glory Days, and Boss Lady, man. I appreciate y'all. We was deep in here today. All that info, Jay needed a chip break. He got his chip break. Let's see. Oh, I'm all the way at the top of the chat over here. I gotta come back down here. I don't think you're lying. It just seems too much flex. You know, people communicate the way they communicate. Did you see the mental picture of him, DOA? When did it drop? Is it the one with the big ass Tupac chain? Did it just come out? Is it new? Yeah. What's up? What's going on? Are they there yet, Nando? Did they walk Did the Benavidez fight walk to the ring? Is it over? What's happening? Huh? No, that ain't it. That's some more. Wow, get that shit. Shout out Geraldo. No, but I'm saying, when did it drop? Geraldo, did it drop today? That picture? The last picture I saw of him was a fake AI image. So with this fight though. Shout out Heck, respect, you have a great point, salutes. Flexing a bit over the top. I guess I'm more interested in the way you present the topic and approach it from a more respectful perspective. We lost too many people to this dirty game. Yeah, it's a fake game. I tuned in right before Jay signed out. Salutes Nando. Shy's face looked stunned when he asked for the 50 connect. Nah, he got his own 50 connects. He wasn't asking for no 50 connect. What the picture looked like, Geraldo? Did he have it? Was it right over him and he had a big ass chain on? Cause that one's fake. They just walked out. Good. I want to enjoy the fight. Can I enjoy the fight? Your boy been live streaming and editing all week. I'm trying to do big things for the channel. Shout out Pickatrix. He's trying to help me. He's wins or fall in the Discord. To all the new viewers, like and subscribe. Join the Discord. Hope to see some of you back soon. Salute to you, Zoraida. I appreciate you. Thank you for holding it down tonight. Shout out JP for making an appearance. Te estoy velando. Smut. Hashtag smut. All right, boom. Let me see. I'm trying to find this. I need to see what's happening over here. Where we at? That ain't it. Wait, this shit is on? Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, we gotta get you the fuck out of here. Oh. Are we back? I think we're back. Yeah, I think we're good. Did we crap out? Shout out Pickatrix. My Aryan Brotherhood really had a distasteful outlook on the Haitians. I guess he has his reasons. They were trying to touch what's his. They try to stuff his ass in a car. They absolutely try to stuff his ass in a car. Did Jay leave on his own accord, or did they cut his wife off? Probably had to go eat them hot Cheetos. Nah, it probably died on him, or probably lost signal. He loses signal, especially when he's on the move. All right, I think we're good. I'm just over here trying to see what's popping with this fight. Yeah, can we get that? Let me get that. Let me get that. Get your ass on it. Salutes to y'all, man. We've had a good couple of days. We had some good streams. We had some fun. All right, let me get to these questions. Shout out Zorada, ya tu sabes. Salute. Shout out Elizabeth Shaw. You keep doing what you're doing, keeping it real. You'll get more followers. By the followers who you have now, spreading the word. You are real. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for helping push the content forward, asking questions. We appreciate you. Shout out Pickatrix. I don't know. And I noticed the pattern of guests that have spoken to the twins. It's like they think they're a competition, always trying to one-up him or hold up the statement of they did not snitch. I will say this, something that Peter said the last time he was here was, and he was speaking about, you know, these people that have these interview joints, these interview channels. And he said the host is always trying to relate. So it be that way sometimes. Shy, are you on any of the streaming platforms? I am on Spotify. I am on Spotify. Do we have a Spotify link? I don't have everything up on Spotify, but I need to make that workflow happen. Let's see if I have the link for it right here. I don't see it. I gotta redo this. I don't see it, but I'll give you this. Give me 1 second. Don't I have a here? Oh, here it is. Here's I'll drop a link for one video right here, and you'll be able to find my Spotify from there. Boom. There you go. That's for Former Kingpin Reacts on Spotify. We have that. We have Flores Twins exclusives. And I have yet to get up to date on it. I think it's something that I need to, like, you know, today's episode, all the uploaded or the updated, edited versions that I drop, I'll probably start dropping those. I was dropping it from the older stuff to the newer stuff, but I'll probably just drop it on there. I agree, Pikatrix. Some of the comments that he made about black people were very insensitive. Did I miss something? I must have missed something. Was it egregious? He was crazy? I'm going to catch it on the edit. I'll call it out. The shoulda end up a short. Shout out Sheldon, whatever, bro. Okay, whatever, bro. I don't know what we're talking about, though. You ain't on that Johnny Mitchell BS, but I guess he has some goals aligned with his stream. Well, with this stream. You and Jay collabs are crazy, underrated, and slept on. They'll get it. They'll get the respect due. One thing that I'm certain of is that the information that's in those videos is evergreen. It's forever information. It ain't gonna get old. It's just part of a lore. It's opinion. It's game. Shout out, heck, respect. I'm gonna dive in. Yeah, and make sure you get into our playlist section here on this channel too. We got so much stuff in the playlist section. That boy a whole Adrian Broner, huh? Oh, that boy a whole Aryan. I thought you said Adrian Broner. That boy a whole Aryan brotherhood. His whole family line is from woodpeckers. Yo, I must have missed something for real, for real. I would have imagined the chat would have blown up at that moment. So with this fight though, what the fuck did I miss? I need to figure out what I missed. Anybody got a timestamp? I was getting text messages, donos. JP gonna be like, what the fuck, man? My dono didn't play, man. What's up with that shit? Be like, JP, you weren't here for the disclaimer. My apologies. Please don't put us in the fucking bathroom or nothing.
Put him in a fucking bathroom. Get him out of here.
Yeah, and then every time I had a question, they were answering it just on their own shit. Just in the conversation, so that was dope. Did you guys not hear when he said that his good friend ran one of the biggest white supremacy groups? I don't know where. Am I the only one who caught this? I must have not been listening to their conversation. I thought he was talking about in jail. He didn't say anything crazy, but I think he generalized people by their race a lot, if that makes sense. Okay, a lot?
More than once? Where the fuck was I? I was right here. We'll see. He seems cool. Boom. Let's get it. Who y'all got in the fight?
We're waiting on Benavides. Nice left.
Who y'all got in the fight? Zoraida? It's in the Discord. It's in the Discord, Zoraida. If you need it. Boom. Right there. Bagada. Oh, shit. The little bit I heard from him sounded like he was just speaking about the jailhouse politics. Yeah, it just sounded like normal jailhouse bullshit. And his interactions with his competitors. Oh, and I think I heard him say something about... That might have been it. What was he talking about? Talking about they didn't fuck with him like that? Was he talking about the Bahamas? They didn't fuck with him like that because he was a white boy? Shout out Picture Tricks. I caught it all. I don't care, though. I just know he was aligned in there. Oh, he was talking about in jail. I don't know. I'll catch it in the edit. What round are they in? Listen, I appreciate y'all. Shout out Viva La Ireland. Catch that replay game. Very good episode of Viva La Ireland. I think you're going to enjoy it. Catch this replay game. I'll be editing it and dropping it throughout the week. I'm going to catch this edit gang and find some egregiousness. Hunters up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all. It was a good time. It's been a great week. Let's keep the ball moving. I'm going to try to put out the best content that I could put out with the time and the effort I'm able to put in. Hopefully for the next couple of days, I'm just going to be editing, working on the mothership, and I got to get this audition. I got a couple auditions I got to get out of here by Tuesday. Surprised Jay hasn't got much notice since he's out, like Joe Rogan. I think them not showing their face is a big faux pas for these interview shows, you know? So, shout out Zoraida. Thank you, Shai. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Again, shout out all of y'all. Y'all keep me coming back. I'm going to get some food, watch this fight. Hopefully, Benavides knocks somebody out. Shout out Viva La Ireland. The story's massive. I don't think they know how big it is. I think everybody is missing the boat on what is one of the most unique stories ever told in the cartel. That's the story of the Flores Twins. I believe that wholeheartedly. All right. Again, hundreds up in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great night. Be safe. All right. If you work and get that money. Millions. If you rest and get that rest. And I will see y'all when something happens. We'll keep an eye on this whole Rocha situation.
Oye, y el Rocha.
See what the fuck he's talking about.
Bueno, y el Rocha.
Shout out Zoraida. She got the monster. David Benavides. I don't know who's winning this fight. Nando, who you got so far? Up to 3 if you still here. They can do a Phil Leonette. A Phil Leotardo, Billy Bats lookalike. Who can? Oh, use a face double. Just put Billy Bats up there. Woof. David's speed is crazy. Buddy's throwing a lot of punches though, but he's throwing everything hard. How long could you keep that up, Papas? All right, y'all. Y'all have an amazing night. And I will holler. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Go check out all the links and go check out our description. See all the things that we got going on. Everyone knows what they look like anyway. It's not for us. It's not for us to make the decision. Benavides winning 62% to 28. Mama, all right. I'm going to enjoy it. I'll see y'all in the Discord. With that said, I will holler. Hold on. Heck, has Jay spoken publicly about whether the letters limit his ability to speak freely or regarding the current cases? It's not really... I mean, I'm sure there's some things that they can't... I'm sure there's some things that they can't volunteer. But for the most part, it ain't that. For the most part, it's, they have projects in the works. There's shit that they got to keep for the story. You know what I'm saying? And, a lot of that shit we'll be privy to. We don't want to, blow it all before it gets there. So, shout out Viva La Ireland. I'm calling Joe. Do your thing, man. Make it happen. I'm going to try to get this Tekashi, Jay Flores, Peter Flores conversation to happen. All right. Shy, stay up. Take care. Salute to you, Heck. All right. I appreciate you. And thank you for being respectful to Zoraida when she clapped the shit out of you.
Put him in a fucking bench, man.
I appreciate you for understanding, realizing what went down and, taking accountability for it. All right. Shout out Viva La Island. Viva La Island. Catch that replay game. Zoraida, great week alive, Shy. Have a blessed night. Salute to you, Zoraida. I appreciate you. All right. Shout out Heck. Shout out Fernando Rolón. What's up, Sai? Saludos. Salutes to you. All right. If y'all just getting here, hit that like button and catch that replay game. Shout out Pickatrix. Thanks for the show. Thank you, sir. I'll be talking to you in the Discord. I appreciate you. And, boom. I will holla. Peace.